IMF Economic Review. As a collective, we are still navigating through a period riddled with uncertainty and challenges. The focus of this year's conference on seizing opportunities from the crisis is thus both timely and of interest to policymakers and researchers alike. So it aims to gather thoughts on how emerging and developing markets can bounce back better and find novel solutions for the key development challenges of our times. So ahead of us, 2 days of intense discussions, which include 6 plenary sessions and 2 policy panels. The first on gender, inclusive growth, and the second on the economic effects of the war and the sanctions. So our partners and us hope you will find the program insightful. Please note that throughout the duration of the event, simultaneous translation is available. La traduction est disponible, donc n'hésitez pas à demander de l'assistance. To begin, I invite you to listen to opening remarks from the governor of Bank al-Maghrib, the first deputy managing director of the IMF, and the director of the Middle East, North and Central Asia Department at the IMF. So first, I invite you to listen to opening remarks from His Excellency, the Governor of Bank al-Maghrib, Mr. Abdulatif Chouairi. Mr. Governor sadly could not be with us today in person as he has unfortunately contracted COVID, so I invite you to listen to a pre-recorded message from Mr. Governor. Thank you.
Monsieur le conseiller économique et directeur du département des études du FMI, Monsieur le directeur du département Moyen-Orient-Asie centrale du FMI, Monsieur l'éditeur en chef de l'IMF Economic Review, éminents chercheurs et professeurs, honorables invités. Je voudrais d'abord vous souhaiter à tous la bienvenue à Bank al-Maghrib et à ceux parmi vous qui ont fait le déplacement de l'étranger, un agréable séjour au Maroc. Je tiens en particulier à remercier les éminents chercheurs et professeurs qui ont accepté notre invitation pour prendre part à cette rencontre et partager avec nous le fruit de leurs recherches et de leurs réflexions. La conférence qui nous réunit aujourd'hui et qui se tient pour la première fois sur notre continent est le fruit d'une collaboration fructueuse avec le FMI et IMF Economic Review. Je tiens à cette occasion à remercier le comité de rédaction de cette prestigieuse revue en espérant que nous aurions à l'avenir d'autres opportunités de travailler ensemble. Avec le FMI, c'est une initiative qui vient consolider un partenariat que nous avons noué dans plusieurs domaines et qui s'est particulièrement renforcé ces dernières années. La rencontre devait se tenir initialement en juin 2020 dans le cadre des préparatifs aux assemblées annuelles de la Banque mondiale et du FMI, mais à l'instar des événements prévus dans ce cadre, elle a été reportée pour les raisons que nous connaissons tous. Aujourd'hui, je ne peux que me réjouir de sa concrétisation et plus globalement de la reprise de l'ensemble du processus de préparation des assemblées prévues en octobre 2023 à Marrakech. Mesdames et messieurs, voilà plus de 2 ans aujourd'hui que le monde est aux prises avec une conjoncture d'une rare difficulté et complexité. Les décideurs, aussi bien publics que privés, se sont retrouvés à naviguer dans un environnement marqué par l'incertitude et des chocs d'une amplitude jamais observée depuis des décennies. Il y a eu tout d'abord une pandémie inédite avec beaucoup de pertes humaines, des impacts économiques et sociaux considérables, mais aussi des séquelles qui se prolongeront certainement sur plusieurs années. Malgré des mesures budgétaires et monétaires d'une ampleur exceptionnelle, elle a plongé l'économie mondiale dans une récession la plus profonde depuis la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Le FMI, lui, a évalué en avril dernier les pertes cumulées en termes de PIB par rapport à la tendance pré-pandémie, à 13,8 trillions de dollars à l'horizon 2024. Alors que l'espoir d'un retour à la normalité était permis après l'assouplissement des restrictions sanitaires et l'avancée notable, bien que largement inégale, des campagnes de vaccination, le déclenchement du conflit en Ukraine est venu assombrir les perspectives de l'économie mondiale. Ainsi, après un rebond en 2021, la reprise se retrouve fortement compromise et de plus en plus incertaine. Plus préoccupant encore, si cette guerre venait à perdurer, ce qui semble être le cas jusqu'à présent, le monde ne serait pas à l'abri d'une crise alimentaire mondiale. Sachant d'ores et déjà, selon les dernières évaluations de la Banque mondiale, qu'entre 75 et 95 millions de personnes additionnelles vivent dans l'extrême pauvreté en 2022 comparativement aux projections pré-pandémie. Avec les séquelles de la crise sanitaire et les conséquences de la guerre en Ukraine, c'est une situation complexe et difficile dans laquelle se retrouvent de nombreuses économies aussi bien avancées qu'en développement. Dans la dernière édition de cette perspective économique, la Banque mondiale évoque même une hausse du risque de stagflation, mais c'est un avis qui ne fait pas nécessairement l'unanimité. L'ancien président de la Fed, Ben Bernanke, ou encore la présidente de la BCE, à titre d'exemple, rejettent les rapprochements établis entre la situation des années 70 et celle d'aujourd'hui. Face à une accélération de l'inflation, à des niveaux politiques monétaires effréner davantage l'économie ou privilégier une orientation accommodante avec le risque d'une accentuation de la flambée des prix. Si la tendance est clairement vers la première option, certaines banques centrales, parmi les premières à commencer la normalisation comme c'est de la Corée du Sud, appellent à plus de finesse et d'agilité au regard des niveaux élevés d'incertitude qui entourent les perspectives de croissance et d'inflation. De leur côté, et outre le ralentissement de l'économie, les gouvernements sont confrontés à des besoins d'inflation. De leur côté, et outre le ralentissement de l'économie, les gouvernements sont confrontés à des besoins sociaux accrus et à des pressions pour apporter leur soutien au pouvoir d'achat, sachant que leurs marges budgétaires ressortent largement réduites par la crise sanitaire, avec des niveaux d'endettement très élevés et des conditions de financement de plus en plus difficiles. À cela s'ajoutent de nombreux autres défis liés en particulier à la persistance des perturbations des chaînes d'approvisionnement et aux mutations profondes qui a été à l'œuvre bien avant la crise sanitaire et que celle-ci a accéléré. Il s'agit en particulier de la digitalisation, de la montée du souverainisme économique, de la remise en cause du multilatéralisme et des exigences en matière de lutte contre le changement climatique. C'est tout l'ordre mondial qui est en train d'être refaçonné au gré des intérêts économiques et géopolitiques. Ici au Maroc, nous ne sommes évidemment pas à l'abri des effets de cet environnement international difficile. Grâce à une mobilisation exceptionnelle à tous les niveaux, l'économie nationale a pu en grande partie dépasser la crise sanitaire en enregistrant un rebond de près de 8% en 2021. Toutefois, et comme partout ailleurs, elle subit les conséquences de la guerre en Ukraine, avec en particulier un alourdissement de la facture énergétique et de fortes pressions externes sur les prix à la consommation. Au niveau de Banque Maghreb, nous continuons de maintenir les mesures exceptionnelles que nous avons déployées lors de la crise sanitaire pour ne pas freiner la reprise, mais en même temps, nous restons très vigilants quant à l'évolution des prix. Comme je l'ai indiqué lors de la conférence de presse que j'ai tenue à l'issue de la réunion du Conseil il y a 2 jours, nous tablons sur un taux d'inflation largement au-dessus de 5% cette année, mais qui devrait revenir à un niveau modéré l'année prochaine. Après son analyse de l'ensemble des données disponibles sur l'environnement national et international, ainsi que des projections macroéconomiques à moyen terme, le Conseil a décidé lors de cette réunion de maintenir le taux directeur inchangé. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est pour mieux se préparer à des situations de crise et de conjoncture difficiles que des rencontres comme celle-ci revêtent toute leur importance. En effet, avec le recul que nous avons aujourd'hui, c'est une réflexion profonde dont nous avons besoin. Cela permettrait de définir les contours d'un véritable changement de paradigme qui s'impose en matière d'élaboration et de mise en œuvre de la politique publique. Au-delà de simples ajustements des choix et des politiques, ce sont bien leurs fondements qu'il faudrait re-questionner, à l'instar de ce qui a été fait au lendemain de la crise internationale de 2008, quand nous avons assisté à de remises en cause de la théorie macroéconomique, des modèles de prévision qui en sont basés, de nos systèmes de régulation, de nos dispositifs statistiques. Il est clair que cela demande du recul, des efforts continus et des délais longs. Il est à rappeler, à titre d'illustration, que ce n'est que le 9 de ce mois que le FMI et le Conseil de stabilité financière ont annoncé l'achèvement d'une initiative du G20 pour combler le déficit en matière de données identifiées lors de la crise de 2008. Pourtant, l'une des grandes difficultés à laquelle ont fait face les décideurs dans de nombreux pays, en particulier en développement lors de la pandémie, est bien la disponibilité de données ponctuelles et détaillées pour évaluer l'impact et calibrer les réponses économiques et sociales. Ce sont cette volonté et cette ambition de re-questionner les fondements théoriques et empiriques de nos politiques et décisions qui expliquent le choix du thème que nous avons retenu pour cette conférence, reprise transformationnelle, saisir les opportunités de la crise. C'est une problématique bien différente de celle pour laquelle nous avions opté pour la pandémie, qui était centrée sur l'intégration économique et la croissance. Au regard de la diversité des sujets qui seront abordés durant les sessions que nous avons programmées et de la qualité des intervenants, je suis convaincu que ces 2 jours de débat et d'échange permettront de dégager des éléments pertinents pour nos choix et nos politiques futures, à même de renforcer la résilience de nos économies tout en améliorant leurs performances. Pour assurer un large bénéfice au niveau national, nous avons invité un grand nombre d'institutions publiques et de représentants du monde académique. Mesdames et messieurs, à Banque al-Maghreb, c'est un effort permanent que nous consentons pour essayer de répondre aux questionnements tels que ceux soulevés dans cette conférence. Nous nous interrogeons régulièrement sur nos approches et nous adaptons nos instruments et nos outils de suivi, d'analyse et de prévision. Nous attachons dans ce sens une grande importance au développement de la recherche et à l'ouverture sur le monde académique, national et international. Nous en avons même fait un des principaux axes de notre plan stratégique 2019-2023. Nous avons co-organisé l'édition 2019 du Congrès africain de l'Economic Metric Society avec la participation de chercheurs de renom comme ceux qui sont présents parmi nous aujourd'hui. Avec la Banque mondiale, nous avons contribué à la mise en place du réseau régional des départements de recherche des banques centrales du Moyen-Orient et de l'Afrique du Nord. Nous organisons avec des partenaires nationaux et internationaux de nombreuses conférences, soit de manière ponctuelle, soit sur une base régulière, à l'instar des journées internationales de macroéconomique et de finance que nous tenons annuellement avec les universités Qada Ayad de Marrakech et Bâle en Suisse. Les équipes de Banque al-Maghreb animent également des séminaires dans différentes universités marocaines et en parallèle, la Banque implique les chercheurs universitaires dans certains de ses travaux et les interroge dans le cadre de son enquête sur les anticipations de l'inflation. Nous avons développé un programme chercheurs-visiteurs qui a permis d'initier des collaborations avec des chercheurs d'universités et des banques centrales telles que celles des États-Unis, du Canada et de la Pologne. Pour contribuer au développement de la recherche au niveau national, nous avons mis en place tout récemment un prix pour la recherche au profit des chercheurs ayant réalisé leur thèse de doctorat dans le domaine de l'économie ou de la finance. Ceci étant, nous avons initié en 2019 une réflexion pour la mise en place d'un cadre plus global pour promouvoir et développer la recherche empirique et théorique. Nous sommes assez avancés dans l'identification des options possibles, dont l'une serait la création d'une fondation dédiée. Il ne me reste plus qu'à souhaiter plein succès aux travaux de cette conférence et j'invite nos partenaires de l'étranger de profiter de leur séjour pour visiter la ville de Rabat inscrite depuis 2012 sur la liste du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Despite not being with us, Mr. Governor is following with great interest and attention the proceedings of the conference remotely. So I invite you also just to know that for simultaneous translation, Channel 1, la chaîne 1 c'est pour le français, Channel 2 for French. Okay, so I invite you now to listen to another pre-recorded message from Ms. Geeta Gopinath. Thank you.
It is a pleasure to welcome all of you to the IMF Economic It is a pleasure to welcome all of you to the IMF Economic Review Summer Conference, jointly organized by Bank Al-Maghrib and the IMF. I want to start by thanking Andrei Levchenko, the managing editor of the IMF Economic Review, the editorial team at the review, and the staff at Bank Al-Maghrib for putting together such an amazing conference. I sincerely regret that I could not be there with you in person today in Rabat, a beautiful city with an ancient past and a promising future. Indeed, we have a lot to learn from the trajectory of Rabat and Morocco, a story of both incredible resilience and transformation over the years. We can take inspiration from Morocco's story as economies around the world seek to strengthen their resilience amid increasingly dramatic shocks, while embracing a transformational recovery that builds their potential for the future. In that spirit, today and tomorrow, a distinguished set of academics and policymakers will discuss not only the immediate challenges ahead, but the critical medium and long-term issues facing emerging and developing economies, from structural transformation to trade, inequality, to climate change, and beyond. Now, getting these structural issues right is more crucial than ever, given the increasing obstacles many countries now face to their recovery. Today, the global recovery is being weighed down by a confluence of calamities. Just as the global economy was climbing back from the depths of the pandemic, we saw the health and economic impact of renewed surges of the virus, compounded by new economic shockwaves from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In April, we downgraded global growth projections to 3.6% for both 2022 and 2023. Since then, the war in Ukraine and sanctions against Russia have been escalated. The greatest impact is in Ukraine, but globally we are seeing weaker growth. Inflation has also remained persistently high and has broadened beyond energy and food commodity prices in many economies. In addition to the war, recent strict lockdown measures in China are weighing on growth and risk causing further disruptions in global supply chains. The bottom line, global growth is likely to be lower than expected, while inflation is higher. We must also not forget that poverty and inequality are increasing. The pandemic is estimated to have pushed an additional 75 million people into extreme poverty in 2021 relative to pre-pandemic trends. High food prices, including due to the disruptions from the war in Ukraine, are expected to have significantly exacerbated this phenomenon, adding to the challenges facing the poor. We are already seeing how It is a pleasure to welcome all of you to the IMF Economic Review Summer Conference, jointly organized by Bank Al-Maghrib and the IMF. I want to start by thanking Andrei Levchenko, the managing editor of the IMF Economic Review, the editorial team at the review, and the staff at Bank Al-Maghrib for putting together such an amazing conference. I sincerely regret that I could not be there with you in person today in Rabat, a beautiful city with an ancient past and a promising future. Indeed, we have a lot to learn from the trajectory of Rabat and Morocco, a story of both incredible resilience and transformation over the years. We can take inspiration from Morocco's story as economies around the world seek to strengthen their resilience amid increasingly dramatic shocks, while embracing a transformational recovery that builds their potential for the future. In that spirit, today and tomorrow, a distinguished set of academics and policymakers will discuss not only the immediate challenges ahead, but the critical medium and long-term issues facing emerging and developing economies, from structural transformation to trade, inequality, to climate change, and beyond. Now, getting these structural issues right is more crucial than ever, given the increasing obstacles many countries now face to their recovery. Today, the global recovery is being weighed down by a confluence of calamities. Just as the global economy was climbing back from the depths of the pandemic, we saw the health.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Jihad Azur, Director of the Middle East, North and Central Asia Department of the IMF, to the floor to give his opening remarks. Thank you.
صباح الخير. السلام عليكم جميعا. Good morning. Let me also give you a warm welcome to the conference that is organized for the first time in a MENA country. And I would like to express my gratitude to all the colleagues at Bank al-Maghrib for being such an excellent partner in the organization of the conference and a great host to all of us who came here to attend it. And I would like also to congratulate my colleague, Pierre-Olivier, and his team from the Research Department and the Economic Research Review for such an interesting program and a group of eminent scholars and researchers. As Geeta mentioned, the world has changed drastically since we started thinking about this conference. First, the pandemic brought the global economy to a standstill, with negative effects on economic activities of historic proportions. Unprecedented but justified interventions by government around the world have helped to contain the human and social cost from the health crisis, but at the expense of eroding buffers. And just as we were beginning to get out of the crisis, the war in Ukraine and the resulting sanctions on Russia gave a blow to the global recovery, raising uncertainties and posing extraordinary challenges in the near future. Trade and supply chains have been disrupted again. Rapid rising commodity prices are hurting households worldwide and fueling inflation. Tighter financial conditions are putting further pressure on highly indebted countries, and the divergence between rich and poor countries and between oil exporters and importers is set to increase. Even more concerning is the growing risk that the fragmentation of the world economy into geopolitical and economic blocs could jeopardize the economic gains made over several decades. Weathering these shocks will take more than macroeconomic stabilization policies. What is needed is an ambitious effort to change the structure, for example, of the MENA economies so that the recovery occurs at the same time as we build the foundation of more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable growth. Indeed, the use of the word title of the conference, what we need is transformational recovery. This conference, which is also part of our preparation of the 2023 annual meetings, as mentioned by His Excellency, the Governor of the Central Bank, that will take place here in Morocco, in the beautiful city of Marrakesh, is a timely opportunity to discuss how to best address these challenges and how to foster transformational recoveries. Countries in the region know these challenges all too well. 10 years after the Arab uprising, the need to offer more and fairer opportunities for all remains a key priority and drives the work of the fund in the region. The COVID-19 crisis and the war in Ukraine have made the need even more urgent. These shocks have increased poverty and inequality and risk halting the progress achieved by many countries over the past few years. Some of the pre-existing vulnerabilities, particularly from the high share of inactive youth, large gaps in economic opportunities for women, fragmented social protection system, and underdeveloped private sectors with tight regulations and limit access to finance and markets, are now untenable. Citizens are demanding from their government urgent actions to improve economic opportunities and safeguard their future. A new economic and social compact is therefore needed, not only to address the old challenges for inclusion, but also to cope with the new ones from the rapidly changing environment and new priorities. Morocco has fully understood the new reality and reacted swiftly to recent developments by embarking on its own transformational recovery. The scope and depth of Morocco's reform agenda is remarkable. The overhaul of social protection system extends healthcare insurance to all citizens. The reform of state-owned enterprises rationalizes resources and helps level the playing field with private sector. The education reforms improves access and quality of public education. And the introduction of unified social registry, pension reforms, and tax reforms are all necessary steps to make the tax and transfer system more equitable and efficient. I believe that the reform proposed in the new model of development report have the potential of boosting Morocco's growth and developing a more resilient and inclusive economic model. We at the Fund are firmly committed to supporting Morocco in building on the achievements of the last decade and reinvigorating its reform journey. Morocco, as you know, is playing a prominent role in promoting international cooperation. It's a country that is actively bringing together Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Our partnership with Morocco in hosting the 2023 annual meetings will help strengthen these efforts at this very critical juncture. Let's then start today our journey to Marrakesh 2023 as we continue work together to strengthen resilience, foster inclusion, address the existential challenge of climate change, and promote international cooperation for a more prosperous future for all. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in these 2 days of conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azur. As underlined during the opening remarks, today's conference comes ahead of the 2023 annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank Group, which will be held in Marrakesh, October 2023. We will delight to host you in Marrakesh, but in the meantime, let me share with you a promotional film that has been entitled Open Morocco, dedicated to this event. Thank you. With our first session, please stay seated for a group photo. Thank you. start with our first session, I invite Mr. Pierre-Olivier Gourancha to the stage. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I would like to thank the governor, Gita and Jihad, for their opening remarks, and I join them in welcoming you to the IMF Economic Review Summer Conference here in Rabat. It is now my privilege to start the conference by introducing our distinguished keynote speaker, Sir Christopher Pissarides. Why are so many people unemployed at the same time that there are a large number of job openings? How can economic policy affect unemployment? These two questions open the press release of the 2010 Nobel Prize in Economics, which Chris has been awarded together with Peter Diamond and Dale Mortensen for their analysis of markets with surge frictions. Fast forward 12 years, and these questions are more relevant than ever, with global unemployment expected to remain above pre-COVID-19 levels until at least 2023. Lockdown policies put in place during the pandemic dramatically affected labor markets in advanced countries, as well as in emerging markets and developing economies, where many workers have been pushed into the informal sector. The crisis is also hitting differently workers across occupations, sectors, and gender. On top of that, the rise in automation and remote working are posing new challenges for policymakers. Now, some of the papers presented during the conference will touch upon these issues, but I cannot think of anyone better than Chris to kickstart the discussion by talking about the future of work after the crisis. His research, and I cite his own words, looks at what happens to someone who loses his or her job because of changes in the economic environment. One of the key things we found, and I'm still quoting, is that it is important to make sure that people do not stay unemployed too long so they don't lose their feel for the labor force. This is one of the key policy challenges nowadays. Now, Chris doesn't really need any introduction, but I cannot avoid mentioning at least some of the many accomplishments of his extraordinary career. He was awarded his PhD at the London School of Economics, where he's now professor of economics. He's also a fellow of the Center for Economic Performance at the LSE and of the Center for Economic Policy Research. He specializes in the economics of unemployment, and his book, Equilibrium and Employment Theory, remains a central reference in the field. His research interests span from labor market theory and policy to growth and structural change. He published an incredibly long list of academic papers in top economic journals, holds several honorary degrees and appointments in prestigious organizations, and has been a visiting scholar in numerous universities and policy institutions. His interest in economic policy is also vividly shown by his participation in the London School of Economics Growth Commission, which in 2013 produced a very influential report on the key factors and policies needed to achieve inclusive growth and prosperity. On this note, I will leave the floor to him. Chris, you will have about 40 to 45 minutes so as to leave enough time for questions at the end. I'm sure there will be many. And I ask the audience to please wait until the end when we will open the floor for the discussion. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Pierre-Olivier, for that very generous introduction. Because of the technology that we have here, I'm going to present from here rather than the podium. And if you don't mind, I'm going to sit down as well because you'll hear me better. So excuse me. I hope you can all hear and see behind you. My slides, yeah. Very nice, thank you very much. Well, my topic, as Pierre-Olivier said, is about the future of work after the pandemic. The theme of my research over the first 30 years, I guess, of my career is exactly what was described as the theory of unemployment. Then moving on from there, my co-authors, different set of co-authors, in fact, for this one, we extended it to studying what causes these changes in the economy that throw people out of work and in search of new work opportunities. And obviously the answer in most cases is new technology and maybe foreign trade shocks, but technological shocks, I think, are potentially more important. And on top of the technology and the big changes that were taking place in the last couple of decades, we had COVID, which brought changes to the economy that will last longer, I believe, than the pandemic itself. The pandemic will go, of course, the virus will remain with us forever, I think. It will just become another one of those viruses that you catch every now and then. But I believe that the changes in the economy and the way we organize labor markets will have changed permanently. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. I'm going to cover 4 topics. First of all, I'm going to make some general remarks about the role of innovation and change in the economy. Then I will shift emphasis more specifically to automation technologies, which is what is driving technological change now, and how can we define good work in the face of these automation technologies. Then talk about how COVID-19 has shifted the normal situation, and we're at the beginnings of a new normal. To the new normal for the benefit of all, inclusive growth and across demographic groups and countries of the world, and the role that that workers, employers, and governments have to play in that transition. It's a long agenda, I'm afraid, and I should maybe I should put the watch in front of me because there is no other time. The time is not shown there, and I do have a habit, like most of my colleagues, when they present, of writing lots of things on slides, which tires your eyes having to follow. That if you feel obliged to read, you don't need to read actually, because you have excellent translations, and I hope that I make sense when I read my slides as well. But if you want to, it is projected behind anyway. Okay, let's begin with innovation and change. Well, innovation, as we know, is the driver of progress, and especially well-being. More recently in my research, I'm shifting emphasis gradually to the economics of well-being. In fact, currently my main research activity is a very big 3-year grant that the Nuffield Foundation in London is funding on studying how to improve well-being at work. And there are specific instances in this presentation where I'm going to point out where we need to improve well-being at work. Because ultimately, work is good because it gives us a good income and a standard of living, but it should also make us happy and proud of what we are doing. Not just say, oh, well, you know, this is a big ball, but I need the money, and kind of thing. Now, how did we get to where we are today? Well, the main, possibly biggest transformation that humanity ever experienced was the Green Revolution. technological revolution in agriculture, in growing food, that moved us out of agriculture, out of land, into urban environments, to other activities. It's already pointed out that we're not doing too well there, as well as we could be doing. But what came next was urbanization, large industrial structures, the huge expansion of production of goods and services. There are episodes in history, if you look back, where there were short periods where things looked much better than just seeking food. And I'm of Greek origin, as you can tell from my name, and obviously Greece is one of those examples, and even before the Greeks, the Egyptians are an example of doing that. But those are sort of temporary periods that change, and then we went back to the more or less the situations we were before, poverty. What made real difference is industrialization, and it's the 19th century really that that brought most of the changes. Now, many people, historians, economists, and all that talked about industrialization and the impact it had. What I'm more interested in currently in these transformations is that industrialization also brought social change, and it's the combination of the economic and social change that we have to get right, that I don't think we haven't got yet. What I'm going to do in the remaining of this presentation is to talk about the path that the industrial world is likely to take in light of modern technologies, and then draw lessons from there, how to improve well-being, how to improve this beneficial combination of economic and social progress, and what role especially government have to play, because as Pierre Olivier mentioned in the introduction, my interest and always I thought my motivation to understanding the way that the economic world works, and especially labor markets, is to advise government, or at least writing academic papers on what government should be doing, and then eventually they take it up. As Keynes said, don't expect governments to listen to you immediately, and I do have bitter experience from that in my own countries of origin, but eventually every politician is a slave of some defunct economist, as he famously pointed out in his introduction. But here I have another famous quotation, which is much lesser known, by Paul Samuelson, arguably the father of modern economics. In 1970, he said, progress comes from technical invention, that's what we call innovation today, and we shall be ever grateful to the discoverer of fire, the inventor of the electric dynamo, and the perfecter of all Land's saws. Well, I thought I agreed with Paul Samuelson on everything, but I'm afraid I do have to disagree there. I don't think Hollander's sauce is such an important invention. The less we have with it, the better, as far as I'm concerned. But then he added on, but there are also momentous social inventions, and indeed as society becomes more affluent, these may become increasingly vital. Well, I could have taken that as my motivation for shifting to study more social well-being, but in fact, this quotation was pointed out to me by one of my PhD students after I said that I was going to study well-being in the future of work. So let's begin with automation and good work. So the question is, how can we use innovation in a way that gives us sustainable and inclusive growth? Well, there are panels later on that discuss this. Now I'm going to make some more general remarks, I guess, here. We need growth that provides a good standard of living for all of society. And then the question is, has COVID-19 changed our perceptions or even the choices that we have? And I will focus on the labor market mainly. In parallel, the environment is a massive issue, but I'm not going to cover it here. In fact, I think the session that follows this one is about the environment, if I'm not mistaken. Note that when we talk today about these policies, we say ESG, The E stands for the environment, S stands for social, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the S of ESG. And in the end of my talk, I'm going to make remarks about what employers should be doing and government, and that's the G of the ESG. So I'm going to talk to you 2 out of 3. And the first one will be addressed by people that follow this presentation here. Now, innovation today is taking place at a much faster pace than in the past. It's also spreading faster. If you see the speed, for example, at which the smartphone expanded, I don't think we can live without a smartphone today. And the way that the AI has penetrated, the artificial intelligence is penetrating home and office. Was not so long ago, I mean, the smartphone is only, 15 years old? Not so long ago, in a presentation, someone was saying, in amazement, he said, do you realize that in the UK, 97% of the people have access to a smartphone? And I guess he was expecting people to be surprised that so many have access, but then someone said, and what do the other 7% do? 93% have access to the smartphone. I mean, that's how we got used to it. Before the smartphone, the only new innovations that were spreading fast were medical innovations. I think the record that ranked #1 was the stent. I think it took 7 years between the discovery of the stent and the wide application in medicine. But I think the smartphone has beaten that. Of course, because of the importance of these new discoveries that the World Economic Forum and others are calling it the 4th Industrial Revolution. Now, the implication for production is that we're automating many production processes. Robotics and artificial intelligence use sophisticated supply chains that are making sure that production is relying more and more on machinery, and it's organized in a way that not even management can understand very well. We heard the governor mention very wisely that we depend so much on supply chains, and even something like a lockdown in China, which is thousands of miles away, is influencing the way that we do economics here because of these complex supply chains. And because of all these changes that are not easily understood, they're so complex, workers are undergoing substantial changes in their well-being, and we are seeing, in fact, mental illness and stress at work increasing when we should be seeing it decreasing. So the key question is everyone engaged in production benefiting from these changes, or are some left behind? And the way I define good innovation is one that ensures that workers benefit from it through good work and not through government transfers. Modern technology has the capacity to remove stress and improve well-being, but it can also lead to bad outcomes, and it's up to us how we use it. In fact, I don't think there is. I think it's probably the biggest difference between modern technologies and those we had in the past. I think actually there is a later slide on that. Is that we do have a choice on how we use it now. So I don't believe that new technologies bringing the end of work. Although there have been writings about that, there have even been books with titles saying it's the end of work. I think that's far, far from anything you might expect to see. What we are seeing, in fact, is huge transformations, not end of work, but transforming work. And to give you examples, in the very beginning, when computers penetrated the office, the biggest transformation was that jobs in the middle of the skills distribution were taken over by machinery. People with possibly university degrees, but good education, data processors, administrators, and so on. Those were taken over, filers. When I first got my job at the London School of Economics, we had people actually concerned with filing papers, where obviously those things don't happen anymore. In fact, I'm stuck with those ancient papers in my office, and they keep telling me, you have to throw these things away, but now they're ancient monuments. I think I want to put them in a museum somewhere, except that no museum will ever take them. And what happened there was what's known as the polarization of employment, and name most associated with that is David Autor of MIT. You can see here an example of polarization in European countries, mainly, I guess, yeah, that was computed by my colleagues at the LSE, Alan Manning and co-authors, that in every country that you see here, the jobs that pay in the middle range of the wage distribution, the numbers employed there went down, whereas the numbers employed in the higher paying jobs and the lowest paying jobs went up. I should emphasize actually that this is on wage distribution, not on skills distribution. And it's only if there is close correspondence between wages and skills that you would also find it in the skills distribution, which in labor markets with frictions and imperfections, you don't have a perfect correlation. But when you look at wages, that's what you get. It's also quite interesting here to see which countries are the more successful ones, Ireland and Sweden being in creating higher paying jobs, so people shifting to the top end rather than dropping down to the bottom end, in contrast to a country like Italy, which hasn't been very successful with modern technologies. Now, following that, robotics became more and more common, especially in manufacturing. Manufacturing employs about 90% of robots. Of course, the big technological innovation in robots that increase their use so much is free movement, to become self-motored machines. Robots have been around for a very long time. The term was invented in the 1920s. And in the 1940s, we already had automated assembly lines in car manufacture. But the problem with those robots is that they were fixed on the floor and they could only move arms. So they were good for assembly lines, but not for much else. In the 90s, when the robot that could move without assistance by itself, you get a completely steep rise in the number of robots being employed in manufacturing. Now, this has led to productivity growth, but it's questionable whether it's actually replaced jobs. I think there is some evidence that it's replacing low-skilled jobs, manual jobs. You know, for example, a company that does a lot of online retail deliveries, you see how I'm avoiding to advertise any brand name, is now employing almost exclusively robots in their warehouse. And robots don't look like Frankenstein and that kind of thing anymore. They're just platforms that move around and carry boxes in warehouses, most of them in application now. So that increases productivity. It takes over some manual jobs, but not much more than that. And in fact, what we see, and this is really the sort of more formal proof of what I'm saying, was by Guy Michaels and George Greitz, again at the LSE, Guy Michaels, when they looked at the impact of robots on manufacturing sectors. And you also see it here actually in a way. I mean, this is obviously not a proof, but you can see the pink lines. You do see colors here. The pink lines show you how many robots there are in manufacturing in these countries for 1,000 employees. So like the UK has something like 10 robots for 1,000 employees. I think those are thousands, actually, I would think. Yeah, because no, let me see. No, sorry. No, they're not thousands, they're numbers. Germany and Japan are the ones who employ most robots in production. And you can see that the countries that employ most robots in production are also the ones that lost jobs in manufacturing less than the others, mainly by exploiting their international comparative advantage. You know, like the UK car industry, for example, has been decimated completely because of competition from Germany. And it was a cautious decision to switch to services, especially financial services, and that's why you have that huge fall in manufacturing, rather than automating manufacturing itself. Finally, in this development of automation comes artificial intelligence, which is much more recent, but also with more far-reaching implications. For AI to work, we need big data, and we need trained workers to program the machines. And that's really where we need to focus on the transformation nowadays, is to improve data availability more widely, and to train more workers in STEM subjects, which I'm going to talk a little bit about that later on. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Now with AI, I mean, some people are worried in that they think that we're going to lose control. There's no reason why we should lose control. It's true that once you allow the Internet of Things and communication between machines, it may not be easy to see where production is going, but it doesn't have to be like that. And again, once again, we do have a choice on how to manage these things. The implication for companies is that, as I was saying, that you do have a choice. You see, I mean, sometimes people say, you know, we're now observing the biggest technological transformation ever. I don't believe it, actually. In fact, I think electricity is a much bigger transformation than technology. And when people look at me in astonishment, I say to them, okay, you know, choose, would you rather live without electricity, or would you rather live without your laptop and your smartphone and all that? And there is no question on what the answer to that would be. The difference there was that when electricity came along as a source of power, there was no question about what companies had to do. You know, just replace steam power or whatever other, or muscle power or whatever you were doing before with electrical power. But when AI is coming along, then it's questionable. You know, is that what we want to do? Do we want to leave the initiative to machines communicating between themselves, or do we still want to have human control and using the machines to get rid of the tedious jobs? And I think it should be the latter. So the challenge that we're facing now is not that we're going to fail to create jobs. We will create jobs if we want them. The challenge is the transition of the workers to the new jobs and not the end of employment. And especially the challenge is how to create good jobs where people get satisfaction from work as well as an income. Employment and unemployment rates in advanced countries have remained virtually flat, except for short-term fluctuations associated with the business cycle. Admittedly, some countries are at a higher level than others, and that was the focus of my earlier work. But there have never been trend rises or trend falls in unemployment over long periods of time. Now, there are negatives, of course, and we haven't been very careful so far in how we have been applying these new technologies. For example, I consider it a failure that most gains from new work now went to top incomes, and inequality is rising. That's especially striking in the United States, in that since the financial crisis of 2008, the gains from all economic growth in the United States went to the top 10% of incomes. The rest was stagnation, and therefore you get this pulling apart of high and low incomes. Another failure that I consider is that the big digital companies are penetrating both economic and social life through social media. There are known consequences for our lives. We've lost our privacy. The use of data is made to manipulate attitudes. You know, the whole Trump campaign against the election, for example, the last US election, would it have taken place had there been no social media? I doubt it. Cambridge Analytics, we know they tried to influence the Brexit referendum in Britain, and they did influence it. These developments are not good. The European Union is doing a very good job with privacy, with the GDPR, but it's only a first step, and it's mainly because we don't know where the second step is going to come from. And maybe it's not a coincidence that when you look at happiness surveys, which I think actually economists should pay even more attention than they're beginning to pay, respondents usually give work and related activities as the ones that give them least satisfaction, which shouldn't really be like that. You know, I mean, one of the worst things, they ask people to say how happy they felt at intervals during the day, obviously previous day. And one of the time intervals that gives them least satisfaction from life is when the boss wants to see them at work. I mean, you should be happy to see your boss because he or she influences what you are doing at work. So you should say, oh yeah, this is my opportunity. And yet, it's something that you want to avoid and go to the pub with your friends instead, which is one that gives you most satisfaction, actually, to most people, going for drinks after work. So what is good work? Well, it's one that gives dignity, autonomy, and equality of pay, autonomy within the limits that the company has set for you, but you should be having some autonomy. You should be able to be making decisions. Human beings want to make decisions. And it should give you dignity. You should be proud of what you're doing, not say, oh, I'm doing the job because it pays well. It's one that enables people to develop their talents and gives them a sense of community because we are social animals, as Aristotle famously said. Actually, he said we are also political animals, which I don't approve as much as the social animal. And research that we did at the Institute that is funded by this project that I mentioned before is we found that good work gives better health outcomes, and we are researching that further to make sure that there are causations, better mental health, and in the pandemic areas in Britain, this is UK data, areas that have higher standards of good work perform much better in terms of hospitalizations and deaths because, as we know, the virus interacts with other diseases that you might have, including mental diseases. So what about COVID? Has it changed things very much? Well, this is a new concern. Before COVID, new technology was introduced at a manageable pace. COVID introduces another feature of jobs, actually, something that as economists in the past we never paid attention to. I mean, I said that human beings are social animals. We never thought of socializing as having a cost other than any arguments that we might have. But in fact, what COVID does is that proximity to other human beings is a costly venture. And therefore, work started being organized and technology started being geared to discovering ways of working with as little proximity to other human beings as possible. And the reason that COVID attracted more research from economists, in fact other scientists as well, than any other event in the past. Economic research, you could arguably say, it started with Adam Smith in 1776. And of course, the interests of economists and their research topics have been changing over the last 250 years. But they have never changed so rapidly and so drastically as with COVID. Within the first year of the appearance of the virus, CPR in London published something like 1,000 papers on COVID by economists, which is ridiculous how much human capital went into it. And it's precisely because of that, you give economists another feature of work and even consumption. Avoid getting close to other human beings, and papers just pour out. Now, for our purposes, there are two important consequences of this proximity problem. The first one is that automation accelerates because automation doesn't involve human beings coming into proximity with each other. And the second is that social sectors are badly hit because they rely on human interaction. Now, what I call social sectors is the hospitality industry, travel, conferencing, sitting next to each other. And those were the sectors that were going to create most jobs before the pandemic, because those are the things that robots don't do very well. If you want to go to, if you want someone to offer hospitality to you, you don't want it to be offered by a robot. Or if you need some health care, mental care, you don't want to do it with a robot. Well, those activities now are becoming costly. So the result of that, if you look at it in the abstract, is that job destruction side of the new technologies accelerates, and the job creation side decelerates. And therefore, the loss of jobs increases with a threat of unemployment, but definitely with a challenge of more transition. But then the other jobs that were going to attract them are not created at that pace. And even if employers try to create them, the workers are not willing to move into those jobs, which is precisely what we see now in the travel and hospitality sector, that they're very, very short of workers. And people ask me, how could we be coming out of a pandemic, out of a recession? And yet there are companies like the airline companies, hotels, restaurants cannot find workers. Well, because workers are still worried about proximity to other human beings. And that's why you see that shortage. The implications of that is that because of the acceleration of automation, we might be seeing more inequality, and we're seeing more independent work, what's called gig work, which is not good work. Company CEOs say that post-COVID, they expect automation to accelerate further, and that includes e-commerce, now food services, and not just manufacturing. In e-commerce, you see it already. Much of retail has moved on online platforms. In food services, I was wondering what it was, but recently I was invited to give a keynote, in fact, on new technologies in food services by an international conference that takes place annually in Shanghai, except that now it was online. And when you read, in fact, what's happening in food services, many restaurant owners like the idea of what's known as dark kitchen, where kitchens are not in public places, open where people can see them. They are outside city centers remotely. Then you have specialized delivery companies. They cook the food. The delivery company prepare food, takes it to your home, and you consume restaurant food at about the same speed that you would get if you went to a restaurant and sat at a table. And that's what's generating a lot of excitement in the food industry nowadays, that people socializing more at home so that they avoid coming out, mixing with other people. And the employers like it because it's a lot cheaper for them. It's very difficult to run a good restaurant with an open kitchen and open area for people to sit. Now, the other second implication is that companies devise ways of working to reduce social contact. More generally, remote work, remote working from home is becoming more and more widespread. You have online consultations. In the medical sector, in London, we cannot see our doctors. We still have to do everything on the phone or on FaceTime. There is less business travel, more virtual meetings, and we have webinars instead of seminars. New term that came into the dictionaries. Are these temporary or are they going to last long? I think many of these will persist in the future. We're going to create a new normal. Automation will obviously not be reversed. And as a result of what I said, job destruction from automation and the transitions that we need to avoid unemployment rise by about 5 to 10%. Before COVID, the figure given was about 15%. Now you should expect more like 20% over the next 10 years. And job creation in social sectors will rise less fast. Business travel services will, and customer relations in retailing, of course, will increase, but not at the speed that we were expecting before. Companies are inventing new ways of working remotely. Zoom software will develop further. It will not disappear. There is a lot of employee monitoring, that software that is being developed, surveillance. China, of course, is champion in developing surveillance software and using it effectively. We have improved e-commerce platforms. You know, I don't know if it's the same in other cities, but in London, you can order anything you want in the morning and you get it delivered to your home in the afternoon by the leader in e-commerce, the leading e-commerce platform. And there are improved business meetings in e-rooms now. Now you might say, you know, what made economists and businesses do that? Well, there are also a theory in economics that in the abstract it could explain all these things, but and COVID really gave you the chance to test it. One of them is directed technical change, that you look to invent technologies that are addressing a particular problem that you have in the time. And once they're introduced, they continue in use. So a single event that might last 3 years, like COVID, gives you a technological change that will last forever practically. You know, the path of the economy after that is different than what it was before because of that one event. In the past, only wars had that impact. You know, the Second World War has changed technologies. You know, look at flying, for example. And it's also in the general sense, what you might call a nudge theory, that you don't do something unless you are forced to, and then you realize it was a good thing after all. This goes against the maximizing economist. And working from home is like that. Like if you went 5 years ago and you said to your employer, can I work from home 1 day a week? The employer would have looked at you in a strange way and say, well, you're obviously not motivated for this work. Well, now the employer tells you, can you work from home 1 day a week? Because you avoid commuting costs and so on and so forth. Commuting, by the way, is the thing that people hate most about work. No, seeing the boss is the thing they hate most. The second most hated thing is commuting. So the more we manage to use technology to reduce the commuting costs, the more life satisfaction will be. Now, there are things that I'm not going to address, but I just point them out, that the big picture is that there should be a decline in the clear distinction between commercial space and residential space because people work from home. And we're seeing it already in the UK. Rents in rural and coastal areas have risen a lot relative to urban rents and house prices. If we transfer 20% of work from commercial areas to residential areas, which is what people like the McKinsey Global Institute are predicting based on the surveys of thousands and thousands of surveys of their managers, that should change the structure of the city. You know, like I live 5 miles from the center of London, and I work in the center of London. If I walk from my office in any direction, it's guaranteed that within 5 minutes I'm going to find a Starbucks coffee place where people are having breaks from work. If I do that at home, all I'm going to find 5 minutes away is more houses or maybe some open park space. Well, that obviously needs to change if we are going to have business-like activities at home. The consequences for jobs is that inequality is moving fast. As I was saying, digital entrepreneurs are becoming mega rich, and they're finding new ways of spending their money, like flying to the moon on their own, or buying Twitter or whatever else they might want to do. Many of the jobs that companies create are not good career jobs. There aren't that many warehouse jobs, but gig employment is expanding, and those jobs have no sick leave, no pensions, no paid vacation leave, no protection from market fluctuations. It shouldn't really be allowed. The government should interfere there. So they're making the transition. Another 5 to 10 minutes max. Okay. Now let me tell you one thing. When we talk about modern technologies now, we immediately think of these glamorous companies. Apple, Google, Tesla, you know, these. And they expanded hugely in the last 2 to 3 decades. And it's everyone's ambition to go and work for that. You know, like no company gets more applications per vacancy, at least until recently, than Apple. When Apple advertises jobs, hundreds of applications. Some other equivalent company somewhere else advertises for jobs, they don't get any. And so, that's where all the glamour is, especially for young people. But although they do create jobs for highly qualified people, and they do give you the chance of moving up and becoming rich, they are not the companies that are going to create jobs for the masses of people. They are not creating enough jobs, in fact. What you see there is that they create jobs themselves, they become big, but then many of the competitors who didn't manage to keep up lose so many jobs that the sector as a whole has fewer jobs at the end than before. You know, take book selling. There used to be lots of booksellers in high streets and adjacent to universities and colleges, employing many people. Then something like Amazon comes along selling books and they employ lots of people. That's how they started this book selling company. And although they have grown and they're employing a lot of people in this business, all the other booksellers in the high streets have closed down. The only place where you find booksellers now is in airports, in case you are bored when you get into the airport and you go and buy a book to read on the flight. The sector of book selling is employing lots and lots of fewer people than before. And that's a feature everywhere. You have these champion companies that expand, but then they force everyone else to close down. So where are the people going to get the jobs? Well, they're going to get the jobs in sectors that involve social interaction, where we don't like machinery to be involved. These are mainly jobs that social care, specialized healthcare, hospitality as well. They're entirely in the service sector. Now, you might say, how could I say 5 minutes ago that social care jobs are not being created or people don't want them because of COVID? Well, that's because of COVID. Sooner or later, they're going to get used to it. If you look 10 years from now, we're going to be even more of a service economies, serving other people. There won't be jobs being done in isolation. Even if you do it remotely, you will be serving other people, like our doctors who that we call when we have a problem, and that's still something. I would call that a social interaction, except that it's done remotely to avoid coming into direct contact. So we are service societies. You might say, okay, fair enough, that might be okay for North America and Europe. What about Africa? I'm afraid Africa is having it will have a tough time because it doesn't have the path to economic development that China had 40 years ago through low-cost manufacturing, because manufacturing is getting automated. They have to move directly into services, but how they do it, I don't know. I mean, some European countries succeeded it. Southern Europe, for example, many of the countries grew without having to go through manufacturing, but it's not easy, it's tough. Education, where robotics and AI require new types of skill, and as I was saying, we do need more STEM training. Universities, of course, need to adapt their curriculum to that, but there's my old friend James Heckman points out many, many times is that if you are going to make boys and girls love STEM, then you better make sure you start at age 1 or 2, telling them about numbers and what wonderful games you can play with numbers. And as soon as they go to nursery, make sure that they have mathematically literate teachers and to talk to them about science as well. And that's the way that you get people into STEM. It's not something that can happen instantly by saying at age 15, okay, it's now time to learn science. Formal education is not enough because technology is changing so rapidly, and we do need training in work and lifelong learning as well. And the best kind of training is the one that is done at the company level, because companies know better what's required. But then there is poaching, and there are small companies that can't afford it, and that's where government needs to help. I do think that government should treat company the same way as they are treating formal education in school, and as they are treating unemployed people for social assistance, for example, that they should simply fund training in the way they fund education. I mean, after all, who decides how the teaching will be done, and especially some parts of the teaching and how boys and girls should be treated in school? It's the school authorities themselves. And so there's no reason why government shouldn't trust employers to be doing the same about their employees. I mean, obviously there should be monitoring, and they should give them instruction directives on what type of training they should be doing. But until they treat training the same way, it's not going to become respectable and effective Germany is the only country that has come close to doing that through the apprentice system. But it's been tried by many other countries and they failed completely. The UK is a dismal failure, for example, in doing that kind of thing. But in addition, we need the social skills because that's where the jobs are going to come from. In the hospitality industry, caring for children and old people, for the sick, all these they need to be taught at school, but they're still not taught at all. You know, they sort of tell them vague things, but some kind of basic social psychology, some basic medicine, how to serve other people, how to talk to other people, show respect towards the other person. There is more writing and talk about that in ancient Greek writings than what you see today in school writings, actually. And whether we like it or not, we're going to get bigger government. The 80s was the decade of small governments. I think the first 3 decades of the 21st century are the decades of big government. Because of what I just said about education and training, public health is becoming a big issue, and that's a social good. Government needs to take the initiative on that. And property rights that arise from R&D need to be protected, and it's not very easy to protect intellectual property rights these days. I mean, we hear big thefts of intellectual ideas. That I will definitely not mention names. And those need to be protected. But we do need government because of the data privacy issues, the fraudulent abuse of technologies, these big mega companies that are located everywhere in governments find it very difficult to control. You know, what's Facebook doing, what's Google doing without data, we don't know. Government needs to do its own R&D and make sure that they have ways of giving us confidence that our data will not be abused. Jobs are moving away from organized labor. Unions have declined completely. They are not suited to the present work environment. Government needs to step in and play the role that unions played in the beginnings of industrialization and big manufacturing companies, providing services for the gig economy. And of course, there is inequality that needs to be addressed because the S in the ESG will not do very well if we allow inequalities to grow and grow. Social spending is needed, of course, to support unemployment. For that, I have to refer you to my earlier writings. There's no time to go through it, but let's not forget that we do need social support as well in making the transitions. And what about COVID? Well, with COVID is right now, most of the effort is what the governor earlier talked about on how to find the COVID-induced recession and the other shocks that came along. But what I talked about now is something that needs to be done over the next 10 years. And at the same time, move faster because of the way that COVID has made technologies to move faster. And it's a tough job. I mean, governments are facing a very tough job now, tougher than before. I saw the comment that now the situation is not like it was in the 1970s. I actually think it's worse than it was in the 1970s, actually, what we need to do. I don't know if that's what Christine Lagarde had in mind when she said that, but maybe you know better about that. So that's it. That's what I want to say, that the new technologies can increase productivity, they can increase our well-being if they are correctly used, but there are risks, and government and companies have a role to play in mitigating those risks and making sure that we get improvement in our standard of living and not deterioration. Thank you very much for listening.
Well, Chris, this was certainly a tour de force, amazing overview of a lot of the issues that we're facing when we're thinking about employment and the future of employment. I know we are a bit behind schedule, but we also started behind schedule, so I don't want to cut the discussion. So I would like to open the floor for questions. Please raise your hand, and I'll try to get a few, and then we'll do a first round, and then maybe turn it back to Chris. So please go ahead. And already, if you raise your hand, we can Yes, and we'll go next, please.
So thank you very much, Professor Pissarides, for this great keynote. I'm Najat El-Mikawi from Paris Dauphine University and Central Bank, Moroccan Central Bank, Bank Al Maghrib. So as you said, and we have many research dealing with this topic about technical changes and innovation, and we have many research showing that this innovation change lead more productivity with, as you said, qualified and innovative people. I am wondering, with this new trend of working remotely, as we have seen during these last months, and we will see again many companies, but also, I guess, research department working in this, still in this way. I am wondering, because with limited interaction with no research field, no working field, this could affect significantly the trend of innovation, because we have many research showing that most of the biggest innovation comes through interaction with people and with and having also this working with people and working in the real world, not working through our camera, our screen. Thank you.
Let's take a few more and then turn back to you. So please.
Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. My name is Abdes Samad Saidi. I'm from the Central Bank of Morocco, and as you know, the digital transformation changes our way of living, our way of producing and consuming. And in emerging and developing countries, we start to observe a lot of changes, remote work, electronic administration. However, we think that there is other priority, as you mentioned in the presentation. Education is maybe, should be the first priority to avoid a numerical divide and to succeed this digital transformation. What do you think, Professor? Thank you.
Thanks. Let's turn here to the question.
Yes, thank you. You've mentioned actually one of the aspects that today is noticed in both developing and developed countries, which is the pace at which the gig economy is growing. And right now it's exposing a lot of gig workers to unsafety because they are not protected, they don't have insurance, they don't have social protection, and they don't have proper planning for the future. AKA their retirement. And this is something that we notice both in the developing and the developed world. But in emerging markets, we have much less policy margins. So what can we do? What can be done actually on a global level, and how can that be more tweaked for developing markets? As I said, given the small policy margins that they have.
So Chris, before turning back to you, I will use my privilege as moderator to also ask you a couple of questions. So first, I thought there was a tension in the presentation. You started by telling us good innovation is innovation that benefits all the workers and does not require transfers to, quote unquote, compensate the losers. But you ended with a long list of interventions that governments need to do in order to achieve a more inclusive growth given the type of innovation we have. So does it mean that the innovation we have is not good? Or more broadly, if we think about either globalization or if we think about the process of Schumpeterian creation destruction, is it even possible to think about the type of good innovation you have in mind that would benefit everyone without some sort of social intervention? The second point, there was something very interesting, I think, in your remarks about the future of the skill premium. In the sense, it seems to me you're describing a world where the skill premium could decrease a lot because the returns to education could be much lower in the future, given that there's a lot of substitution from whether algorithms or AI or capital for the type of works. It's not just the physical work that is being replaced. It's also some of the white collar jobs. And so if this is the world we live in, we can think of two versions of this world. One is one in which each of us is a robot, and the robot gets up in the morning and goes and does the tasks that we used to do and generate income and produces value added, and we're free to write poetry or engage in activities that give us a good life and good work and a good balance. Another version of this world is Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk owns all the robots. In terms of GDP, these two worlds are equivalent. In terms of well-being, they were vastly, vastly different. So do you have views on this? I'll turn it back to you with this.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the very, very interesting questions. The question of innovation, whether we need interaction for innovation, the answer is yes. Yes, actually we do. I didn't have it. And we don't just need interaction between people, we need interaction between universities and companies. Most of the good innovations came along when a company would involve a university department, and then it would grow from there through startups and have the spillover into startups. And with government making sure that bankruptcy laws are not offensive to those who don't succeed. Something like the model of Silicon Valley is still very much alive. So you're right that if we moved everything remotely, then we wouldn't get as much innovation. But the remote work that is moving now is not in the R&D section, except for if people want to work out their own new theories in isolation, which we do all the time, of course. You do need, in fact, I was working 1 day a week at home ever since I first got my job, my job in academia, because you need to collect all those things and ideas that you heard before and focus and sit down and write them and think and change them many times. So although you're right in principle of what you said, absolutely right, I don't see that as a risk because of the increase in remote work now. But countries do need to involve more collaboration between universities and companies. The United States is succeeding. Germany and Sweden in Europe are succeeding. Not Britain, for example, and definitely not Spain, Italy. And as a result, their innovation environment, as it's sometimes called, is very, very weak. The question on education, yes, we do need absolute education, and we need education directed in that sense. You see, young people are they are influenced a lot about the type of education they're taught and about the things they should focus on and what's right in essence to do in a society, and that's up to those who choose the curricula and organize the thing. But I don't see any other solution other than train them through education to avoid the inequalities and the poor outcomes that you might have. Which was the third one? It was here. It was actually there. You're saying that it's developing countries that have a limited options, but in fact, advanced countries have it as well because the gig jobs don't have a base. They might work for different companies. They might. It's not like having a factory where you go in and you're always there, or you all have a similar contract and you do it. So it's a struggle, but you have to do it. Like my view of that actually is that governments, through the relevant department, that might be the Social Security Department, should take a more active role in the management of pensions, of sick leave, of vacation leave, of gig workers. Like the typical case now is that although there might be a state pension, there is a state pension, in fact, generally, that there might be on top of that company pensions. If you want to go on leave, you have to negotiate with your own employer how long your leave should be. If you are sick, most likely in the gig economy, you don't get paid, you just don't work. Where you should register with the relevant government department and do those things through the government, which then collects money from the employers of the gig workers. So it becomes like a kind of nanny state, as they say. But whenever I say that, people always tell me, you are utopian or idealist, how could you trust government to do these things? They're going to get the money and go and spend it somewhere else or add it onto the general budget, which is a risk. But in many countries, they manage health like that, so there's no reason, not always very well, there is no reason why they shouldn't manage other social activities, including holiday pay. If I'm a gig worker, but I contribute to a government fund, my employer contributes to a government fund, and I'm entitled to 4 weeks a year holiday, a paid holiday, which I get, which the government pays me. I think it's feasible. It needs changes in organization, but we're changing organizations all the time. And finally, I think you have a question. I remember the second one, so let me answer it first. That's always a problem. You do need social support in the transitions, but it should be transitional support. Now, in the case of unemployment, we know the answer because I spent about 30 years studying it, and it is that government should tie the support to retraining programs, provided they set up good training programs in companies the way I said before, they subsidize it. So they help workers in the beginning, say for 6 months, you leave the worker alone to see if they can do some self-selectioning where they get matched according to the talents that they know best, at least most of the time. If that doesn't succeed, then you start putting them through training programs, and you give them support in the meantime, but it shouldn't be long-term support, otherwise it will create the disincentives. Government money should be spent more in what I just said here, in encouraging new innovation, in regulating data use, conditions at work, that kind of thing. What did it remind me of your first point?
I was asking about the skill premium in the longer term.
Oh, yeah, the skill premium, actually, it's interesting. The thing is that very, very high skills are becoming even more valuable, though, because those are not replaced by machines. So the top 1% will benefit even more than before. Below, there might still be a skill premium gap, rising, because the skill premium depends on the relative attractiveness or performance of skills. So low skills will suffer even more because of robotics and because we now know how to replace manual work. Like in agriculture, I mentioned that food convention I went to. Agriculture employs about 2 or 3% of the labor force in countries like US, UK, Germany. It could go down to nearly zero, because now robots are taking over. Robots and drones are taking over completely in agriculture, or at least beginning to. A drone goes over vast areas of land, identifies dry areas, and immediately generates a water system. It identifies where fruit is ripe and sends robots to collect that fruit. So the agricultural workers are having a hard time. But then the manager, who is the highly skilled person who makes sure that they work well and they don't go and burn all the produce or something, his job is becoming even more valuable. So it will go up. So the skill premium within agriculture should increase because of that automation.
So I think there were a few more questions. Do we have time to take a few more questions, or should we? Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay, so Antonio over here, and then the gentleman, and then Jihad, and the lady over there. So I think I will cap it at 4 because otherwise we won't have time. So Antonio. The mic seems to be going in the wrong direction. We won't hear you if you don't have the mic.
Or not going anywhere, in fact.
There.
Thank you very much, Professor. I just have one question. You predicted or called for bigger governments, but you didn't address the problem of financing. How will we finance this bigger intervention of the government, especially in a world where the depth of the public debt has ballooned since 2008, and especially since the COVID-19 due to the monetary policy that injected heavily liquidity into the economy. How would you finance this big government? Thank you.
Please pass it along to, okay, Antonio, go ahead.
You mentioned that content-intensive sectors have a problem in finding workers. Why do we have upward wage rigidity? Why does society find it improper to pay more for content-intensive person? If a waiter needs to pay twice as much, why don't we pay twice as much? Why do we complain about shortages instead of paying them more?
Thank you. The gentleman in the row right before, please go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me to ask you French. Si vous permettez, Hicham Atouche, je suis de l'Université Mohamed V de Rabat. Vous avez parlé un peu de l'innovation et sa relation avec la création de l'emploi qualifié. Les pays ne sont pas sur le même pied d'égalité technologique, et donc il y a un gap technologique. Et dans la plupart des pays, dont le Maroc, l'essentiel de l'emploi se fait dans l'informel. Et donc, quel lien peut-on faire entre l'emploi informel et les emplois de, je dirais, de proximité avec ce niveau-là de technologie et d'innovation? Merci.
Sorry, Chris will answer this set of 3 questions, then we'll have 2 more, and then we'll stop. Please go ahead, Chris.
I have actually, in the first, I mean, there were excellent questions, but the first 2 I have I have answers from practical people. The one on how do you fund it, you see, my view on how you fund is not one that is very popular with politicians. I'll tell you what it is. I think it should all be tax financed for sure. And you first decide what programs you are going to support in terms of training, controlling, surveillance of the big companies, the support of gig economy. And then you tax, and health especially, and then you tax the high incomes to pay for those programs. Now, I mentioned that a few times, and it's one that was also, we had a long discussion about this kind of funding program at Lindau, which is the biggest gathering of economics Nobel laureates, and it seemed to agree with everyone except for the very right-wing economists who were present. But very recently, I was a British politician asked me, how would you fund it? More or less, your question, I think, was from somewhere up the top. And I said that, and he said to me, it makes a lot of sense, but if I do it, I'm going to lose the next election. So it's not popular. But then you might ask, why isn't it popular? If you look at, as I mentioned, if you look at what happened since the financial crisis, low incomes have stagnated completely. High incomes went up like that. What's wrong with taking this portion for high incomes to support these down here through action, not by giving them money? You don't take cash from these people and give cash to these people down here. You provide good quality services down here by taxing a portion of the gains. I think it's more of a social problem than economic. And unfortunately, it's a problem with democratic voting. Democratic voting is never consistent in this respect. They want to see a very good health service, top health service, but they don't want to see the taxes that would finance that top health service. And I think simple things like dividing expenditure, for example, and identifying, when you pay taxes, you don't just have the tax office come and telling you this is how much you owe. And then if you want to find out, in some countries, like in the UK, you can create an account, you can go into that account and you see how your money is spent. That's not, it's completely ineffective. You should have different tax bills. You say your tax to support a public health system is this much. Your tax to support pensions is this much. Go down so that you get some awareness of what's going on as a first step, which governments don't do. I think the Chinese government does it, actually, because once I was taxed on some money I had in China, all those numbers, a long list of numbers, and it said education, health, social support, and all that. So that's one. Now the other one on with so much debt, how do you do it? I think I probably, I mean, was there? No, I'll come to you in a minute. No, I think you had a question.
On real wage not adjusting up in...
oh, yes. That, okay, yes, sorry. No, I didn't have something. I also wondered about that, actually. And in a recent meeting with some people in the service sector, employing a lot of people at the LSE that we had, I suggested it to them. And he basically, I mean, the guy he ran hotels and restaurants. And he said 90% of my costs are labor costs. If I increase even by 2 or 3% their wages across the board, I will either go bankrupt or will have to increase my prices and lose customers, and I won't be able to pay them. That's their argument. Now, of course, what I said to him is that, okay, you're not going to go bankrupt if you increase your prices, you're going to get fewer people for you, and that's life. You need to pay your employees more. You lose some of the customers you have, but you have a more productive workforce. I think Henry Ford was the first business leader who said that he paid his workers more because they could buy his cars by getting paid more. But that's their attitude. The attitude in the service sector is that because they are labor-intensive jobs, they're very, very concerned about increasing prices because they get a cost push on their final prices. I don't agree with it, but that's the reason. And finally, the one, do you remember what?
That was on the technological gap between the advanced economies and some of the...
Well, there is really nothing to say other than they should be creating governments in the developing world as well should be creating the environment for the new technologies that are coming along now, because of what I said earlier, that the low-cost manufacturing as a way to grow is not available, with minor exceptions. You're not going to grow by creating jobs for 40% of your labor force in manufacturing, which is what China did until recently. I think I might be proved disastrously wrong, but I think China was the last country to develop in this standard way that economic history books on the Rostow stages of economic growth or something say. And unless they create the conditions for the new technologies, then they are going to be lagging behind. I mean, there is, of course, a good both theory and practice that if something can be done both by machinery and by human beings, and the human beings cost less because of wages, then you should employ the human beings. That's what they do. And my favorite comparison of that is between India and Japan. I'm sure there are lots and lots of Indian scientists. You see them in the United States, you see them in Europe, that they know about the new technologies, but India is employing much less the automation technologies than Japan. And Japan labor is much more expensive than in India, and that's the reason. But the thing about India, though, is that it does have the framework for introducing the new technologies when wages start rising. And it's going to do it where in Africa, where I don't think Morocco actually falls into this description of Africa, but in Africa, the problem you have is that they don't have the human capital and the infrastructure in place to adopt the technologies quickly when wages are rising. In fact, wages are not rising. Possible exception of South Africa in some cases, but if you look at countries like Nigeria, for example, they have so much wealth. They should direct that wealth to improving the infrastructure and their human capital.
So we have to be mindful of the time, and I've promised there would be 2 more questions. So Jihad first, and then there was a lady, I think it was you in the back. So we'll have these 2 questions, and I will cap it there. Please be brief, as give a chance to Chris to answer. Of course, we're all delighted to have a chance to pick his brain on these important issues. Jihad.
Let me ask you 3 follow-up questions very quickly. One on what Pierre-Olivier mentioned. We are competing with robots, or robots are competing with us. Some economists have proposed to start taxing robots. What do you think about this fiscal measure in order to align or to address this issue of heavy utilization of robots? The second follow-up question is related to the fact that COVID was an accelerator of trends, and technology-enabled activities is one of those that will change over time. And at the same time, you mentioned that the size and the role of the state is growing, where the utilization of technology is less or less advanced than we see in the private sector. How do you see the evolution of productivity in private sector and public sector in the next decade or so? And the third, also related follow-up question is on the issue of the recent fragmentation risks is calling, or there is a political discourse of relocating some of the activities back into closer to home, which means you need to have more labor, and usually more labor with low qualifications. With a high level of labor cost and social protections, how feasible this, I would say, idea of relocating manufacturing or changing the way manufacturing is done? Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Lina from Bank Al Maghrib. I'll try to be brief, actually. I was wondering if we are not still thinking of about the future of work with a kind of restrictive framework. I mean, the framework of an educational system that gives grades and that are associated with wages, with specific wages. While at the same time, actually, we are witnessing people, I mean, the people that gets the highest retribution are those that are thinking out of this box and that are taking risks. And also, on the other side, we have seen also with this crisis that some kind, I'm sorry, my voice is a bit hurting me, that's why. We are also seeing that people that have maybe the most important jobs from a social perspectives are those that do not really have this dignity about your dignity. You were talking about how we define a good job, actually, and you talked about dignity, but we have seen, for example, people that are taking garbages or people that are working in the health system are not well remunerated within this framework. And also, at the same time, this incredible crisis shows, from my perspective, that what young people are looking for is also more freedom and maybe just enjoying working, enjoying the conditions in which they are working. So how can we, not philosophically, but as economists, think about this and integrate this into our vision of work? And in our models, I mean, how to integrate these things into our models. And something just funny is that when you think about the word labor, work in French, travail, it is coming from Latin, which means, and it was an instrument for torture. So I think that we need to rethink about how we define work into our models and integrate maybe all these things that I've talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, final round. It's back to you.
The final round. Well, first of all, taxing robots, no, I'm against that, and I think it's completely infeasible because robots are very mobile. They're going to move away. You can only do that, even if it makes, I mean, it might make sense economically, but you can only do it if the whole world were to collaborate in that. But I'm sure, you know, like if Western Europe, if the European Union started taxing robots, there would be some country somewhere which will say robots welcome, and they will all move there. I mean, I don't know if you followed it, but the most ridiculous example of this was that you know, the Boris Johnson government in Britain obviously doesn't like immigrants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won the Brexit referendum. And now he's discovered Rwanda welcomes immigrants, and it plans to fly all the recent immigrants into the United Kingdom to Rwanda, which is ridiculous. You know, and there would be more countries following that. Your second follow-up was,
it was about COVID and acceleration of the transformations.
Yeah, the acceleration of the transformation, we just have to cope with it. It makes it a lot more difficult. That's why I said it's now, the situation now I think is more difficult than in the 1970s, because COVID is introducing at the same time a big recession that needs macro measures, which are not easy given the debts that we accumulated, and at the same time accelerated automation, which I'm all in favor of, because I do believe that the service sector has a lot of jobs to create, and it will be created if they're given the incentive. Finally.
The last one was about fragmentation and the emergence of reshoring or nearshoring.
Oh yes, whether they'll come back. I agree that they're coming back, but I don't agree that those will need a lot more workers, because they're not labor-intensive activities that they're bringing back. It's because of automation that they're bringing them back. Anything labor-intensive will not be repatriated. And that's what I read, at least what managers are saying. So that doesn't concern me. I'm more concerned, in fact, about shortage of labor in the hospitality sectors and travel and all that, than shortage of labor because of the repatriated ones. And ultimately, the reason for that shortage of labor is what was pointed out here. You know, why are we not paying them more? For the reasons I said, people are just hesitating to offer higher pay. Okay, next.
A word on labor and torture?
Well, actually, I think the French should have taken the word for labor from ancient Greek, where labor means the creation of something good, ergo. But you had a very long question. I'm not sure if it was a question or comment.
Some of it was about the transformation of the educational system, and is it still adapted to the labor force and the labor market we're going to be facing?
Yeah. It was mainly education. Well, the education curriculum has to be given by government. The government is not. It doesn't respond very quickly to the needs of society. So I'm in favor of a little bit more independence for schools, but I'm in two minds about it, actually, because once you go into school, once you send your child to school, they're basically stuck there. You're not going to observe what they're learning and then move them out and back in. So it has to be a government job. You need good education departments, which don't always exist, unfortunately. And there was another question here actually that was interesting, the second one, before the lady. Where was it?
To include well-being in our models.
In our models or our societies?
Well, in our economic models, I think that was part of the question.
Well, that we should improve well-being is my new campaign. Take partly influenced by my colleague Richard Layard, actually, who thinks that I'm not sure that's more of a philosophical question. He thinks that the objective of economists would be to devise theories that will make people, how to make people happier. Only happiness matters. I'm not sure I agree that is the only objective of life, but it certainly should be a very big objective.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thanks, everyone. Please join me in a round of applause for Chris Pissarides. It's certainly been a privilege to have you sharing your views here with us. Thank you again.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, again, and thank you, Pierre.
The coffee break is going right outside, but also in the garden. Pardon?
So before I jump into the numbers themselves, so these are estimates of how climate change will affect GDP per capita in 2100. And so the standard way of doing this is that you project GDP forward to 2100 for two different cases, one with climate change and one without, and then you take the difference and call that the impact of climate change. So you should think of these losses as relative to a world with 80-ish more years of growth, not relative to today's income per capita. Okay. And these numbers are comparing a world with essentially no large-scale effort to combat climate change relative to a world with essentially no subsequent climate change at all. And that'll be the general setting for all the numbers I'm going to show you today. So, as the slide suggests, the standard predictions for the economic impacts of climate change are quite large. So Burke et al. Find that GDP per capita in Morocco in 2100 will be about 50% lower than it would be otherwise because of climate change, 25% lower in the US, essentially no impact in France, and I'll talk more about how you would arrive at that conclusion shortly, 75% in Brazil, 40% in China, 97% approximately in India. And if you take a look at those, there's two things that jump out at us. One, they're very large. Two, they're very heterogeneous. And if you add them up, you would get a world GDP per capita loss of 20%. Again, relative to where you would be in the absence of climate change in 2100. So why am I pulling out these numbers from one specific paper? Because these numbers have a tremendous impact on the policy discussion. And one way to think about that is just to point out, sorry, there's something that's not displaying at the bottom there. And what it should be saying is these are the numbers that show up in the reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So the two most recent reports from the IPCC were the 6th assessment report and the special report on 1.5 degrees Celsius. These numbers play important roles in both of those reports. So this paper is going to be investigating the same question, asking about the economic impacts of climate change. But obviously, that's an enormous question with many different facets being investigated by many different researchers with a variety of approaches. I'd love to be up here and tell you that we've figured it out and we know exactly what the impacts are going to be, but of course, that's not realistic. The goals of this talk are going to be much more modest. We're going to take a macroeconomic perspective, and we're going to try to ask, where do these existing estimates come from? And then ask how we might use macroeconomic theory to update them. And so, one thing I didn't tell you before is actually those numbers I showed you before aren't even for all the impacts of climate change. They're just the impacts of increases in temperature. So they don't incorporate things like increases in sea level rise or natural disasters, which we know have economic impacts as well. And so the focus of the rest of this talk is also just going to be on temperature, and that's going to be important for interpreting magnitudes. I might say climate change, I'm sure that I will. I'm really just referring to one particular impact of climate change, which is increases in temperature. And so I mentioned that the work of Burke et al. Has been important in this literature. There's also some very influential work by Dell and co-authors, among many other papers. And what this literature has been doing is making substantial progress on this question, focusing almost solely on reduced form econometrics. And so what we're going to ask in this paper is, what can we as macroeconomists contribute? Sorry, there seems to be a delay. So let me just keep talking while waiting for that to advance. So what we're going to do is try to incorporate some macroeconomic theory and growth theory in particular to try to update these numbers. And truth be told, we're not going to use very cutting-edge macroeconomic theory. We're really just focusing on the difference between transition dynamics and steady states. So thinking about, does a one-time change in temperature affect GDP per capita growth temporarily, or does it affect it permanently? Or to put it differently, does a change in temperature affect transition dynamics only, or does it also affect steady-state economic growth? When we revisit the historical data through this lens, we find evidence that temperature affects the long-run level of GDP, but not the long-run growth rate of GDP. Or put differently, increases in temperature affect transition dynamics, but not steady-state growth rates. This is very different than that existing literature, which assumes that all temperature impacts on growth are permanent. And so while we find substantial economic impacts of climate change, they're going to be a lot smaller than that existing research I showed you before. Right? So for example, if comparing across countries in Africa, we find losses of 2100 GDP per capita ranging between roughly 5 and 10%, whereas that existing literature would give you numbers 50 to almost 100%. For what it's worth, our estimates are broadly consistent with the 2017 World Economic Outlook, which included a chapter on climate change. And if you compare what we've done to this existing literature I mentioned at the beginning, the big difference is all about this temporary versus permanent growth effects. We find evidence that temperature impacts are temporary, affect growth rates temporarily, while the existing literature assumes they're permanent. And of course, that leads to very different predictions when you extend projections out 80 years or more. And the assumption that temperature only affects the level of long-run GDP was an assumption maintained in the World Economic Outlook report. And so you can think about our results as providing support for a key assumption in that analysis as well. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is talk a little bit about the setting for this talk, talk about the theoretical framework that's going to motivate everything we do, and then briefly revisit the mechanics of how those numbers I showed you at the beginning, where they came from in light of that macroeconomic theory. So for our theoretical framework, we basically want the simplest and most transparent model that maintains the distinction between transition dynamics and steady states, and that's the Solow model. So our baseline framework is going to be given by, oh, sorry for the way that that's displaying. The baseline model is going to be determined by the three equations listed there, which is just the standard Solow model, except for these D of T functions. So T here is temperature, and the D of T functions tells us how temperature affects economic outcomes. So in environmental economics jargon, we would call those damage functions. And so the top line says that in this simple model, TFP is going to be given by DL times A. Oh, and I also have a bullet that's not displaying at the top there. Sorry about that. And so what that tells us is that D of L function tells us how temperature affects the level of TFP. And the second line tells us that that D of G function tells us how temperature affects the growth rate of TFP. And these are two different approaches to modeling climate damages that have been explicitly or implicitly used in the existing literature. And so what we're after in this paper is try to use empirics to distinguish between these two approaches to modeling damages and then project future impacts after kind of maintaining the distinction that we found in the data. So just to get a sense of how important this is, I'm going to start with just a couple of illustrative experiments. And in particular, just simulate the model using only one effect at a time. So assuming that temperature only affects the level of GDP and assuming that temperature only affects the growth rate of TFP. Just to keep things simple, we're going to assume that the economy starts on a balanced growth path and that temperature only changes once in time T star. And again, we're just looking at the qualitative patterns here, and I'll come back to thinking about the quantitative aspects later in the talk. So here's our baseline, an economy that's just growing along a balanced growth path. So TFP, capital per capita, output per capita are all growing at constant rates. And that last figure in the bottom right gives us the growth rate of output per capita, which is going to be crucial for distinguishing between these two approaches to modeling damages. So let's start by thinking about what happens if temperature affects the level of TFP. Well, then at time t star, we get this one-time drop in TFP, but then TFP continues to grow at its original rate. And that's going to induce all the usual transition dynamics that we see in neoclassical growth models. So capital per capita is going to grow slowly for several periods as it adjusts to its new balanced growth level, but eventually it will resume its original growth rate. And the dynamics of output per capita are essentially a combination of what happens to TFP and what happens to capital. There's an initial drop because of TFP and continued slow growth for several periods as capital adjusts. And so the upshot of all of that, as shown in the bottom right, is that when temperature affects the level of TFP, it affects the short-run growth rate of GDP per capita for several periods, but doesn't affect the long-run growth rate of GDP per capita. But we can compare that to the alternate approach to modeling damages, which is given by this solid blue line. And this is what happens if the level of temperature affects the growth rate of TFP. So in that case, in the top left, we get no initial drop in TFP, but we get a permanently lower growth rate, which translates into a lower growth rate of capital per capita and a lower growth rate of output per capita. And the big difference between the two approaches is summarized there in the bottom right. If temperature affects the growth rate of TFP, then a one-time change in temperature affects the long-run growth rate of GDP per capita versus the initial case, which it only affected the short-run growth rate. And so this difference in long-run implications is going to matter a lot when you go to project damages. If growth is lower forever versus growth is lower temporarily, of course, that gives you big differences when you simulate out 80 years. But despite the long-run differences between these two approaches, they actually have very similar short-run predictions. So in both cases, the fall in temperature slows the GDP growth rate in the short run. And that makes it really hard to distinguish between them using panel data on GDP per capita, which is what happens in existing empirical approaches. So let me talk a little bit more about those existing approaches in light of those simple illustrative dynamics. So again, apologies that the equations aren't coming through terribly clearly. So what's happening here is this is a panel regression, usually done in a country-by-year panel. The outcome variable is the growth rate of GDP per capita. There's both country and time fixed effects, so it's identifying off of relatively short-run variations in temperature. And included in the regression is both the level of temperature and the level of temperature squared. And the importance of this quadratic relationship has been a big contribution to this literature. It's capturing the intuitive fact that an increase in temperature can be beneficial if you start in a very cold climate, while an increase in temperature can be harmful if you start in a very hot climate. So again, apologies, I'm not sure what happened to some of the formatting here. What this regression assumes, or how it's built, is to ask how does the level of temperature affect the growth rate of GDP per capita, which we know from the illustrative dynamics could be true for either of the two approaches to modeling climate change. There's nothing here that's going to let us distinguish between a world where temperature affects the level of TFP and temperature affects the growth rate of TFP. However, again, apologies. However, this distinction between the two types of modeling is going to matter a lot when we think about how this literature projects those estimates of damages forward. So this is an equation that we would use to generate those 2100 numbers I showed you at the beginning. The outcome is, again, the growth rate of GDP per capita. So here, GI is the growth rate that's unrelated to temperature. And as I mentioned at the beginning, what you do is you just feed in a path of temperature, and you use this equation to calculate the dynamics of GDP per capita growth. But what's written here, and I hope is coming through at least a little bit, is it's continuing to maintain that assumption that the level of temperature affects the growth rate of GDP per capita. And in particular, it's assuming that all of those temperature impacts last forever. So if you get a one-time change in temperature, GDP growth rate is lower forever. And as you might assume, that's one of the reasons why we get such big impacts, even though there's nothing in the methodology that lets us distinguish between the two different approaches. So, okay, so now let me talk about what we're going to do in terms of quantitative analysis, like the existing literature, we're going to have two pieces. We are going to look at the historical relationship between temperature and economic outcomes, and then use those relationships to project forward. The big difference between what we're doing and what the existing literature does is we're going to ask not how temperature affects GDP per capita, but how temperature affects TFP. Because as I mentioned before, the short-run dynamics of GDP can't help us distinguish between these two approaches, but the short-run dynamics of TFP can. They have the same predictions for short-run GDP per capita, but different predictions for the short-run behavior of TFP. So we can observe the short-run behavior of TFP to learn about the long-run behavior of GDP per capita. And so we're going to use all standard data sources. There's certainly no contribution here. So our time period is going to cover 1960 to 2010. All of our economic data come from the Penn World Tables. That's going to leave us with an unbalanced panel of 156 countries. And we're going to take our historical climate data straight from Burke, Sheng, and McGill. And so the measure of temperature, just like the existing literature here, is going to be annual average temperature at the country level. Okay, and so our regression specification is going to build off of work by Bond et al., which was in the 2010 Journal of Applied Econometrics. They were looking at how investment rates affect the level and the growth rate of GDP per capita, and we're going to adapt that to think about how temperature affects the level and the growth rate of TFP. So the outcome variable now here is the change in log TFP, and let's start by thinking about that top row for the specification. We are again going to include temperature and temperature squared to get that nonlinear relationship that we talked about before. But here, we're going to take more seriously the idea that when we specify that the level of temperature is related to the growth rate of TFP, and distinguish that from the level of temperature affecting the level of TFP. So in addition to including the level of temperature, we also include the change in temperature. And so if the change in temperature affects the change in TFP, that's saying in the underlying model that the level of temperature affects the level of TFP. So if those beta coefficients are non-zero, then we have evidence for what we would call a level effect, level of temperature on level of TFP. And if those gamma terms are non-zero, we have evidence for what we call a growth effect. The level of temperature affects the growth rate of TFP. And we're actually going to run 3 regressions. The first, we're going to just assume there are only growth effects, so set those betas equal to 0 in line with the existing literature. Then we can just make the opposite assumption and assume that there are only level effects, so set the gammas equal to 0. And then most importantly, for distinguishing between them, we can run the full specification and then just test. Do we have evidence that the betas are different than 0, so there are level effects, and do we have evidence that the gammas are different than 0, which would give us the growth effects. Okay, so, oh, and I should mention, in case anyone's familiar with the sort of influential work of Dell et al., they also utilize the Bond methodology to think about the relationship between temperature and economic growth. And what they find is evidence that changes in temperature do affect the growth rate of GDP per capita in the short run. But as I pointed out previously, that's actually consistent with either modeling approach. And so we're going to contribute by focusing on TFP rather than GDP per capita, because it's the behavior of TFP that lets us distinguish between the two modeling approaches, and therefore learning about the long-run behavior of GDP per capita from the short-run behavior that we can observe in the data. And also, we're going to allow for nonlinear...
Greg, sorry to interrupt. You have 5 more minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So then we're also going to allow for the nonlinear impact of temperature following the Burke et al. So here are our primary results. So let me move fairly quickly through the first 2 tables. Again, I apologize. I don't know what's happening with the formatting. So if you just assume that there are only growth effects, you can find evidence for that. That's what the existing literature has shown with GDP per capita. And conversely, if you just made the opposite assumption and just assumed that there were only level effects, you could also find evidence for that as well. what's important is thinking about what happens if we simultaneously test for both. That's the specification that lets us determine which of these relationships hold in the underlying data. And when we do that, we find evidence for the level effects. I don't think you can see the number down there, but this is significant at the 1% level. So the data are telling us there's a lot of evidence that the level of temperature affects the level of TFP, but we no longer find strong evidence that the level of temperature affects the growth rate of TFP. So the data are strongly suggesting that the true underlying relationship is given by that DL coefficient from before. Or in other words, we should only expect changes in temperature to have temporary effects on economic growth rather than permanent effects on economic growth. We did some robustness checks, but I'm not going to have time to show those to you, so I'm just going to keep moving. And so when we project the impacts of these estimates forward, we're going to focus on at least the results from column 2, which just assume only level effects, which is what we found in column 3. Okay, I'm going to skip this. This is just pointing out that there's this nonlinear relationship that we talked about before. The fact that France is on the left, that's how you get no impact in France. It actually benefits from temperature change for a while before it's hurt. Okay, so the last thing I want to show you is what we get for projections of the impacts of climate change based on our regression results. So, and then building in this finding that the level of temperature affects the level of TFP. So to do that, again, I don't know how much you can see, we're just going to take our regression equation from column 2 and project it forward, same as the existing literature. Feed in the same paths of temperature and compare the outcomes. And so that process will give us a series for TFP with and without climate change. And then to get capital and GDP dynamics, we're just going to drop those paths of TFP into our SOLA model from before. And the result is that we can get the impacts of climate change, and I will just summarize them by, oh, I might not be able to advance further. Okay, here we go. So these are our, now it's one too far. Here are our impacts of temperature change. The first thing I'll just point out is the scale in the bottom left. So our impacts range from -10% to 10%, which is a much narrower range than the results I showed you before. And again, that's all about the fact that we found evidence that a change in temperature only affects GDP per capita temporarily, not permanently. So here, we'd get a loss in Morocco of about 4.5%, relative to about 45% in the existing literature. We get a loss in the US of about 2.5% versus about 25% in the existing literature. And that sort of order of magnitude difference holds for a wide range of countries. I think I just have about 1 minute left, if that's right. Okay, so what I just showed you was a picture, a static picture of the whole world. Here's the complementary picture. Here's the dynamics of everything aggregated up. And so we get that this path of sort of unmitigated climate change will reduce GDP per capita in 2050 by about 0.75%, and world GDP per capita in 2100 about 3.5%. The error range there reflects uncertainty just from the sampling in the regression, so not uncertainty about actual climate dynamics, and that uncertainty band at the end there spans about 0 to about 6.5, which seems really big here, but is also significantly smaller than what you would usually get. Okay, so just to briefly summarize, and again, I apologize for the formatting issues. What we argue is that looking at the short-run impact of temperature on TFP can help us distinguish between two different ways of modeling the impact of temperature on GDP per capita that have been used in the existing literature. Our evidence suggests that temperature affects the level of TFP, which means it only affects the growth of GDP per capita temporarily. And when we put that into our model, we get significant losses to GDP per capita as the result of this temperature change, but those losses are much less than the existing influential literature that assumes that all growth impacts of temperature are positive. And And so let me just reiterate that, again, we're only looking at one particular impact of climate change here, and that's temperature change. So you can think of this number as just being one component into a broader process of trying to aggregate up different levels of climate impacts. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Greg, and also for sticking to the time, in fact, shortening given that we are running late with the program. So the discussant is Felix Kubler from the University of Zurich. He's going to do it virtually, so can we...
Can you hear me now? I guess so. Please interrupt if you can't hear or you can't see the slides. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there. This is a tough time of the year. There's still exams and school vacation started for my daughter, so it's a little hard for me to travel for a few days anywhere for discussion. So I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person and I have to do this discussion online. So I'm extremely happy to discuss this paper presented by Greg. I think it's a very important paper on a very important topic, and I have many good things to say. I will end up saying a few nasty things, but they shouldn't be taken too serious. So forgive that, I'm a grumpy old man, so please forgive any nastiness. So the paper is about climate change, and let me start with 2.5 facts, which I think are important to keep in mind. So the first fact is that greenhouse gas emissions make the world warmer. So over the last 120 years, temperature rose by about 1 degree Celsius worldwide, world average temperature. I think there's no question about it. And it's caused mostly by CO2 emissions, but also by other greenhouse gases. That's a fact. It's a second fact I think we should take as given the climate forecasts from physicists. So climate physicists run these very large-scale computer simulations where they, conditional on emissions, forecast how climate is going to change over the next 90 years or 80 years. And here, RCP 8.5, used by the authors of this paper, you see two things. You see that what's called multi-model mean, so the mean of all predictions says that climate temperature is going to rise by 5 degrees, but there's a large uncertainty. So the uncertainty is roughly a factor 2, and here for RCP 8.5, it goes from 3.8 to 7.4 degrees. Okay, so at the upper end, can you imagine if the average temperature worldwide rises by 7.4%, we are somehow in trouble. Okay, and so we take as given, as a fact, that CO2 emissions, industrial CO2 emissions, are going to warm the world substantially. How much is going to depend on us choosing economic policy instruments between one of these scenarios. Okay? So what do economics, where does economics come in? So it's the physicists who make this forecast, and they're obviously doing it much better than we do. Well, why is warming bad? So that is the economic question. So somehow, and Greg explained this, we have to figure out, what's bad about warmer temperature. And maybe in some countries like Finland, it's not so bad. But in other countries like Switzerland, where they don't have air conditioning, it's horrible, okay? Even now it's horrible. So the main purpose, I think, of economic work here is to figure out the damages. And then, of course, giving damages, we can think about optimal carbon taxes and optimal policy, which is not subject of this paper, but clearly subject of economics. Okay, just to give you an idea about what economics says. So Nordhaus, obviously probably the most famous climate economist, estimates this warming over the next 300 years. And so it depends a little bit on what climate scenario we take. It depends a little bit on whether we take pessimistic and optimistic. But you see here that if we are in a pessimistic scenario, the optimal, so this is optimal, this is with optimal policy, the optimal warming in Nordhaus is about 4 degrees. Okay, now Paris says 1.5, that's down here. That's Paris. So clearly these IPCC people go crazy when they see what economists do about warming. So the IPCC thinks that everything between 1.5 and 2 degrees is bad, and everything beyond 2 degrees is the world falling off a cliff, leading to disaster. So how is it possible that there are such big differences between a Nobel laureate in economics who thinks that it's optimal to have the world warm by up to 4 degrees, and international policy thinking that 2 degrees is the limit? And as Greg pointed out, what's at the heart of this difference is how to quantify damages. And obviously there are natural disasters, which are on everybody's mind, caused by climate change. But, if you think about it, these damages are not that substantial. So the big question is, does this higher temperature have negative effects on total factor productivity in levels? And does it have negative effects on the growth rate? And so Greg explained this very nicely. So you think of a standard neoclassical growth model. TFP is A, TFP in different regions is AIT at time T. And so what you see is that there could be a growth effect, these gammas. So it could be that higher temperature means lower growth. And there could be a level effect, these betas, higher temperature means just lower levels of TFP, growth rate staying the same. Okay, in addition, there could also be rainfall, obviously important for agriculture. These are the P's in here. Okay, and so as Greg showed, their main result is quite striking and quite damaging for the growth rate people. Okay, so if you take a panel of countries and over time back out TFP using the assumption of Cobb-Douglas utility, you see that the growth effect, the gammas, is not there. Okay, so if you look at this column, you see there's nothing. It completely goes away, but there are significant betas. There are significant level effects. Okay, so TFP growth stays more or less the same. Nobody has a clue why it stays like that and what it's going to be, but it's unlikely that global warming is going to reduce growth rates permanently. What global warming is going to do is it's going to reduce TFP permanently. Okay, so I think that's a very important result, and that makes this a great paper. Now, as a second step, the authors now go and say, let's try to work more with the level effects we find. So let's think more about what these level effects do. And as Greg showed, they estimate this parabola, which says that there's an optimal level of temperature, which happens to be more or less the US. And then when it gets hotter, productivity drops. And so clearly, as it gets hotter in India here, it's going to be pretty bad for Indians because they're already at a high slope. So any increase in temperature for India is going to be horrible. Any increase in temperature for France is going to be pretty good. Okay, now I come to my nasty comments, as I said. So first of all, this is more or less exactly what Crosell and Smith did on a more granular data set. So I think the authors should definitely explain and compare the results to Crosell and Smith. Surprisingly, they find very similar optimal temperatures and very similar shapes. So there's actually some good news in there, which is that a completely independent earlier study finds almost exactly the same relationship. Then the authors go on and project forward what's going to happen to GDP per capita in different regions. And with the damage function they find, they find very modest losses. So very hard hit is typically in these models India. So I put India here, not because it's really an example of an important, very big country, which in most studies is going to be very negatively affected by climate change. And it's also negatively affected, obviously, in this study. But the level effect is about 10%. So this is saying whatever GDP in capita in India will be in 2100, we are 10% lower. Now, the authors say it themselves in their introduction, okay? So the crucial part is here, by estimating the historical impacts using estimates to project forward, they make huge amounts of assumptions. So this is like macroeconomics before Lucas, and that's not a compliment. Okay, this is taking a completely reduced form model without any theory why temperature should be bad for TFP, and using it to projecting forward what will happen if temperature increases by 5 degrees in India, and they find GDP losses of 10%. I honestly think that's not a very good use of economists' time to put forward these numbers. Okay, so clearly it is important to see that there are no growth effects, or we can find no growth effects in the data. But in order to think about damages caused by climate change, to simply take the historical data on TFP effects and project them forward, I think it's a very bad idea. And just to point out some better ways of doing it, and some people who find much higher land numbers. So Kruse and Rossi-Hansberg built a full-scale general equilibrium model with migration, agglomeration, and things like that, and find GDP losses from 20 to 30% for India. So that's a factor 3. And this is also only level effects. There are no growth effects in Kruse and Rossi-Hansberg. Michael Greenstone in Chicago has this huge factory, which is called EPIC, where people go out and actually estimate micro effects of damages. So in Bangladesh, people just stop working when it becomes very hot. In India, people die when it becomes very hot. So health effects and labor supply effects are most likely to be much larger than this just historical TFP data the authors point out in their study. Okay, so Swiss Re, not that they are very good economists, but Swiss Re estimates the GDP losses for India to be up to minus 35% by 2048. Okay, and they don't have growth effects. It's all level effects, but it's taking serious the micro effects of GDP growth. Okay, so that's all I have to say. As I said, the end was a bit of a grumpy old man. I think it's a very good paper. Now let's just put one last thing let's put in perspective what 10% level means. Here's GDP of a very famous European country, an EU member, where growth was 0 from essentially 2008 onwards up until now. And these are level effects of 20 to 30%. And this is caused by climate change. The Greek people would say it's caused by the IMF or Wolfgang Schäuble. I don't think that's true, but it's certainly not caused by climate change. So GDP losses of 10% in the long run are not something which should justify the research and the fear we have of climate change. But it is true that it's also most likely not a very good, accurate estimate to work with. Okay, so that was my discussion. Thanks a lot. And again, sorry that I cannot be there. I hope anybody heard this, or I just talked to myself the entire time. Okay. I was told 10 minutes. I'm happy to talk more, but I think I went over my 10 minutes even, so.
However, when it comes to your arguments for using parameters estimated on a period before high levels of growth in temperatures, you haven't presented why would this parameter prevail in the future. That is, maybe we will reach a breaking point above which all these parameters will become irrelevant, and the impact of more increase, marginal increase, will be disastrous, not as it was before the current date. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another question here.
Yes, thank you. So you have in your model the temperature changes, but what about population changes? And I am thinking specifically about climate migration. Thank you.
One more question, I think. The lady in...
Thank you for your research. I have two questions. The first one relating to our R-square adjusted. It's about 12%. How strong this can be? It's very low. And the second remark concerning precipitation. It is a rather counterintuitive finding that precipitation is not relevant in your model, especially that the lack of precipitation can cause many damage to agricultural activity and then economic activity as a whole. Thank you.
There's one more question, Greg. Maybe we'll take that and then hand over the floor to you.
Yes, thank you. Actually, it is a bit related to this. Did you run the same estimates with some control variables? And did you try with sectoral TFPs, something like this?
Thank you. Greg, maybe I'll quickly add one, taking the chair's privilege. The difference, the order of magnitude difference is just dramatic, dramatically different. The first slide you showed 20% for the world as a whole, 98% for India. I think, and some of your estimates. So maybe I think for the audience, if you could highlight a bit, is a difference in counterfactual, is a difference in temperature versus broader climate change, or level versus growth as what you're highlighting. And this has hugely different policy implications, by the way. If you think about an emerging economy, if temperatures have low impact on productivity, it's policy implications for climate mitigation strategies are totally different. So the floor is all yours. Greg, maybe you can take 5 minutes or so to also respond to the discussant's remarks and some of the questions as you would like.
So thank you very much to Felix for the thoughtful discussion and to everyone for their questions. Let me start by responding to what I think was Felix's sort of main point, and also closely related to the first question as well, which is, how do we know that these past relationships are informative about what's going to happen in the future? And the truth is, I'm incredibly sympathetic to the argument that perhaps those relationships are going to change. I still think it's important to conduct these analyses precisely because we as economists might want to see structural models where we're thinking about how these relationships might want to change. It's these reduced form projections that are driving policy discussions in the environmental space. And so being able to think about what are the economic assumptions in that setting and how might we update them, using sort of very standard macroeconomic theory to get sort of order of magnitude differences, I think tells us a lot about how we should be thinking about those existing estimates. And it seems perfectly reasonable to me if a takeaway from this is, you know what, I don't really put a lot of stock in those existing estimates because I don't want to trust historical relationships, and for the same reason you don't want to trust our point estimates either. I think that's a perfectly reasonable response. By the nature of climate change, it's unprecedented. We're going to see changes that don't have historical precedents, so whenever you're trying to use historical data to think about the future, you're very limited. That said, that is what is currently done to think about the economic impacts of climate change, is to do those projections. So I think it's really helpful to kind of bring some more macroeconomics to bear on updating those, which I think we've taken part of the steps towards. And as Felix mentioned, there's a lot more that can be done in terms of trying to better understand the micro foundations for those effects that might lead to more, more structurally sound projections. I think that's perfectly reasonable. One thing I do just want to quickly mention is, I showed you these big differences between the IPCC and what we get. There's kind of a separate issue of what does Nordhaus get in these macroeconomic models. Surprisingly, a lot of the difference between what the IPCC says and what Nordhaus says isn't driven by damage estimates. So for example, before any of these growth effects came out, the IPCC was already saying that 2 degrees Celsius was sort of a cap beyond which there was going to be catastrophic impacts, while Nordhaus was saying 3.5 degrees was sort of optimal. And a lot of that actually has to do with the heterogeneity of impacts and how the heterogeneity of impacts are treated in these different models, as well as just the sort of implicit normative weight that's put on either economic or outcomes that can't be measured in terms of economics or just non-economic outcomes. How much weight do you put on the value of the environment, totally separate from its effect on production? Just quickly going through some of the other comments. There was a question about migration. Yeah, we're not considering that here, but obviously that's probably going to have first order impacts as well. Probably in relation to temperature, but you would think even more so in relation to types of climate impacts that we haven't even begun to consider here, things like sea level rise, natural disasters. And so I completely agree that a full accounting of the impacts of climate change has to take that into account. Another question was the low adjusted R squared. Yes, it's absolutely the case that changes in temperature don't explain a lot of what happens to TFP growth rates. So a lot of other things matter. I guess I don't interpret that as a priori evidence that we're not capturing the correct impacts of temperature, only that it is but a small part of what moves TFP around. There was another good question about, have you done it with sector level TFP? We have not, in large part just because of our desire to sort of, as I mentioned at the beginning, keep what we're doing as close to what's being done in these influential policy reports, and then just incorporating these macroeconomic dynamics. But my sense is also that looking at sector level TFP creates a lot of data hurdles if you want to consider a heterogeneous sample. I have other work that looks at the impact of climate on TFP in the US at the sector level, sector by state level, and even there it's hard to get sufficient data to conduct the analyses. And then the question at the end was, what is really driving these order of magnitude differences? We do some analyses in the paper which really suggests this is all about level versus growth effects. So, but again, the way to interpret the results is changes in what historical relationships between temperature and economic outcomes tell us about future relationships between temperature and economic outcomes. It doesn't tell us about impacts of climate change unrelated to temperature, sea level rise, natural disasters, mortality impacts, right? All of which we think are going to be significant. And as Felix and many people have mentioned, maybe we don't want to use historical relationships to think about the future impacts of climate. But to the extent that we already do that, and to the extent that we want to take those seriously, the implications differ dramatically when you start to build in more thinking about macroeconomic dynamics and the distinction between transitions and steady states. I think that.
Thank you very much, Greg, and for a very provocative paper, and thanks to Felix as well for the discussion. So let's move on to the next paper, Asset Overhang and Technological Change, and Joris Stielens from National Bank of Belgium. Joris, you have 25 minutes.
Thanks. So I have the honor of standing between you guys and lunch, so I'll be stepping up the pace a little bit. Let's see if this works. That's the previous paper still. So anyway, thanks for having this paper on the conference program, and thanks for Fabrizio for accepting the invitation to discuss the paper. So this is joint work with Hans and Tarek. They're both at KU Leuven. I'm at the National Bank of Belgium, so the usual disclaimer applies. And the title of the paper, which will be on the board soon, is Asset Overhang and Technological Change. And in a nutshell, the purpose of this paper is to try to understand why investors finance innovative projects when these innovative projects disrupt their legacy portfolio, right? It's still the previous presentation.
Saira, we need to change the presentation. Yeah, okay.
So the motivation of this paper is basically coming from two types of anecdotal facts or anecdotal evidence. And the first type of anecdotal evidence is coming from the observation that technological change often disrupts legacy portfolios. And I have this example in the slideshow about Montauk Credit Union, which is a particular credit union in New York. And they were placed under conservatorship. And the reason is that a large part of its credit portfolio was non-performing. And it was non-performing because it was mainly contained a significant amount of credit lines to old school taxi cab operators that were really struggling to reimburse their credit lines because Uber had just entered New York City, right? Another example, which I had in the slideshow, is about, let me see if it works now. You want me to continue or pause? Okay, so there it is, perfect. So let me skip the slides that I just talked about. Which button is it exactly? So we're here. So the second example where technological change often or affects legacy positions of investors is the automotive sector, basically, where we're seeing the shift of internal combustion engines towards electric vehicles. And the quote there is taken from an investment report, and they basically make the case that producing electric vehicles is significantly different from producing internal combustion engines. And so a lot of the assets that these legacy dirty car makers have pledged to their banks is actually becoming quite useless in the current transition period. So given that technological change often affects legacy portfolios of investors, investors are very likely to take this into account if they have the chance, right? And there is some evidence on that, for example, as well. So in 2020, there was this venture capital firm that would like to that considered investing in Olive. So Olive is this U.S. startup that was developing artificial intelligence for the healthcare sector. But ultimately, this capital venture decided to reject the investment opportunity, and they made the case like, look, what you're doing, or the project that you have in mind is very interesting, it's very novel. We also have a portfolio firm that is doing something similar, a little less cutting edge. But if we were to support you, we would really be cannibalizing our legacy portfolio. So we're going to pass on the opportunity to invest in you. And there are other examples where this has happened. There is a case for Tesla, for Ford, and so on. But the interesting thing is that in the case of Olive, there was a venture capitalist that decided to invest in this firm, even though it would cannibalize its investment position. So it's interesting to shed a little bit more light on these investment decisions when there are externalities on the legacy portfolio of the investor. So to conceptually clarify what we have in mind, so we have this investor that has a legacy portfolio, firm A, and in comes this new firm B, which poses an externality on firm A. So in our empirical application, we're going to say or consider that firm B is a firm that is engaged in developing and or diffusing climate change mitigation technologies, right? So think of this as Tesla stealing away business from firm A, a dirty legacy car maker, or devaluing the collateral of these car makers, right? And what we're going to call asset overhang is the reduced incentive of investors to finance this innovative firm because of the externalities that it imposes on its legacy portfolio. And we're going to connect this to the economy's capacity to innovate and diffuse these technologies. Right, so I was told that there was a mix of journalists and academics and policymakers and everything in between in the audience. So there is a little bit of theory in the paper, a little bit of empirics, and a little bit of policy stuff. So I hope it speaks to all types of audience. In terms of theory, we're going to study this asset overhang thing theoretically. We're going to highlight the conditions under which investors effectively ration new technologies. And we're going to distill two effects, basically. So the legacy effect, which is binding at the individual investor level, it tells us that investors, they internalize these externalities, they want a compensation from the investor, and they're going to basically ration these projects. And then there is a market structure effect, which tells us that the distribution of this asset overhang problem in the economy matters. So if you have some investors that have a low exposure to these externalities, they are quite willing to invest, and they're going to trigger lending from all other investors in the investor population as well. In terms of empirics, we're going to focus on green Belgian firms, green meaning engaged in developing climate change mitigation technologies or diffusing them, and whether they are being rationed by Belgian banks in the market for corporate credit. I mean, there are a few points that would motivate this application. First of all, there is a large threat from green technologies on dirty legacy firms. All banks in Belgium, they have, to some extent, a dirty portfolio, so they're all more or less, to varying degrees, exposed to these externalities. And finally, banks are always an interesting type of investor for policy implications. The punchline of the empirical results is in the top. So what we see is that banks really try to ration green firms when these green firms, they hurt their portfolio, right? What we show is, and I'm cutting some corners here, is that these disruptive green innovators, they're 4 to 5 percentage points less likely to receive credit vis-à-vis non-disruptive counterparts. And diffusers, they're 1 percentage point less likely. But there is this market structure effect which tells us that some banks in the Belgian economy, they're less exposed and they're more willing to lend, and they're dampening or counterbalancing this rationing effect. At the end of the day, we do see that a lot of these disruptive green firms, they get finance, and it's an interesting question to see, okay, which bank are they matching up with? And it turns out that it's the bank with the lowest asset overhang problem. It's 88 percentage points more likely to break the barrier to a particular green technology. And then there are also some results for the interesting intensive margin, but I'll likely not get there. So I'm skipping the literature slide as well. Theory. So what we have is an extension of the Holmstrom and Tirol model. So it's nothing fancy. So we have this investor that is considering to invest in firm 2, and firm 2 approaches this investor to get an amount of investment I. And this firm can do two things. Either it can put in a lot of effort, in which case the probability that this project is successful is large, and the net present value of this project is going to be positive. Or the firm could take a laissez-faire attitude, be lazy, in which case the probability of success is low, and the net present value of this project is negative. Investors know this, so they're going to set up the contract in a way that two conditions are satisfied. So the incentive compatibility, which means that it will leave enough money on the table for the firm to effectively start up this project, and an individual rationality condition, which means that it would really like to incentivize the firm to step up its effort and so on. In the case of the monopoly investor, you can write down the investor's profit as a function of the cash amount A that the firm brings to the table, and you see that there is a rationing zone. So if the firm does not have enough cash, it will get rationed. This is the standard Holmstrom and Tirol model. So we extend it in 2 dimensions. So dimension 1 is we assume that this investor has a legacy portfolio in firm 1. And this new firm that goes to the investor for a project is not just any firm, it's a disruptive firm. And it imposes an externality on firm 1. This could be an increase in the probability of default, or, and this is going to be the assumption in the theoretical setup, is that it's going to decrease the collateral value of this firm, right? And the issue is, of course, this investor has an investment in firm 1, and it's cast in stone, so it cannot be changed or updated or modified. So it's going to demand compensation from firm 2, and this compensation is going to take the form of an additional amount of cash that the firm should bring to the table. So an additional rationing, an increase in the rationing zone. Next, we're going to move away from the monopoly setup, and we're going to consider a setup of competitive investors. And first, we're going to focus on a homogeneous setup where all these investors, they have the same amount of legacy portfolio that is exposed to this externality. And what we see is that whatever investor this firm goes to, they all face the same externality, so it's going to be rationed by all these investors in the same way. So the rationing zone increases from A bar to the A bar on the right-hand side. Now suppose that these investors are heterogeneous in the sense that their legacy positions, they are to varying degrees exposed. This could be for multiple reasons. For example, the collateral that is pledged to the legacy firm, by the legacy firm, is completely insensitive to the entry of the green firm. And in that case, what we're going to see in the model is that the rationing zone is determined by the investor with the lowest asset overhang, right? And to understand why this is the case, well, whichever investor invests in the project, all investors in the investor population are going to suffer the externality, but it's only going to be the investor that effectively invests in the firm that is going to grab a little bit of the return, right? And all investors, they know this, so they must all equally likely or willing to invest in this project, because otherwise they will only suffer the externality but not get any of the return, right? So there is a set of assumptions underlying the model. I'm not going to go through them, but from the theoretical setup, we basically distill 2 types of empirical predictions. One is the legacy effect, meaning the more you threaten the investors in the economy, the less likely you're going to get credit. Second, there is a market structure effect. If there are some investors that have no or few exposures to the investment, they're going to set the rationing barrier. Right, so question, do the green firms in the Belgian economy suffer from this asset overhang problem? We're going to develop our empirical evidence in 2 steps. Step 1, we're going to measure these green externalities. So Fabrizio has read the paper, and for me personally, this is like a significant detour in the paper, but it's important. Why? Because we really want to understand what part of the bank's portfolio is going to be affected by the green firms. So we need to really properly measure the externalities that are at risk. How do we do this? We bring together 3 pieces of measurement. First of all, identify the green firms. These are the firms that are going to generate externalities and that are potentially going to get rationed. Second of all, we're going to introduce notions of economic proximity. How close is this green firm to the brown firms? And we're going to focus on 2 types of economic impacts, like the performance impact on brown firms and the collateral valuation of brown firms. We're going to use these results in step 2, where we're going to identify the part of the bank's portfolio that is at risk to the entry or the technology of a particular green firm, and we're going to show some rationing results on the extensive margin. Does the firm get bank credit, yes or no? Matching, which bank is he matching with? And then in the intensive margin later on. So measuring green firms, so we're going to decompose all firms in green firms and dirty firms, and then the green firms, we either consider them as being green innovators or green diffusers. Green innovators, these are guys that develop new technology. We measure them from PATSTAT. So PATSTAT is a database that documents all patents that are applied for by firms, and we're going to focus on firms that apply for green patents. Green patents, it's easy to identify because the OECD has developed this dedicated taxonomy. So this is really like new stuff, like a new way of extracting energy from ocean tides, or a new way of processing wastewater and so on. On the other end, we have green diffusers. These are just simply guys that buy and sell green products that they have not invented themselves. So this is taken from a structural business survey that we have in Belgium. So this is really like a bakery putting solar panels on its roof, or a bakery buying a smart thermostat and these kind of things. So this is very different from the notion that you typically have in this literature, where diffusion is measured by citing patents and so on. This is not what bakeries do. So it's a very plain vanilla day-to-day stuff. We next unpack the notion of green innovators in 2 types. So green product innovators. These are guys that develop new green products that they bring to the market. Think of Tesla. And on the other hand, we have green process innovators. So they develop new processes that they integrate in their business, in their production technology. So for example, there is an example in the paper by AB InBev, so the largest beer producer in Belgium, that has developed this new way of, or this more water-friendly way of producing beer. And we distinguish between these 2 types of innovation using text mining routines. And then on the other hand, we have green adopters and green providers. So green adopters are firms that buy green technology. Green providers are firms that sell it. Okay, so we know who the green firms are. Next, we want to measure how close they are to the brown firms. And we're drawing on this econ literature that has developed these metrics to say whether a firm is close to another firm in the product space or in the technology space. Closeness in the product space is measured by the overlap in the customer portfolio between 2 firms. And in the technology space, we're going to focus on the overlap of the supplier portfolio. Empirically, we're going to calibrate these things, so PI and TIJ, based on 2 decades of firm-to-firm transactions. So we exactly know who these guys are buying from and selling from, so we can have a sense of proximity. So for an individual green firm, the firms in its technology space and the firms in its product space, they don't need to overlap. For example, I've put up this example of British Airways, which is competing with Eurostar in the product space, because they both focus on, or both target transport of people across the channel. But it's different. It's not different in the sense that they're not in the same technology space, because the one is using trains, the other one is using planes. British Airways is not competing with DHL in the product space, because DHL focuses on transporting goods. But they do share the same technology because they both rely on plates. So this is an important distinction to keep in mind. So we know who the green firms are, we know how close they are to the dirty firms, then we try to isolate the economic impact on these brown firms. And we're going to focus on two metrics, a performance metric and an asset pledgeability metric, so value of pledged assets. For performance, we're going to focus on annual changes in corporate sales and annual changes in household sales. In the paper, we also zoom in on the dirty firms that borrow from banks, so there we actually see the probabilities of default that these guys have. But I'm not going to show the results here. And then for asset pledgeability, we're going to focus on excessive write-downs, which dirty firms are required to do if the book value is too excessive in terms of its actually underlying economic value, and whether they are experiencing a loss when they liquidate these assets. This is rendering okay, but what we find is when we bring this all this together in the context of a regression framework and we relate firm performance and asset pledgeability to entry of particular green activities in the product and technology space, we basically generate a set of results. So for innovation, for example, we see is that product innovation or enhanced product innovation in the product space of a dirty firm depresses the performance of the dirty firms. And this is like a standard result in innovation. We're just showing this for a particular application of climate change. Green process innovation is also dampening the performance of the dirty firms in the same product space. Why? Well, I mean, if these process innovators, they're more efficient in producing things, more cost-friendly, they're likely to have an advantage in the product market, and that's what we see here as well. And then finally, what we see is that enhanced presence of green process innovators in the technology space of dirty firms is causing these firms to have it's increasing the incidence that these dirty firms have to book these write-downs and have to sell their assets at a loss. We can do the same thing for diffusion. Not going to go through the results, but what we learn from this, and that's the most important thing, is for each individual green firm, by the very nature of its green activity, we know the set of brown firms that are exposed to this green firm. From the Belgian Corporate Credit Register, which documents all bank credit between banks and firms, we know who these brown firms are borrowing from. So taking this together, we know exactly the exposure of a bank vis-a-vis...
Sorry to interrupt.
5 minutes? Okay. So we know exactly the exposure of the banks to an individual green firm. So we're piecing this together in a vector theta that we're throwing in a regression framework and see whether this has an impact on rationing. So I'm going to skip this. So the regression framework is this. So on the left-hand side, we have a dummy indicator whether this firm is a borrower, yes or no, and it's going to depend on the legacy effect, which is like how threatening you are to the banking sector. So we're going to take the median exposure. And then a market structure effect, which is the minimum of this factor. So if there is an investor that has a very, very low exposure to this green firm, this might counteract the rationing effect in the first covariate. And what we find is that these things, they seem to hold in the data. So having being a disruptive green innovator makes it 4.3 percentage points less likely that you receive credit. But there is this market structure effect that is counterbalancing this a little bit. Skip this. So there are some results for matching. I'm going to skip this as well. And then for the intensive margin, I'm going to skip that as well. So let me go ahead to the policy implications. So the first two, they're more or less related to the climate change application, and the last one is like, okay, this asset overhang story, where else does this apply? So the first policy implication is that if you want to stimulate innovation and the diffusion of this innovation, it's good to have new investors in the economy, because these new investors, they do not have a legacy portfolio that they want to protect. Our results also tell us that this new institution has a particular funding capacity, but it will also trigger funding from all the other investors in the investor population. And this is not just a theoretical exercise. I mean, in the UK, you have the UK Green Investment Bank. You also have the Green Credit Department of ICBC in China. So these things are already happening, so that's a good thing. second part, or second potential policy implication is how do we integrate these climate change concerns in our macroprudential framework? I mean, the ECB and the European Banking Authority, they have sent out this recommendations, and one of these recommendations, for example, is that banks, they should ask for collateral that is insensitive to climate change, and that means both insensitive to rising sea levels and so on, but also asking them to be mindful of transition risk, namely, more specifically, for example, asking these dirty car makers not to pledge their dirty facilities, but start asking them to pledge stuff that is actually not as exposed to climate change. So what we show or one takeaway from our analysis is that this not only makes the financial system sounder, it also triggers funding to these brown firms, to these green firms. Sorry. How much time do I have left? 2 minutes. Okay, let me conclude, and let me not conclude with what is on this slide. Let me conclude with an example, because I have the impression that examples always take a little bit longer than a slide like this. So most of you guys, you have Instagram on your cell phone. Instagram did not start out as a photo sharing service. It started out as a geolocation service. So at that time, it got seed funding from this particular venture capitalist in the US. And this venture capitalist also had legacy exposure to PicPlease, which was another firm that was actually working on a picture sharing service. So at some point, Instagram started pivoting its activities towards this picture sharing service, and this venture capitalist said, look, what you're doing now, I mean, you're cannibalizing my portfolio, I'm going to divest in you, so basically rationing this firm because it started to hurt its legacy portfolio. So what we're showing in this paper is that banks, they actually have the same type of behavior in the Belgian economy, where they ration the green firms if they threaten their exposure in terms of their credit portfolio. So let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Joris. Very interesting presentation. Let's move to Given that we are getting close to lunch, I'll just hand over the floor to Fabrizio Cor from Erasmus. Fabrizio, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. So this is the clicker. Let me try. Okay, great, perfect. So thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for having me here discussing this great paper. This is an easy job because the paper is very good. It's relevant, it's ambitious, it is carefully done. It all stems from this very interesting and relevant research question, develops a tractable and clever model, has access to terrific data, and from combining the model and the data, derive complex and precise empirical test empirically the prediction of the model, deriving important policy implications. Okay, so the research question is very easy. It's very clever but simple. Do financiers, banks, venture capital, ration credit to new entrants in a market that potentially impose negative externalities on the legacy assets? So the assets of the firm that are already financed by the financier. It's a very good and clever research question. It sits at the intersection of several strands of literature. The paper has this interesting application to the green economy, but is not necessarily limited to that. It studies the case of the banking sector in Belgium and potentially proposes a new channel through which competition among financiers could impact innovation and entrance of new innovative firms. So let me comment a bit on the research question. The first thing is the application to the green economy, whether this problem, this friction of asset overhang, could be more relevant in other settings. So the paper, it's actually titled as technological change in its title, exactly because of this. But I think that there is value added in studying in particular the green economy, because the green transition often implies private and non-monetary externalities, okay? But also externalities at the public level. Next is whether, so bottom line, I think this is a very good application. The second is whether asset over rank is more relevant for banking intermediaries. Here, I'm not so sure. So all of the examples that Joris gave us during the presentation actually refer to venture capitalists mostly, or VC-backed firms. So is this the best setting to study this question? Also, given that venture capitalists and angels investors are those that are most likely to finance disruptive innovations. Or another potential setting where this is interesting, where this could be a relevant problem, are big conglomerates with implications for the corporate venture capital sector and potential killer acquisitions, okay? So I think that this paper could be generalized towards other applications. As Joris guided us through, the paper has a clever and tractable theoretical model where there is a moral hazard friction that induces the sharing of profits between entrepreneurs and financiers, and entrepreneurs have collateral to pledge in order to get funded, but investors could enter the market. Sorry, innovators could enter the market and decrease the value of the collateral of those that are already being funded, but competition among investors, among financiers, could somehow solve this problem, because those financiers that are less invested in legacy assets have a bigger incentive to finance these innovators. Okay. So here, some comments are a bit technical. I'm going to go over them very quickly. But there are two forms of collateral for incumbents and entrants in the model, which don't add much in my view. One thing is whether the asset over rank friction and problem can be generated in the model without the introduction of moral hazard, so without the need of what we call technically an incentive compatibility constraint. Because I have a bit the feeling that much of the asset over rank problems actually stem more from the moral hazard rather than the externality. And second thing, in the model, and this goes back to my previous comment, financiers seems to use, so the author says they use equity-like contracts, which is a bit at odds with then the application to the banking sector. But I actually think that if you look at the payoff that Joris showed us in the presentation, they actually look like debt much more than equity. And then lastly, there is this problem that through competition of financiers, this asset over rank problem tend to disappear really fast. Now, and I'm wondering, this is just a suggestion for Joris, whether adding a search cost in the model could somehow preserve the friction of asset over rank in the model. Okay, and then the second part of the paper is this very complex but very precise empirical model where the team of researchers is able to identify, and this is very cool, the overlap in product and technology spaces among firms, to identify competitors along several dimensions, to identify which firms can be flagged as green entrants, and document negative externalities on the value of collateral of brown firms that is caused by the entrance of green firms, and documenting that this generates credit rationing for these green firms. This is again one suggestion. The paper is really big. It's a really big paper, and it's really nice. But they go really fine into studying these green entrants And so differentiating between product innovators, process innovators, I think it's a cool thing to do, but I would rather have beforehand a quick overview of what the externality is before actually going down in this fine level of detail. This is a super technical thing for EURIS. The empirical model features both a firm fixed effect and a lag-dependent variable with a lot of firms and very few time periods. This can introduce some lags, so it may be worth looking into that. And another thing is the measure of credit rationing, which I think the authors go a bit soft on. Like, whether a firm gets credit or not, we can then observe that those do not get credit. We infer that these are rationed. This is a bit of a leap of faith. So whether, yeah, sure, I'm basically done. So it would be really interesting at the end of the day to study whether these green firms actually apply for credit. I know that there are data limitations to do that, or whether these green firms get actually denied credit rather than whether they get credit in equilibrium or not. Because maybe these green firms have less need for credit, for this particular source of funding. I know venture capital is not super big in Belgium, but still, these may be firms that compete on the global stage. So we don't know where these firms are getting their credit from and whether they're really rationed. These papers have very important policy implication, and the introduction of a non-legacy bank that could be a public development bank could solve this overranked problem. But here I would like to know the impact of search costs. Banks could be incentivized to lend to green firms through favorable risk weighting of their assets. What about the introduction of public guarantees? It's a bit of my area of expertise, so I wonder whether this is also a policy implication of their paper. We could introduce specific macroprudential policies like green stress tests for bank assets. And with that, my time is up. So thank you very much for having me. I leave the floor for questions and then lunch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fabrizio. So I've been asked, we can take at most 2 questions from the audience. I see a number of hands from my IMF colleagues, maybe Antonio and followed by Roberto.
It reminds me very much of the canal mania in the 18th century, in 19th century in the US, when banks were heavily exposed to canals. When railroad came, there was a financial crisis, so new financial actors came. So it's an old story. The question is the following: are the incumbent reluctant, financial incumbent too reluctant to the new green companies because they do not have expertise, or, as you suggest, because they don't want to cannibalize their own business? Because I suspect that also financial institutions have specific expertise, so it's not easy for them to switch to new technology. And second, what is specific on climate in this paper? In the sense, could you say the same for any new way of innovation? In this respect, I would suggest something. For climate, what is specific is that it's really politically driven, because it's a transition which is political. We want the transition. Do existing companies, are existing companies' interests also influence the political mechanism rather than limiting the lending to the newcomers? In the sense that if I have a stranded assets, I do not lend to the newcomers, but also I push a lot of pressure politically. Probably this is bigger than not lending and easier to measure.
Roberto?
Thanks. So this is a very nice paper, but I have a question which is a little bit what Fabrizio was hinting in his comment. So to what extent your results are really specific or apply to this traditional relationship banking-based European financial system as opposed to a more arm's length, market-based, Anglo-Saxon, if you want, financial system. I mean, we wrote a world economic chapter, I mean, my old days when I was in research, which showed that the arm's length, market-based financial system is more efficient in allocating resources, more conducive to long-term growth relative to the traditional relationship-based, bank-based European way of doing financial deals. And this is kind of a way of rationalizing that line of argument. And the second question is on the policy. You seem to imply that, you know, a public bank may resolve the problem getting in and starting doing green loans. And what about rather creating incentives for banks to get rid of the brown or to sell the brown loans? I mean, they're not bad loans from a financial perspective, but they're bad on a social, environmental way. What about some incentives or some structure that allows them to get rid of those legacy and create space for the new ones, for the green ones, rather than just getting a public banks going there and start lending around?
Thank you, Roberto. I'll just squeeze in, a question which is very related to Roberto's. Similarly, I just wonder whether creating a new institution, especially a public one, is a solution to this problem, and you can create, incentives within the private system. So, Joris, you have 5 minutes max to answer the discussant and any of the questions you would like to take.
Okay, let me pool some of these things together, so I'm not going to answer everything question by question, but I think a key comment by Fabrizio was focusing on whether the firm gets credit as the relevant indicator is a little bit of a stretch. What we observe are equilibrium outcomes. We don't know what is going on before that. In Belgium, we have this system in place, and I think the Bank of Italy has it as well, where if a firm goes to a bank, the bank is able to access or request or consult, let's say, the credit register. So you have some information on what's going on before this matching process takes place. And there we might, because we have it in Belgium as well, there we might be able to back out a little bit more information whether the firm approached the bank and it was ultimately rationed. So I think that's something we can definitely explore. With respect to the application, so for this asset overhang story to materialize, you need two ingredients. You need to have an externality on the legacy portfolio, and you need the entire population of investors to have, to some degree being exposed to this. And the climate change application checks all boxes, but there are other applications. One thing that pops in mind is niche technologies. Because for niche technologies, the population of investors that are actually interested in investing this is relatively small. Plus, and this goes a little bit into the direction of specialization and knowledge of the sector, those investors that actually have knowledge of the technology and are able to appreciate its value and its externalities, they typically also already have a legacy portfolio in that sector or technology, right? So these things, there are, of course, many investors that have no exposure to this technology, but they don't have the knowledge to invest in that technology either. So they're not really eligible investors. So in our empirical application, we're just canceling those out. When it comes to this public bank, I think it's interesting because it would have like a dedicated objective to support climate change. With all the required knowledge to support these things as well. So that would, again, have this type of specialization by default. And the second thing is, if you have these public institutions, and as time evolves, these guys, they will develop some legacy positions. But if it's a public or a quasi-public institution, they might be exempted to factor in these externalities on their portfolio as well. So having this explicit mandate to support the transition and allowing them to cancel out or not take into account these externalities is definitely an interesting way forward. Why do we focus on banks? Of course, we have the data, but there is also a reason. One important assumption underlying this model is that the investor should not be easy for the investor to offload its positions that are exposed to the externality. This is the case for venture capitalists. This is the case for banks. When we look at the data and we tease out this part of the legacy positions that are short-term and long-term, we do see that banks do not react to their short-term legacy positions because they will mature in the short run. They will not be, by the time the externality materializes, these guys are long off the books, so it's fine. It's a long-term exposure that banks are really reacting to. I'm running out of time, so in the interest of everybody's stomach, which is empty by now, let me stop here and let's go for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joris and Greg, for two very interesting papers, and to Felix and Fabrizio for excellent discussions. Thank you, everyone. Just an announcement, the next session will start at 1:45, and so you have lunch, we break for lunch for the next 45 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much to the audience as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a little bit to resume after lunch. My name is Halim Jadi. I'm the head of Macroprudential Supervision Department within the Central Bank of Morocco. I'm delighted to be here and to chair this session on structural change. We will have, during this session, two interesting papers on this scheme. The first is entitled Artificial Intelligence, Firms and Wage, Evidence from India, which examines the impact of AI on hiring and wage in service sector firms using a novel data set on vacancy posts from India's largest job website. The second is related to trade integration, industrial reallocation, and welfare in Colombia that study the effects of the unilateral reduction in import tariffs undertaken by Colombia from 89 to 92. We will devote about 40 minutes for each paper. Presenter will have 25 minutes discussion, less than 10 minutes, followed by Q&A session. And I would like to invite Mr. Alexander Copestate from the IMF to give his presentation. The floor is yours.
Max Marcinek and Ashley Popel at Oxford and Catherine at the World Bank. I didn't put it here, but given all the senior people we have in the room, I should reiterate that this is absolutely not official policy, and none of this should be taken as anything other than our views. So, following on from the keynote this morning, the question I'm going to look at is how AI is affecting services hiring in India. So, obviously, there's been a lot of chatter in the media about this over the last several years. And essentially, a lot of it has focused on job destruction effects of new technologies. But also in the theoretical literature, we're seeing discussion of expansionary effects, whereby either the new technologies create new tasks, or potentially the adoption of new technologies makes them more productive, which allows a firm to expand and therefore expand employment. However, empirical evidence on these phenomena are pretty limited so far because it's hard to know who is using these new technologies, and what data we do have particularly comes from high-income countries. So these two papers, one's in the US, one's in the UK. But obviously, for developing countries, as we've talked about, this is equally important, particularly for countries that are investigating a services-led development model. So in this conversation we've been having about manufacturing potentially becoming increasingly automated and robotized, there's been sort of hopes shifting to some extent towards services-driven growth, but there we start to encounter potential problems for the new wave of technologies. So whereas robots particularly were automating manufacturing, potentially AI could reduce the scope for employment in services. So a simple example, just to fix ideas, India in the past hiring lots of people to work in call centers. Nowadays, if you have a chatbot which has the memory of every conversation that firm has ever had with a client, that can pretty quickly reach the level of humans in at least a large share of the tasks. We're going to study this in the context of India because it's sort of particularly important case for this argument. So an archetype of services-led growth with a particularly large and successful IT and outsourcing sector, but also a large and a relatively young population coming into the labor force, which makes these issues particularly important at this time. So what we're going to do, we're going to investigate the impact of AI on white-collar service sector jobs using vacancy posts from India's largest jobs website. We'll measure establishment-level demand for AI skills and document a rapid takeoff in AI demand from 2015, which actually maps on very closely to patterns that we've seen in the UK and the US. Then we'll exploit some plausibly exogenous variation in exposure to advances in key AI technologies measured by patents, to examine the impacts of that AI adoption on non-AI jobs. What we're going to find, so a 1% increase in the in the growth rate of AI vacancies at the establishment level will correspond to a 3.6 percentage point decline in establishment non-AI vacancy growth. So essentially, the firms which are posting lots of AI jobs reduce their posts of other jobs. And we'll see also a reduction in the median wages of those establishments which are particularly deploying these new technologies. Interestingly, the highest skilled occupations are actually the worst affected, particularly managers and professionals, in contrast to some of these previous evidence from some of the previous waves of automation. In some sort of early work, which I'll show you, but very much looking forward to comments, we're finding some indicative evidence that that the mechanism for this is sort of intellectual tasks, particularly relating to analysis and projection and forecasting, being reduced. A few clarifications, particularly for people who've worked in or around this literature. So obviously, I'm going to keep talking about AI. What we really mean is machine learning. There are many other types of AI. That's not going to be the focus of this paper. We're looking at job-level exposure to AI and adoption, not broader systems. So there's some new papers coming out looking at how you can reconfigure an entire organization around AI. We're looking very much through an occupation and a job-level lens. Thirdly, throughout, I will be looking at posts and wage offers on this employment platform, not hiring or wages, which I may just accidentally say. And then fourthly, we're looking at direct establishment level effects. So as I'll touch on at the end, there's lots of netting out and general equilibrium effects. That's not the focus of this paper, but hopefully we'll do work on that in future. So to get into the meat of it, the data we're going to use comes from India's largest online jobs platform, which hosts 60% of online job posts in India. We received 80% of those anonymized across 2010 to 2019. As you might expect for an online jobs posting platform, this is not representative of the whole population, but it is, and we talk about this in the paper, it is representative of formal white-collar services jobs, which are predominantly urban, predominantly full-time. We think that's a relevant sample to be looking at because obviously what we're talking about in this broader development context is services-led growth, and these are the sort of aspirational jobs in that sector. 150,000 firms posted at least one vacancy, on average at least 80 per firm. As we'll see, there are some firms which post a very large number. The really nice thing about this data is the richness of the job posts, as you can see on the right. So as well as various title, industry, role category, and location, and so on, we also have detailed information on the salary offer and the experience range and the particular educational requirements that they're looking for. So how do we go from those posts on the top right corner to whether or not an establishment is using machine learning, which is what we really care about? So the first step is to look at the text of the job description, as I showed in the previous slide, and see if it contains any from a list of specific AI terms that we take from elsewhere in the literature. We then take demand for AI skills in vacancies as a proxy for AI usage. So the basic idea is that any firm on the left-hand side at the top, which is using machine learning, is likely to be employing some people in order to implement those algorithms. In order to employ those people, they will have to hire them, which is where we will see them show up in the posts that we see on the vacancy platform. They may also take an outsourcing channel, but we see in survey data from elsewhere that even firms which are outsourcing machine learning to specialist companies tend to at least do some hiring in-house, people who are able to essentially vet those contracts and have some capability themselves. I'll show you a few pictures to the extent that I have time. There's more in the paper. So the first thing to note is this rapid expansion in demand for these AI skills, which takes off particularly in 2015, and particularly in the IT and education sectors and professional services, as you would expect. Interestingly, you see it initially start to take off in IT and software, and then suddenly in 2016, something changes, and I'm sure you'll remember the time when suddenly, first it was big data, then it was machine learning. These buzzwords became prevalent overnight almost, and you see massive hiring. When we look into the particular posts, we do see household names, large investment banks that you'll have heard of. We suddenly see them posting 200 machine learning engineer vacancies in Bangalore in 1 month. It's very, very rapid that it suddenly takes off. As you can see also, once finance and IT have taken off, education does react. So demand for lecturers and so on to be able to provide those skills, provides that education that people are now looking for in the market. These AI roles are pretty attractive. So they offer substantial wage premium. We see, just in the cross-section, a 13% salary premium, even when we control for having the same number of years of education, the same degree of education, the same amount of experience, and various fixed effects. However, they're highly concentrated. So great jobs if you can get them, but they're very focused in a few cities, and as we'll see in the next slide, in a few firms. So the blue on the left-hand side is showing the skew of the distribution of all posts in the data set, and then the red is showing the share for each city of AI posts. Now, as you would expect, as I said, we're talking about white-collar services jobs. These are highly concentrated in Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, as you would expect. But the AI posts are even more concentrated, which you can see from the skew on the red graphs. Likewise, very concentrated in the largest firms. So this is essentially a Lorenz curve for AI posts over the share of all posts. And as you can see on the far right-hand corner, there are a few, the largest firms posting a large share of all posts who actually post a disproportionately large share of AI posts. So the top few dots there on the right-hand side, these are large tech firms, Infosys, Wipro, brands that you might have heard of in the Indian context, that hire a very large number of people with AI skills. Now, as we move towards the empirics, we've done some descriptive stuff in the paper looking at diffusion. Essentially, the idea here is that if one firm in my region and industry starts posting AI skills or starts demanding AI skills, we then see a takeoff in posts by other firms in the same industry city pair. So there's some evidence that essentially if I see my neighbor starting to hire these new interesting skills, I note that and do the same. And that's particularly strong as we might expect in IT and software. Moving on now to the empirics. So the first thing to say is, obviously we would expect that AI adoption in the middle at the top is going to be correlated with the number of posts and the wages offered for those posts. Because we would expect that the most productive firms with the most innovative management would be the first to start posting these skills. And as a result, they're also likely to post more than other firms and to pay higher wages to do so. So what we're going to do is simply instrument with a Bartik approach and use an off-the-shelf measure of AI exposure as our instrument. So what you'll see here, we're going to take the web measure from his job market paper 2020, which essentially takes the text of all tasks and from ONET in the US, and then takes the text of all patents related to AI in the US, looks at the degree of overlap between the two, and that gives a measure of the extent to which the tasks which make up an occupation are amenable to being substituted by AI. Then in the second stage, we'll take a long difference, which spans that key takeoff in 2015, and look at the impact of increased adoption of AI, as noted in the establishment level posts, and look at the impact on our two main outcome variables, which is the number of posts and the wage offers. So essentially, trying to get at something about the size of the firm or the extent to which it's expanding and the wages it's paying. As I said, this all happens at the level of firm-city pairs. We are pooling across the baseline and endline periods to increase accuracy, and the ultimate interpretation of these coefficients beta will be the percentage point rise in the growth rate of the outcome variable that corresponds to a 1% increase in the growth rate of AI demand between the baseline and the end line. So the first stage, as you can see, a one standard deviation rise in establishment AI exposure associated with a 1.93% increase in the growth rate of AI vacancies. So essentially, this instrument does seem to work. Firms which are employing or demanding a relatively high share of relatively exposed occupations in the baseline then do see an increase in subsequent AI hiring. And as you can see, it also takes off exactly when we would expect, around the time that AI posts in the broader population increased. Turning to the second stage, so we see a negative impact of growth in AI vacancies on non-AI vacancies. And we also see a negative impact on the total number of vacancies. So what this is showing in column 3 is that if my establishment posts 1% more AI vacancies, it reduces over that time period the growth rate of non-AI vacancies by 3.6% relative to the counterfactual. You might say, well, that's fine, maybe I'm hiring lots of AI engineers, and that might offset the reduction in hiring of the other people who might be being automated, whose jobs might be being automated. That then brings in column 6, which is showing that essentially even when we take into account those offsetting effects, they are very small. There still seems to be a substantial negative impact. The reason behind this, the small difference between column 3 and column 6, is that if you remember the very first graph I showed you, only about 1 to 3% of all posts are AI posts. So essentially, these AI posts, even if my establishment sort of goes big on AI, reads the business papers, and starts hiring a lot of people to do these jobs, even then, only a very small share of their hiring comes from those skills. So those new people are unlikely to offset the others. Taking it a bit more granularly, we can look at results within particular categories of occupation, and we see that the negative results, the negative effects are particularly pronounced for professionals and managers, while there's positive effects in the other occupation groups. So this is quite an interesting contrast to some of the discussions that we were having earlier about particularly robots and IT technologies in the 90s and the 2000s, where we were talking about hollowing out, we were talking about automation of low-skilled workers. Here it's looking more like we're seeing negative effects at the high-skill, high-wage end. If we, again, disaggregate those last two categories, we see particularly strong negative impacts for corporate managers. Turning now to wages, exactly the same specification, looking now at the median wage within establishments, and we again see about 2-3% negative impacts on the growth rate of non-AI wage offers and of total overall wage offers. So what could be driving those wage effects? So trying to split it apart, we might have between occupation effects. So the occupation composition could be changing. So maybe there are simply fewer people in high-wage jobs or fewer posts for high-wage jobs. Or it could be that wage offers for the same occupation are falling. We've already seen that AI lowers growth in demand for the highest paid occupations and raises demand for the lowest paid. So we've already seen evidence that there are between occupation effects. We can then look at established wage offers for specific percentiles and then bring in some controls to get at the within occupation effects. So the previous results, which I showed for the median, were just the 50th percentile here in the middle. By taking if we can take the 50th percentile of an establishment wage, we can also take the 40th or the 20th or the 1st or the 99th, which is what you see plotted here. These are just results from separate regressions. And you can see that right across the wage distribution, except at the very bottom, we're seeing a gross decline in wage offers. If we then introduce controls for the different occupation shares, so to try and get at this composition point, the effect is much smaller. So it does look like this is mostly being driven by a reduction in hiring of relatively high-skilled, high-wage people. At the very top, the 99th percentile, you do see a significant result at the 10% level. So there may also be some element whereby some people are being paid less to do the same thing, but mostly it seems like the composition of the establishment is changing, or at least the composition of the establishment's hiring is changing. So now we move on to some stuff which is very much hot off the press, so I look forward to people's comments both here and afterwards. The question is, can we do more with the rich textual data that we have from this job site? So we're going to follow Michaels et al. In using a list of 1,665 English verbs and basically take all the verbs from the text of those job descriptions and see if that can tell us something about tasks. So to do so, we use this very interesting publication called Roget's Thesaurus, which I think goes back about 200 years, which instead of having a list of a list of words and their meanings, like a regular dictionary or thesaurus, it divides sort of all of human activity up into a tree of meanings and then provides the words that appear within each of those categories. First, just looking at the raw verbs which appear in these job adverts. So we can look at which verbs are more common in the job adverts that we tag as AI and machine learning versus which are less common in those adverts. And as you might expect, we see program, predict, design, develop being more common, and things that you might associate with lower skill, low occupation status jobs, tarring, shift, manage, call, appearing less often. So now, with those verb shares in hand, we can run exactly the same specification, but now switching the outcome variable to the share of tasks. And what we see is a relatively strong negative impact on the share of intellectual faculties that show up in the verbs of these job descriptions. So essentially, this is sort of speaking towards the same point, that this is potentially high skill, high wage, intellectual-based jobs whose posts and demand are declining. We can then disaggregate that intellectual faculties cluster of verbs, and as we might expect, we see particularly strong negative effects on extension of thought, which includes prediction, forecasting, anticipating, means of communication, so things like describe, depict, portray, and also on precursory conditions, so research, explore, examine. So the intuition that we're trying to get at here is that potentially managerial jobs, of which a fairly large share of their occupation previously was things like strategic thinking, forecasting, predicting, understanding large amounts of data, potentially those are relatively more automatable now with these new technologies which can crunch the data, and so you don't need to hire as many of those people. If we then restrict now to look at...
You have 5 minutes left.
Great, thank you. If we then restrict now to just the 1% highest paid roles, so this is now looking at that top end of the distribution, negative effect that we'd seen earlier, we again see similar results. So decline in the share of intellectual faculties verbs that are being posted. Similarly, detecting, predicting, forecasting, depicting, describing, these are all falling. And then just to reiterate, as I sort of said intuitively, those extension of thought in particular, which is the predicting, forecasting, those had a high wage premium previously. So it looks like, again, those are relatively high wage tasks. So to take stock of where we've got to, so it looks like, so we've seen changing labor demand between occupations, lower growth for high-skilled occupations, higher growth for lower-skilled occupations in establishments which are increasing their AI hiring. We've seen declining wage offer growth within the top 1% highest paid job ads as well. On the task side, we're seeing lower demand for intellectual tasks for the full sample in establishments which have higher growth in AI, and lower demand for within the 1% highest paid job adverts. So altogether, this is very early, this is work in progress, but we're seeing some suggestive evidence that declining wage offers for the highest paid roles could potentially be due to declining demand for tasks related to these sort of high wage premium extension of thought occupations, which are now exactly what machine learning is being able to do. There's robustness in the paper, so we look at some other exposure measures, different baseline periods, different weights, and so on. If people are worried about inverse hyperbolic sine, we look at that. We look at the latest stuff from the shift share literature, and we find sort of evidence that this stands up to the various exogenous shares tests proposed by Goldsmith-Pinkham et al. And then we also find some indicative evidence without even using this job posting website, so just using sort of off-the-shelf administrative data sets. So I'll conclude there. So what we're offering in the paper is rich new data on AI demand and wage offers in a developing country context. We find that AI jobs pay a substantial wage premium, great to get if you can get them, but they're highly concentrated in certain industries, cities, and firms. AI adoption results in lower growth in posting and wages for non-AI roles and critically for total posting, so we're seeing a net negative effect. And we're finding some early evidence that these displacement effects are driven by high-skilled occupations and tasks related to the use of intellect, such as particularly analysis and forecasting. Now, obviously, there's a lot left to do, so we might think that AI could create lots of startups, lots of new types of tasks. Those creative effects could, whether in the short run or more likely in the medium run and the long run, create sufficiently more new jobs to offset any destructive effects. So in the long run, we'll hopefully look more at the general equilibrium effects. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alexander, for your comprehensive presentation. I give the floor to Mr. Pablo Falco from the University of Copenhagen to comment this research paper.
Thank you very much for inviting me to discuss this paper. And once the slides are up, you're going to see that the first word I use out there is, and it will appear nice. I think this is a very nice paper. It's a paper that is a very nice read, very well, clearly presented. And most importantly, it's a paper on a topic that is a big deal. I think it's important to keep this in mind. We're talking about the displacement effects of the potentially most disruptive technology we have on our hands at the moment. I agree, not as big as electricity, but certainly one of the big deals of our time, in a country where this can be disruptive for many, many people. India made its development model one that was heavily centered around the fact that jobs that could be outsourced easily from the quote-unquote developed world could be taking place in India, and some of these jobs these days are at risk of being displaced by AI. So I think it's a paper that tackles a very important question, and therefore one that deserves certainly our attention. The main takeaway, after the paper estimates what are essentially theoretically ambiguous impacts of this technology on the labor market, is that employment grows less in firms that adopt AI. And I think this is a very important message and one that does deserve careful scrutiny because the implications can be major. I'm going to divide my comments into comments on the data, on the empirical strategy, and on interpretation, and I will try to be brief, and of course I'll be more than happy to discuss with the author and his co-authors separately on the technicalities. On the data, the authors have a rich data set with 60% of all online vacancies in India. This is fantastic. And of course, you know, this being a discussion, I will try to give useful comments and so focus on the potential criticalities. First of all, who is in the remaining 40%? Do we have reasons to believe that these are firms where, in fact, AI has a positive effect on employment? That's something the paper should tell us. Posting vacancies that requires AI, specifying in a posting that someone needs to have AI skills, which is what defines AI postings in the paper, also seems to me, and that's my second point here, a relatively heavy use of AI. In the sense that if I need a data scientist to do AI, I'm probably going to use an application of AI that is relatively intense, as opposed to maybe just getting an off-the-shelf solution that Google can provide me with. So I guess the question is, are we getting a skewed picture from looking at firms that make this relatively heavy use of AI, as opposed to what many other firms may be doing with relatively lighter touch solutions? And then finally, the division into AI tasks and non-AI tasks based on the classification that the authors use seems to be very sharp and to some extent a little bit arbitrary, as with any cutoff. You know, that's something that we have to do in some cases, but one would want to see maybe some robustness, and I'm sure that it's in the author's minds as well, to moving around that cutoff a little bit. On the empirical strategy, the first and foremost concern here is instrument validity. The authors used a Bartik type instrument, which is certainly something that is highly acceptable, but with the underlying assumption that the structure of the occupations within a firm in the starting period is exogenous with respect to the shocks and therefore the final outcomes. That is a big assumption, which I'm not going to take strong sort of sides on, but certainly it's one that deserves even more attention in the paper because it's where the paper is going to be challenged. A couple of somewhat more minor technical points are, first of all, that they use ONET, which is a mapping of skills within tasks in occupations designed for the USA in India. I'm sure that for the kinds of categories, for the kinds of jobs that we're talking about here, which is white-collar jobs, many of those tasks overlap, and the authors admit that there could be some limits to the applicability. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. And some very minor points here, technical in nature. They use a long difference, so certainly I see the point. You know, you get a more clear-cut view from the beginning to the end of the period. I wonder if using differences that are more frequent over this period is something that could be useful and that would lead to a lower loss of information than just doing a long difference between the first and the end period. Attrition, who are the firms that drop out of this? Inevitably, there are some, and we'd like to see more about this, given that this is a long difference. And then finally, call me old-fashioned here, but Ivy is great. I think that, you know, with all the due caveats, it's also great to hear a little bit more about what are the baseline simple vanilla flavor OLS coefficients that one will get without instrumenting, because hopefully one learns a little bit from seeing how things change once you go from the simple OLS to an instrument, which by all means and inevitably has some limitations, like all instruments do. Let me now get to interpretation, and this is a dense, but it's my final slide, so I hope I won't take too long on this. Interpretation of the results. First of all, demand for AI is still relatively small. It's impressive, the growth, but those graphs show growth rates that, albeit impressive, lead to absolute values that are still relatively small. And I was wondering whether the authors could comment a little bit on how they expect these results to scale up. These, to some extent, are early adopters. And the early adopters may be the ones who are most heavily, or least heavily, for that matter, affected by this. So it would be nice to see whether once we go from these small percentages to larger ones, these effects go in one direction or another. The results are for new hires. These are vacancies. And in this sense, it's important to qualify the use of the term displacement, in the sense that we're talking about lower growth rates in potential additional hires. People are not, quote unquote, being fired because of the AI in this paper, because the data doesn't allow us to see it, at least to that extent, but it would be important, I think, to qualify the term, and the authors do that in the paper. It's just important for the sake of understanding what the takeaway messages are. My final few points: could the sectors with more AI have lower employment growth for reasons other than AI. And I realize here that to some extent I call into question the validity of the instrument. So pardon me for that, we can have a separate discussion, but that is, I think, a fundamental question. It is plausible, for instance, that if AI is a cost-saving device, struggling firms that by their own very nature need to cut costs are the ones that are going to adopt it more, and therefore cut costs, but need to cut costs for reasons other than the adoption itself. Of course, if one believes the instrument, this concern becomes less important, but nonetheless, I think food for thought. How well do AI adopters perform relative to non-adopters? And here, general question I have in mind, profits. So do we know, and this tries to answer my previous point, whether the ones who adopt AI are indeed the struggling firms I'm thinking about, or perhaps, and perhaps even more reasonably, the ones who are actually doing well in the labor market. And then finally, do we have any sense of how many new firms AI helps to create in this context? I know that would be there if we had the data, I'm sure, because you know that this is the missing piece. But basically, if one worries that in some firms, existing firms, there is a quote-unquote displacement effect, it's not quite displacement, but a reduction in growth due to AI, one needs to wonder how many additional jobs are being created elsewhere. And here I wonder if a simple benchmarking exercise may be to see what is the most conservative estimate you can get. How many new non-AI jobs are created in the sectors that are most heavily related to AI? Even if you can get a number that is relatively small compared to the actual number, that will give you a sense of the ballpark figures, perhaps. Very final point, what happens to quits in these firms? You look at hires, but very simply one could think that if AI causes lower hires, but also lower quits because the firms improve and people don't want to leave them, total employment may actually be unchanged and not quite reduced. Thank you for inviting me and for allowing me to discuss this great paper.
Thank you, Paolo, for your valuable inputs. We will take a couple of questions from the audience. So invite the floor to raise the hand if you have any question. Yes. Can you bring the mic, please?
Harold Howe, University of Geneva. Could it be that what you observe is kind of an out of equilibrium effect, that people just experiment with it, and it turns out in 3 years we have learned that AI doesn't really produce anything? Is there a way of substantiating actual long-run outcomes here, that we see the products of this hiring in...
Sorry to interrupt you. Could you just put your hand up? I can't see where you are. Thank you, sorry.
So just to repeat, could it be that it's an out of equilibrium phenomena, that some firms just experience with AI, and it turns out after 3 or 4 years of development that nothing comes out, and so we have a reversal effect? And or can you substantiate that there are actually products that are on the market that justify higher valuations and sales and so on? Because there could be a sort of experimental nature to this. And given limited budgets, obviously, I also restrict recruiting on other dimensions. So is there a way of confirming that this is a long-run equilibrium?
Can we take another question?
Alex, thank you. This is super interesting. Two quick questions and then a comment. My question is, how big are online vacancies in India? Do you have a sense? Because, my sense is it's not that big, because a lot of advertisements still come in newspapers and, in offline form. And then, you have 60% of online vacancies, and AI out of that is very small. So what order of magnitudes are we talking about? Second, I was wondering if you've looked at heterogeneity. Is this more a phenomenon in multinational firms rather than local firms, or you don't find any differences? And third, I think in line with the discussant's comments, I would be very careful about the interpretation. because I think the findings can really have the risk of being misinterpreted and being carried to policy, because you actually don't show this, it's not about displacement, it's about the growth rate of employment, and and there are a lot of job creation effects which you're actually not looking at. So I think this is just a comment for how you write the paper. Thank you very much.
We have two others question here.
Okay. So, please, just I was wondering, to what extent do you think that these results are maybe a bit related to the service sector, specific service sector? You referred to Acemoglu's paper also. I don't have in mind the results, but are your results in line with those of Acemoglu? And did he, I mean, in his paper, is he applying this methodology on larger sectors? Because maybe I am mistaken, but I think that the AI are not hugely used in the service sector, no? I don't know.
So we have a last question here.
Okay, two kind of related points and questions. So the first is, if we really extend your analysis to a macro level, it almost sounds like really good news, because if AI is actually facilitating a higher wage growth for low-skilled and lower growth or negative growth for the higher wage earners, then we should expect to see a reduction in income inequality, which sounds great, but it's also opposite of what Chris presented earlier this morning in his keynote speech. The second related point is, I think there's a lot going on in India, and just being there, I was there for like 8 months during COVID. I'm from the IMF. I tell you, the adoption of lower level technology by people in the villages and low-skilled people is really accelerated. And that is increasing their productivity and also their wages. So I'm just wondering if there's a measurement issue in capturing the increase in wages of lower-skilled people, which you're not able to get. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. For my side, I have maybe just comment or question about the interconnection between, the government's policy in India and the fact that artificial intelligence are focused in certain cities, area, and maybe some IT industries. So I give you the floor to respond this question before 5 to 8 minutes.
Sure, thanks a lot for all those questions. I'll do my best to cover as many of them as I can, but I'm sure I'll be inadequate, so please find me afterwards and get the whole story. The one I want to pick up on immediately is Prachi's one about the interpretation. In the paper, we definitely tried to be very careful to say this is not, this is not a GE effect, this is not an overall effect, we're looking at postings, we're not looking at hiring. I've tried to clarify, that I'm saying reductions in hiring rather than reductions in demand rather than total observed hiring and stuff. So hopefully in the paper we're clearer. I frequently slip into probably making larger claims than are justified. So thank you for picking me up on that. Hopefully in the paper we are more careful. I definitely take that point, and as I said, the next phase of this project is definitely about trying to be able to make those broader, contribute something to those broader questions rather than just establishment level effects. So thank you for that. I'll also knock off one which, again, on the macro questions, I'm not sure I can really comment on that. I wouldn't want you to go away with any sort of takeaway that I'm saying, AI is going to cure inequality. I'm absolutely not trying to say that, because as someone else pointed out, these effects, this is a small sample, this is white collar, the sample that we're dealing with on this job posting site is relatively high wage. already, just by nature. So we can't extrapolate this to the whole labour market. The one thing I was thinking about as you were saying there is that, you know, this is just looking at the labour income side, whereas if, you know, maybe these new technologies would mostly appear in capital returns and stock prices, and so different sections of the population would have greater exposure to that. So there could well be an inequality effect through the capital channel. Okay, going back to the great points raised by the discussant. So who are the other 40%? So that's people like LinkedIn that you would have heard of. LinkedIn's actually relatively small in this market. So this is the major player. This is a player sufficiently large to support, you know, at least one multi-billionaire. So this is a substantial platform. I don't think the other platforms are likely to be particularly different, at least within the subset of, you know, white-collar workers. Is our list of AI tasks too demanding? Possibly, so we're definitely looking at robustness on other lists of classifying things as AI or not. The fact that there's a sharp binary in our analysis between AI posts and non-AI posts, definitely we're looking into, could we make a continuous measure of the kind of intensity of AI that's being used? So to go into a bit more detail, our list of AI terms that we get from elsewhere in the literature, that has some very specific terms, like particular Python algorithms or particular Python packages, but it also has some sort of general, you know, deep learning type terms. So we could definitely construct something which is, you know, degradations of the sophistication of the AI that's being used. On the instrument validity, yeah, so the current draft of the paper doesn't have that much on that. The new one that we're working on at the moment, we're sort of crunching through the various tests from Goldsmith, Pinkham, et al. And so that's where we find robustness, and that should be in the next iteration. On the use of ONET, so the US task database in this context, again, I think that comes to a similar place in that a lot of what we're doing in this paper is we are using something from a US context and bringing it into the Indian one. Comes back to the representative point. My one comment on that is I would say that the types of jobs that we see in this data set are white collar, high wage, high skill. You know, these people are going to work in office blocks, and so on and so on and so on. It looks very similar. You know, downtown Bangalore looks very similar in lots of ways to parts of Silicon Valley. Parts of Mumbai look very similar to, you know, the City of London. So that's the kind of comparison we're making. We're absolutely not speaking to, I think there was another comment about, you know, informal jobs, manual trades. That is absolutely not the domain in which our paper is located. How am I doing on time?
3 minutes left.
Okay. So another one of the really interesting comments, I'm sorry, I can't remember who made it, was about scale. So could these effects happen at a larger scale too? I'm not sure. I think that's something that we couldn't answer empirically yet. We need to wait for these technologies to make more progress, and then we'll see. Definitely an interesting one to think about theoretically. You know, is it the most productive firms which adopt these technologies first, so most of the impacts come first, and then it tails off? Or is it that what really matters is the mass adoption of these technologies, and so the big effects will only come further down the line? And then, yeah, a few other points that I can pick up separately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move now to the second part of this session regarding the trade integration paper. So I'll invite Mr. George Alessandra from the University of Rochester to the podium to present the paper. So the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to Alexander for showing me the green button, so hopefully I'll be able to go forwards. So this is joint work with Oscar Avila, who is at the Central Bank of Colombia, and it's really a kind of gains from trade paper. We want to understand how a really important liberalization in Colombia, which a lot of people look at, affected that economy. So we think now is a good time to revisit this question of how big the gains are from trade liberalization. Since the Great Recession, I think there's been a little bit of backsliding in terms of the views on the benefits of trade integration. I think we've seen several important trade agreements raise international barriers. So you can think about NAFTA being renegotiated, Brexit, the US-China trade war, and then we've seen these prospective future trade deals kind of be eliminated, TTIP or TPP. And I think COVID has reinforced some of the views that maybe trade is not such a great benefit to countries in all situations. We saw a lot of barriers going up when it talked about moving medical devices. There's been a lot of arguments for reshoring and now these questions of food insecurity. So our goal here is just to revisit the gains from lowering import barriers in a very well-known liberalization in Colombia. Our approach to looking at this situation is to develop a novel model, multi-sector heterogeneous firm model with non-trivial transitions that could be a useful policy tool. This model has a lot of the richness that anyone working in kind of structural I/O trade models would want to have, but it's kind of done in the way that some people call quantitative trade, and that there's lots of sectors, and so it's hopefully a good policy tool. One of the things we can do in this framework is consider the timing of the gains. Do they arise early? Do they arise late? One of the things we'll emphasize is that the model is not going to predict kind of classical, neoclassical transitions. So that's going to be kind of a unique feature. And then we'll talk about the key micro and macro features that influence the gains from these reforms. Okay. Just in terms of a summary of the findings, the first thing we're going to argue is that the gains that we're finding are bigger than what you would find if you applied a model of trade that had static trade decisions or a model with dynamic trade decisions that didn't have all the sector richness. We'll argue that the gains are going to be increasing through lots of different channels. Some of them are ones that people have looked at, such as tariff harmonization or sector comparative advantage. Some of them are less looked at, such as the role of trade dynamics, capital deepening, allowing for financial flows, and accelerating phase-outs. Okay? One of the things we're going to see is that even though trade takes time to sort of build, a lot of the benefits end up being front-loaded. So that's going to be very kind of counterintuitive in terms of anyone who thinks of static trade models where there's kind of a direct link between the amount of trade and the gains from trade. That's not going to be the case here in these models, and that's because static models are not good approximations of dynamic models. And what we're going to see is that kind of when you get the gains are going to be a little bit earlier, less so when capital deepening is important and more so when international financial flows are allowed. So there's a little bit of a question here about how do you do trade reform at the same time as financial capital reform. All right, so just real quickly, I know we don't have a lot of time today, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background on the situation in Colombia leading up to the reforms. Then we'll kind of quickly develop the model, and then we'll just kind of put it to work, trying to understand what the gains are and then how they depend on the features that I put through the model. All right, so just a little bit of background. So Colombia is a country that for a long time had a policy of import substitution going back to the 30s. There were high non-tariff barriers, licenses, quantitative restrictions, as well as high tariffs. Some of these tariffs were particularly high on capital equipment, consumer durables. That's part of the import substitution model. And in the 80s, they had many false starts at reforms. A lot of those false starts were related to swings in commodity prices, making it more or less feasible in terms of the fiscal situations. And then along comes 1989, and there's a big push towards a reform. There's a government change in the middle of 1990, and everyone's on board. We're going to do this. And then the plan is basically to lower tariffs, but in over a number of years. So it's going to be basically a 4-year phase-out starting in 1992. And then starting in the middle of the next year, kind of inflation picks up, the economy goes into recession, And they say, wait a second, let's accelerate those reforms. Some of the discussions we hear now in the US where, hey, let's get rid of the Chinese tariffs, it'll reduce inflation, those arguments happen all the time, right? And then in early 1992, they kind of finished their reform. So in a really short period of time, they lowered tariffs quite a bit. And since then, those were largely maintained. So they've been doing all this starting and stopping, and now there's a persistent reform. And we've seen some further reductions, but that comes much later. A lot of this was happening primarily independently in Colombia, but some of the rest of the region was also reforming. So there was an Andean Trade Pact as well. Okay, so that's the background. And here's just a picture of the path of tariffs. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to kind of get the right tariff data, but I've got two lines there. One is kind of the median tariff, which was on the order of 40% before the reform, and then it fell down to about 10 or 11%. And then the standard deviation of tariffs. So, there's a lot of heterogeneity, and the fact that the standard deviation comes down so much, that's part of the harmonization process that was being involved. After the reforms happened, there really wasn't much action later on. All right, so that's kind of the trade side of what was going on, but let's put that into the macroeconomic side. So what happened next was a substantial but gradual expansion of trade. We're going to kind of calculate a short-run trade elasticity about 1.5, and a long-run trade elasticity about 4.5, and about 20% of that gap was closed per year. So there's some gradualness there, and that's going to be related to the decisions that firms are making to enter and exit into export markets in a costly manner. There was a substantial shift in the current account from surplus to deficit. There was an investment boom and substantial capital deepening, a bit of a growth acceleration, and then in the end, at the level of aggregation we're going to end up looking at, there was very modest industry reallocation in real terms. There are some industry reallocation from into services, but those are mostly just in nominal terms as the price of services went up quite a bit. Okay, but so here's a picture of that. I like to look at these four panels. So the first panel, I think the vertical line is showing when the reforms were kind of announced, and is trade as a share of GDP, and you can kind of see in the black line is real trade, and given all the massive movements in relative prices, that's a useful thing to look at. You can see a really substantial increase that took about 25 years. It looks like it's really sharp in the beginning, but a lot of that has to do with the composition of trade flows. As we know, if investment's booming, which you can see in the last panel where there's this big investment spike, that's going to make it look like there's a lot more trade because the composition of expenditures is shifted to highly tradable goods. The second panel shows that there was a substantial current account reversal with this liberalization that lasted for 6 or 7 years before it moved into a banking crisis. And this panel over here is going to show you that there was a GDP growth acceleration. Things kind of dipped and then they picked up. You can also see that it did culminate in a crisis in 98, 99. Okay, so these are some of the macro features that we're going to try to eventually get. We don't want to say that everything is due to trade integration, but if you look at all those features, we think it's important to understand the macro and the micro of what happened. All right, so the model we're going to write down is going to be a pretty simple model. It's going to have two asymmetric countries. These countries are going to differ primarily by population. So one will be Colombia, relatively small, and then and the rest will be the rest of the world. We'll have a multi-sector model that'll differ by trade barriers, mainly tariffs and trade costs. Inwards and outwards will differ. In each country, there'll be a represented consumer who supplies exogenous labor, consumes a final non-tradable good, and makes investment decisions. 3 types of investment decisions. There's going to be a capital investment decision, investing in building firms and bonds, and they'll trade a non-contingent bond with the rest of the world. So that's the way we're going to be able to kind of capture the current account dynamics. And they're going to get income from their labor, but also from owning firms, tariff income, and profits and capital income. Then we're going to have these S heterogeneous sectors, where each sector is going to be combining a bunch of intermediate goods that are from the domestic economy and the foreign economy. So those will be imported subject to some trade costs. Now, the way that these sectors are going to be, the sector gross output is going to be used is to produce consumption, investment, and intermediates that are going to kind of go back into the production of the individual firm goods. One of the things we're going to do is we're trying to really capture the way that production structure in this economy was set up and then look at how it changed. The other level, so we're going to have sectors, and within each sector we've got many firms, and there'll be a mass of these firms that are going to be heterogeneous in productivity, but also heterogeneous in their ability to export into foreign markets. Now, the model of exporting we're going to be thinking about is a dynamic exporting model in the spirit of Baldwin, Dixit, Krugman, Robertson, Tybau, where firms basically make investments that allow them to export in future periods at lower marginal costs. And so part of any decision to move into the export marketplace is that decision to lower your future costs of trading. What this basically does, it's going to kind of give us another state variable in that the kind of share of firms who are exporters is kind of a slow-moving thing you have to accumulate as well. And that's going to be something that is what gives rise to transition dynamics on trade and also leads to some interesting trade-offs in the model. Firms are producing with labor and capital and intermediates. These intermediates are coming from the other producers of goods and from all the different sectors. And these firms are being hit with stochastic productivity, idiosyncratic productivity, and they're going to be getting shocks that are going to kind of bounce them out of the marketplace, exogenous survival. And then as firms are leaving, we'll be creating new firms subject to some costs. So one of the features I'll talk about a little bit later is that this is a model where there's kind of multiple forms of organizational capital, and tariffs are going to kind of, because these are models of variety, tariffs lead you to accumulate too many factories in your country and not enough exporters. And when you lower tariffs, there's kind of interesting non-monotonic transitions because you're going to try to build up one capital and run down another kind of capital. Okay. Great. So let me just kind of, don't worry too much about what the words on the slide or the equations. This is just going to be a standard problem for a representative agent who's going to be discounting the present value of utility. As I said, they're going to be spending their resources on consumption, investment in each sector, trading a non-contingent bond, and they're getting these different forms of income. This model is going to just lead to standard Euler equations in terms of your decision to invest and your decision to save using the bonds. There's really nothing interesting here in terms of the model. It's pretty much any international macro model would have some version of this structure. The more interesting is what's happening at the firm level, where we're going to be thinking about firms who are going to be making decisions whether to produce and sell at home and abroad. And so you can kind of see in this model right here, they're going to be paying some fixed cost to be exporting, and that fixed cost, FSI of EX, is going to depend whether you're new to the market or you've been in the market beforehand. So that's kind of what people call a sunk cost model of trade, which, for people who work in trade, the whole history of international trade with heterogeneous firms starts with Baldwin, Dixit, Krugman in the 80s, thinking about these kinds of models of heterogeneous firms and trying to explain non-trivial transition dynamics in response to real exchange rate shocks. So we'll have that framework where this firm is, as I said, choosing where to sell, choosing to invest in its capability and selling across countries, and producing by renting capital, hiring workers, and using some inputs. And those inputs are ones that they're going to be getting from all the other sectors of the economy. Okay? As I said, they'll be solving a dynamic programming problem, which is basically, if I was an exporter yesterday, it's pretty low cost for me to stay in the marketplace and be able to continue to export. And if I wasn't an exporter, I'm facing a pretty high cost of entering the marketplace. So what that basically means is there's going to be like an SS band where you have to be really productive to start exporting, and then when your productivity drifts down below a certain level, you'll exit the marketplace. People call that exporter hysteresis. But again, this is what's going to give us slow entry and slow transition dynamics on trade, like I showed you in the very, very beginning. Okay, it's a lot of detail, but let me kind of skip over it. The key thing I want to think about is each one of these sectors, these producers, is buying inputs, and those inputs are coming from multiple sectors. And these inputs that they're producing are then going to be going either to consumption, investment, or back into production. And trade barriers are going to make it more or less costly to buy, steel from the United States and bring it into Colombia. When we lower trade barriers, that's going to make it easier, whether it's steel, cars, other types of machines. Okay. All right. So let me kind of just take the model and kind of talk to you what we're going to do with it. So we'll have a 4-sector model right now where there'll be agricultural services and 2 manufacturing sectors. We'll think about 1 manufacturing sector, which is basically the comparative disadvantage sector, and you're running a trade deficit in. We're basically going to sort the sectors by whether you run a trade surplus or deficit. Then we'll match the firm and exporter dynamics in this model, and then the sector trade, both gross and net, and the sector input-output structure. Okay, so essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to model the way firms behave, moving in and out of trade at the micro level, and then how they're interacting with each other across sectors, and then we're trying to aggregate that up into a standard macro model. Okay? All right. Okay, so what we want to do now is take this calibrated model and put in a couple different reforms and look at what the aggregate consequences are of those reforms. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start from the steady state, and I'm going to focus on just consumption dynamics. It's obvious this model is going to lead to like gradual trade growth, so we won't look at those. But I'll look at these kinds of reforms. First, I'll look at a phased-in reform that matches the changes in sectoral openness. I'll call that my benchmark. Okay, so part of this is just, hey, can we kind of match the trade data? Then I'll look at other aspects of the reform, which are, what would happen if all you did is kind of harmonized all the tariffs, and then also what would happen if you then, from that harmonized tariff point, then cut tariffs, okay? And then the last thing I'll do is I'll look at, which sectors were the reforms most important on, all right? So this is kind of for our basic version of our model with no international financial flows and a common consumption investment aggregator. So trade here is not capital intensive. Okay, so the line with the stars in the middle is what the consumption dynamics that we get out of our model. So it's really interesting in that, consumption kind of booms early on. Each dot is a year, and then kind of runs down. Okay, the red line is what happens when we kind of harmonize all the tariffs, and there you kind of you also get overshooting, but there's a much bigger, more persistent increase. And then the blue line is starting from that dispersion world, the no dispersion world. If we do like this average cut in tariffs, now we get a much bigger, short-run response of the aggregate economy. All right, so the key thing I want to talk about is that this type of model is going to lead to fast transitions in consumption and some overshooting, regardless on how we do it. So this is actually a feature of trade models that have firm dynamics. There's a few other papers that have similar kinds of transition dynamics. It's what I said before. Tariffs are going to lead to an overaccumulation of factories and an underaccumulation of exporter capacity. And so in the end, these are models of variety up by, not replacing factories as they go out of business, frees up a lot of resources for consumption along the transition. In the long run, you have to kind of replace those factories, and that's why we get some of the overshooting. Okay? Now, in this model right here, the overshooting is smaller than we get in other papers because we have comparative advantage in the sectoral heterogeneity. Okay? Great. So the next thing we do is we sort of just look at which sectors are most responsible. If you only had to reform one sector at a time, this is you can kind of see the sector that you had the trade deficit in. That's the sector you want to reform. But in general, you get gains from reforming all the sectors. They just don't seem quite as big. Okay. All right. Let me. Can't quite tell the time.
You still have.
We're doing okay.
8 minutes.
Oh, fabulous! I'll even slow down. That way, I won't sweat as much. I don't think that's possible. Those lights are bright. All right. So what we want to do is kind of look at some sensitivity of the model to other margins that we put into it. So one of the things that's kind of key is how you model the way that the amount of trade and consumption goods versus investment goods and intermediates. So here we're going to kind of be a little bit more careful about modeling, that trade-off. We'll remove the kind of input-output structure. So one of the things that happens in this reform is you're able to get cheaper inputs, which allows you to produce more goods in certain sectors. We'll allow for international borrowing and lending. We'll kind of move to a static trade model, and then we'll think about what if we did this with 3, 6, or 7 sectors as well. All right, so let me kind of talk you through some of the results and just follow like the top left column, which is kind of the welfare gains. So kind of in the middle there is my benchmark. So this is a slightly different reform than we did before, but we get like a 1.3% welfare gain in our 4-sector model. If we go down to a 3-sector model, it drops down to 1%. If we go to a 6 or 7 sector model, it goes up a little bit, but kind of really small gains compared to moving from 3 to 4. So the key thing is you really want, when you're modeling sectoral heterogeneity and trade reforms, is you really need to make sure you have the sector with the trade deficits split out in some way. And then in the next thing to look at is if we kind of look at the static model versus our 3-sector dynamic model. Here we actually find there's no welfare gains for the economy. This is a unilateral cut in tariffs. And so, for the most part, unless those tariffs are just incredibly high, which they weren't so high here, what you're losing, in terms of an optimal tariff kind of argument, is going to swamp the gains you would get. So the static model leads to incredibly different kinds of welfare dynamics, or welfare results. Now going to kind of the middle panel, that's where we kind of split out the different features of the model. So I think the one that's kind of useful is to say, well, if we didn't model all of the input-output structure, then we're going to find much smaller gains. This is kind of a known result, but not in the context of these dynamic models. If we add a bond, the gains are a little bit higher, especially in the short run, in terms of, when I say the gains are higher in the short run, that's kind of a silly thing to say. Consumption rises more in the short run. Welfare gains are welfare gains, right? Just one number. So all those features of the economy, of the model that you're writing down, is going to have a really big impact on your results. Now, I want you to think the kind of standard models that people would be looking at would be, a static model to understand these reforms, or they'd be looking at probably a 1 or 2 sector dynamic model. And so, what we're finding is much bigger than what you would have in the models that are, used for policy. Okay. In my last couple of minutes, what I want to do is we've kind of been working on an updated calibration. We wanted to kind of calibrate the sectoral trade in a way that people could actually go to the trade detail, the Penn World Tables, and apply our model to any country that they wanted to fairly easily. So it's a slightly alternative industry structure, but now we're going to kind of have like all the right features in terms of international borrowing and lending, common investment goods being traded more, and we'll just do a surprise once and for all tariff cut that matches the industry reforms we saw in Colombia. Okay, so I'm going to come back to that panel of 4 figures that I showed you before, but first we'll look at what happens in the model. So we do this unanticipated reform. Investment shoots up and then starts falling back down, so there's capital deepening. Most of this is because, again, you've lowered the price of capital goods. Trade is increasing and then continuing to increase. This is the dynamics of trade. And then you're going to start running a trade deficit, and then things are going to come back, okay? And then we'll get a boost in GDP growth, and then the growth rate will kind of fall monotonically over time, almost monotonically. Here's the data. So just to kind of finish up, the model is, qualitatively pretty similar. I think we can probably do a little bit better as we look a little bit more carefully at the tariff heterogeneity within capital goods sectors and consumer durables. But, it sort of fits fairly well in the time that we had to kind of put this together, the experience in the short run for Colombia. All right, so just to conclude, I think what we're going to argue with this paper when we're done with all our work is that the trade reforms in Colombia probably benefited them more than people thought. The timing and size of those gains seem to depend on the way you model those gains, and some of the features that we've incorporated into this framework are leading to bigger, earlier gains. And even though the reallocation seems to take time, you're in terms of trade growing, being able to borrow internationally and the other features of the model lead to less of a costly transition period, very neoclassical transition. So let me just kind of stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, George, for your comprehensive presentation. I invite Mr. Simon Gale from BI Norwegian Business School to give his inputs regarding this paper.
Thanks a lot for having me and for asking me to discuss this great paper by George and Oscar. So let me get right to it. So as we've just seen, the research questions that this paper tried to answer is what are the gains from trade liberalization and how do economies dynamically adjust after such a trade liberalization. And the paper is focusing on Colombia's unilateral trade liberalization reform that started in '89. And so as we all know, these are classic and important questions, but they've of course regained renewed salience in light of the recent backlash against globalization and also with the associated imposition of new trade barriers. And so even 6 years, for instance, after the Brexit vote, some of the implementation details of this Brexit deal are still being discussed. So it might be a useful reminder for some people about what the gains from trade integration are. So classic important questions in trade, but also beyond trade, we'd argue that these questions are very important. So the dynamics of industry reallocation, particularly now in the pandemic years, have been very important. Let me give you a broad overview of the paper. So there was some technicalities going on, so let me bring it down to its core. So the paper at its core is a Malletz model, which means that there's heterogeneity in firm productivity, and the most productive firms are going to select into exporting. On top of that, there are going to be very rich micro and macro dynamics, which are going to allow the authors to understand the economy's transition path after the trade liberalization. And the new part in this paper is that the authors are going to bring in multiple sectors, and that's going to yield important new insights compared to previous papers. And so overall, my assessment is that there's some impressive and exciting theoretical machinery going on here that we can learn a lot from. So what the main new contribution of the paper is to bring in multiple sectors. So what do we learn from having these many sectors in this dynamic trade model? Well, first is a very useful reminder that you're going to have efficiency gains from removing dispersion in initial tariffs. So even if you want to raise a certain amount of tariff revenue, it's going to be more efficient to raise this or typically it's going to be more efficient by raising this by having equalized tariffs across sectors, because otherwise there's going to be some misallocation component arising from the dispersion in these tariffs. There's also going to be a second round of gains that are going to arise from the input-output linkages between sectors. And these the authors document by turning these input-output links on and off for the complete trade liberalization reform. One particular question that I have there is that it could be interesting to look into the variation in these gains arising from the IO links for particular individual sectors. So in particular, depending on the sector's location in the supply chain. So we might imagine that the gains arising from IO links are going to be larger for intermediate goods such as steel and lower for final goods. And so then we can learn how good of an idea or how bad of an idea it is to implement a tariff on steel, for instance. The authors also document that there's going to be the highest gains from liberalizing sectors with the highest flow of net imports. And then they interpret this as being a story about comparative advantage, in that the sectors with the highest net imports are going to be the sectors with the strongest comparative disadvantage. So you're going to gain by liberalizing tariffs or by reducing tariffs on these sectors in particular. One question that I have here is whether net imports in the paper, it seems that these are correlated with gross import flows. And so that would be something to check, because once we're talking about gross import flows, then the gains from removing the tariff distortion might be largest for the sectors simply with the largest gross import flows. So the larger are the gross import flows, the higher is the revenue from tariffs, and so perhaps also the higher is the associated distortion arising from this tariff. A related point about comparative advantage is that currently the pattern of comparative advantage in the paper is driven by cross-country heterogeneity in sector-specific iceberg trade costs. So this is all about shipping efficiency, differences in shipping efficiency. So Colombia, for instance, is going to be a net exporter of agricultural goods, and it's going to be a net importer of manufacturing goods. And why is that? Well, according to the model, that's because Colombia is relatively more efficient at shipping agricultural goods than it is at shipping manufacturing goods. My question is, why limit these cross-country productivity differences to shipping efficiency? And I would suggest to introduce standard Ricardian comparative advantage forces that can arise from sector-wide differences in cross-country productivity that are not limited only to shipping. And my conjecture is that in that case, if you model it that way, you're going to have larger efficiency gains from sectoral specialization, and so larger gains from trade. And so since this is a paper about studying and quantifying the gains from trade, this might be important. Then a sort of more big picture comment about the dynamics of worker reallocation and related to the overshooting pattern that George talked about. And so this paper has very rich and very interesting heterogeneity and adjustment dynamics, but in the paper, globalization, trade liberalization only has upsides. And so reallocation, in fact, is completely painless, and as we just saw, immediately after the liberalization, we have a consumption boom because now we need to invest less in the firms that are going out of business. So it's sort of great that these firms are going out of business because then we have a consumption party going on. And so the implication here, if we would take the paper literally, is that the discontent with globalization would be completely without ground. And so I would argue for taking a closer look at this implication of the paper. So in particular, and so perhaps not in this paper, but in future work, leveraging the theoretical machinery here, I would suggest to introduce dynamic adjustment in the labor market. So for instance, we can look at unemployment. What's going to happen after the trade liberalization reform is that the low productivity firms might shed workers. These workers are going to take some time to slowly transition to growing firms. And so immediately after the trade liberalization, we might have an uptick in unemployment that can offset the initial consumption boom that we're documenting currently. In addition, I would suggest to introduce imperfect worker mobility across sectors, for instance, due to sector-specific human capital. And what you can have then is that workers who are initially employed in manufacturing, they might need to transition to different sectors. They might not be as productive in services, for instance, so they might face permanently lower wages in that case. So I have some previous work that tries to take this into account in the static trade model. George has convinced me that we really need to take the dynamics seriously, so I would like to see some dynamic work on this. Then a final point, so about sectoral heterogeneity in firm dynamics. So the paper has very rich microdynamics, but currently the paper really focuses on the aggregate and the sector level dynamics, and I would like to learn more about the firm level dynamics. So one could think about comparing the firm level speed of adjustment across shrinking sectors versus expanding sectors. And so in the shrinking sectors, we can ask how quickly do firms shrink or how quickly do they go out of business, and we can compare this with the dynamics on the extensive and the intensive margin in the expanding sectors. We can also ask what the degree of heterogeneity is in the firm level speed of adjustment, and we can think about examining the role of anticipation for the implications of the trade reform. And so overall, I thought this was a really exciting paper, and I look forward to reading the next version. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, for your inputs. I will open the floor for some questions, 2 or 3 questions maximum. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought this is a very interesting and very timely paper. Just 2 quick questions. I guess one of the questions is for George, and one of the questions is more for the discussant, for Simon. So you emphasized in the presentation that you get this consumption boom and then the consumption rises sort of regardless of some of the underlying assumptions. And as I understand it, the key mechanism here is you eat a lot of the capital that was invested in firms that you're not going to keep, and because you're doing the trade liberalization. Am I right that this suggests that interest rates should be high during that process? That somehow I'm getting rid of firms that are sort of not very productive in the sort of the Mallet sense, and I'm going to have as a result, more consumption, and my consumption is going to be rising pretty fast. So this is an environment of high interest rates. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it seemed to me that this is what's going on. And if that's the case, is it what we see when we look at Colombia trade liberalization? So does that fact match the model? For Simon, I guess Simon suggested a number of extensions and things you could do, but one of the things that was mentioned puzzled me. Simon said, well, you could add Ricardian comparative advantage and maybe you would get larger gains from trade. It could be useful to explain in what ways we depart from the sort of canonical, Arkolakis, Costino, Rodriguez-Clare reduced form estimate of the gains from trade, because in a sense here, maybe the trade elasticity would remain the same, the openness remain the same. So why would the gains necessarily increase? Is there a sense in which this maps into some of these classic results? Thanks.
Thank you very much. My question is about the informal sector. I know that there's a lot going on in the model, and maybe you don't want to add one more dimension, but if I've understood correctly, there is the underlying assumption that trade liberalization is going to affect the sort of incidence of informality uniformly across different sectors and also importers and exporters. And there's sort of studies showing that that's not the case. So how would you anticipate sort of the incorporation of informality into the model, and what would the effects be in broad directions?
Thank you. So if there is no other question, I invite George to give response.
Great. Oh, there is
a last question.
Quick question, George. What's really happening to investment in the model? Because, in the data, there was a big investment boom, right? And I was wondering, is it foreign investment, domestic investment? And the model is not capturing that for some reason, unless I'm missing something. So I was wondering what's happening.
Great. First, Simon, thanks so much for reading that carefully, and it's an evolving piece of work, and we can do a lot more. So there are a lot of great comments and suggestions. Let me kind of work a little bit backwards. So the model does capture some of the investment boom. I think it's not a standard feature of most trade models. So even just getting some movements in investment are good. I think we can work a little bit harder on that. I think we don't quite have the decline in capital prices. I mean, if you look at the Penn World tables, actually it looks like the price of capital goods or price of investment falls by like 80% over a couple of years. So it's, that's not what we have in this model. There's a huge decline in that, and I think we can be a little bit more careful. Our framework can hit that, which is, a nice feature of what we're doing, I think, and we can also hit the borrowing and lending. So let me come back to the informality. At this point, we were kind of trying to focus on things we can kind of measure best, but everything's measured so well in Colombia, so I'm sure we can kind of incorporate that. It's just, how we precisely do that. I don't have a good sense of that aspect of Colombia development over time. We certainly see a lot of workers coming into the formal sector, I think, around that period, which, to come back to the previous question, is also going to suck in more capital, right? Because the model we have is just kind of constant labor supply. And to the extent that if they're going into the market sector, you need more capital, I think, and now the price of capital has fallen, that's going to help with the boom quite a bit. So I think it's a really good suggestion. I think more generally, thinking about labor supply in these models along the transitions, given the nature of the reforms, is something that we should have in the models, not just kind of doing like the static trade stuff that that Pierre-Olivier was mentioning. So let me kind of come back to this issue of comparative advantage, which we kind of put it in a pretty parsimonious way. It's just part of the coding. In the end, we're matching the relative size of home and foreign and the import and export shares Whether that comes from a trade cost or kind of differential productivity, I somehow think that it's going to be pretty similar, but we have to kind of do it and check it out. But coming back to one of Pierre-Olivier's comments were, you know, the static trade models, those results don't generalize to dynamic trade models. I've written several papers, and it's actually pretty easy to sort of see where the gaps are. And you know, the assumptions they make to sort of say that those things hold, they just don't hold. So there's a sense in the literature that I don't know where this comes from, that static trade models are the long run of some dynamic model. That's just not right. You know, we kind of know that from first-year macro, that wouldn't be right. But that's kind of where the literature's at these days. And I think it's important to kind of try to capture the macro features, because these reforms ultimately do have a macro component. Just the last suggestion, we haven't looked at interest rates. We should look at interest rates. You know, I'm guessing interest rates went up quite a bit, but you know, we can definitely look at that. And you know, I think one of the things, these reforms never happen in a vacuum, right? There's all kinds of things happening, and so sometimes it's hard to tease things out as to you know, what exactly happened. I had a lovely conversation with Rachel yesterday about, you know, what institutional knowledge you have about your country where you're working on, and I feel like I don't have enough yet. So we'll try to bring more of that in. So maybe I'll talk to Simon later about some of the more specific comments, but thanks so much.
Thank you. So we will conclude, and I thanks all the panelists for their comprehensive and inputs in this scheme. And I will stop here, and we will have 10 to 15 minutes coffee break and resume after for the third session related to public finance. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, and welcome to all of you for this third session and the final before our policy panel. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break and you feel energized and ready to kick off this session. My name is Ashur Aya. I'm head of macroeconomic modeling and simulation at the research department of Central Bank of Morocco. And over the approximately the 2 hours or so, we'll be discussing great topics and on fascinating issues. And so without further ado, let's dive in and welcome our distinguished speakers and discussants. So just before we get started, let me briefly remind our speakers that each will have 30 minutes to present their papers. Then we'll pass it over to discussants for 10 minutes and to provide their comments and thoughts on the paper. We'll be also finishing up with a Q&A session, and I encourage the audience to ask their question. So please, that's it for me, and I would like to call upon Professor Anders Jensen from Harvard University, who will be presenting his paper time series in tax performance. So over to you, Anders.
All right. Thank you so much to the chair for introducing me. Thank you in advance to Idem for I'm sure will be very thoughtful comments, and thanks to the organizers of the conference for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to be presenting a paper called, for lack of a better title, Time Series in Tax Performance. This is co-authored with no one. It's the first time in a while I've written a paper by myself. Turns out it's a lonely experience, and one of the downsides is that I cannot implicitly sort of blame any co-authors on errors that throughout the paper. So I'm sure Idem has spotted some. You may spot others. They're all mine, but I hope you'll stick with it. This is also one of the first times I'm presenting this work, so yet another caveat for why you may have questions along the way that I'm looking forward to at the end. All right. Okay, so the starting point for this paper is tax capacity. Tax capacity is a broad term which motivates a lot of the research, in fact, that I do. It's a concept that I think is fundamental both to economic development, insofar as tax capacity allows states to fund meaningful level of public goods that support a sustainable development. But it's also, in a more broader sense, tax capacity is important for what we can sort of loosely call state building. Having a strong relationship, fiscal contract between the state and the citizens is important. So just a little bit more sort of precisely, tax capacity refers to the ability of the government to collect a meaningfully high level of taxes, but in an efficient manner, in a cost-efficient manner, in a way that also seeks to minimize distortions on households and firms, and hopefully, and by all means, preferably in an equitable manner, such that we distribute the tax burden in a progressive way. Tax capacity is a term that has been around now for, say, the past 10 years or so, and there's increasing research that's been done on tax capacity. And most of the empirical research has focused on understanding what are the determinants of tax capacity. And just so kind of very loosely, this means that we're going to try to understand how can we increase the level of taxes, but conditional on a level of GDP. And so at least in the sort of more macroeconomic sense of the term, tax capacity is often proxied by the tax to GDP ratio, which is going to be the main outcome that I'm going to focus on when I talk about tax capacity and tax performance today. So to sort of situate my work, let me sort of summarize a little bit what other work has been done up until now. There are essentially two strands of evidence that have been brought forward on tax capacity. The first strand seeks to answer more or less the question, what are the determinants of tax collection at the level of the individual or the firm? And this is an analysis that lends itself very well to using administrative data to a sort of micro-analysis, and of course, with the hope of establishing sort of causal effects of different types of tax policies, different types of enforcement policies. There's work, I'm just quoting here some of the famous papers by Dina Pomerantz on the extent to which the existence of information trails along the production chain helps the sort of self-reinforcing enforcement of the VAT. Best et al. Have studied how the ability of firms to evade taxes can lead us to choose in an optimal way between a turnover tax and a profit tax. And Joanna Naritomi's work has also showed how we can enlist essentially consumers as auditors on firms to ensure that they're reporting correctly. So these are papers that very well illustrate the kind of first strand of research, which is at this micro level, seeks to address the question of increasing tax capacity, but without any sort of immediate connection to the more macroeconomic nature of collecting taxes at the national level. This is complementary to a second strand, which more or less seeks to answer or document what are the aggregate trends in tax capacity and its approximate causes. And this analysis, sort of very much in contrast to the first, lends itself to a much more sort of macro type of unit of observation and a very long run perspective. It's really like a bird's eye view. If we look at 150 years of tax collection in developed countries, and for that matter in developing countries, what are those kind of long run trends? What can we learn for those long run trends? And what can we think of as the sort of approximate causes that could have long run impacts? This paper sort of comes in right in the middle, if you will, between these two strands of literature, and I'm going to argue that there's a missing middle set of evidence that we don't have, which is at the macro level. So we're still going to think about tax capacity at the level of a country's tax collection, but focusing more on, so to speak, the medium run analysis rather than these kind of very long run performances. And to illustrate this, let me illustrate this point with a couple of countries' long-run time series of tax-to-GDP ratio to document how rich the variation in tax capacity truly is if we kind of focus in a little bit more on the medium run. So this is for Nigeria from 1965 to 2020, where the outcome variable is the total taxes collected divided by GDP. So the second strand of literature that I described just earlier would sort of take as a starting point that tax to GDP in Nigeria in 2020 is higher by a certain amount than it was in 1965, and it would sort of seek to learn what could be some of the long-run determinants of that increase in tax capacity. And this is, of course, very insightful and very helpful, but as this graph, in a sort of hinting way, is also suggesting, we're missing out on a lot of potentially interesting variation in tax capacity, which we can sort of learn more about from focusing on these more short-run temporal changes. For example, around the 1980s, Nigeria had this kind of drastic turn in tax collection performance of a downturn that lasted approximately 20 years. And that was in turn followed by yet another upturn in tax collection where the country was able to recover quite a significant amount of taxes. As another example, Malaysia's tax to GDP ratio over the last 65 years was initially characterized by a sort of very somewhat impressive, year-to-year increase in taxes relative to GDP. But then at the early 80s, featured a sort of turning point whereby the next 40 years were characterized by a sort of steady but quite robust decline in total taxes relative to GDP. The country has never been able to recover from the otherwise somewhat higher levels of tax collection that it was enjoying in the early 80s. As another example, a little bit more drastic even than Malaysia, Zambia is a case of yet another sort of turning point that happened in the 70s. Over the first decade, from the mid-60s to the mid-70s, Zambia was growing its tax capacity at a rate that we normally associate with some of the European countries in the immediate post-World War II period. But then a turning point occurred, and over the next 40-plus years, there was essential stagnation, and no further changes, no further improvements were made to the country's ability to collect taxes. Now, you may think, or not, but you may have a prior that these kind of drastic changes in tax collection could be more reserved to middle and low-income countries, but that's not necessarily the case. If we look at the sort of long-run historical experience of some developed countries like the Netherlands, they also do oftentimes feature these kind of sharp turning points. In the case of the Netherlands, the early 1990s featured a downturn, and still, almost 30 years later, the country has not been able to recover the level of taxes it was enjoying at that point. France is another good example of a sort of upward trend, but that's nonetheless characterized by sort of periods of stagnation followed by growth. And it just again goes to show that once we sort of zoom in a little bit on these more medium run periods, rather than just focusing on the sort of 60+ implied yearly growth, we can potentially learn quite a bit more about tax capacity in countries. Right. So the point of this paper is quite simply to take a first step towards documenting the sort of richness of variation in tax capacity and try to document and characterize what are the phases of growth, stagnation, and sustained decline that countries at all levels of development and over the past 60 years have undertaken. And in order to make some traction on that question, I'm going to deploy several methods from the economic growth literature to detect what I call turning points in tax capacity, which were sort of alluded to with these vertical red lines that I showed you in the time series. Turning points are points in time at which there are sharp and sort of sudden and sustained changes, either in terms of accelerations or decelerations of tax capacity. And I'll come back to this a little bit towards the end of the paper. I believe that organizing the data on tax collection around these turning points can arguably bring us closer to, I think, some of the questions that are most pressing for policymakers in the context of taxation, such as how likely is it that my country can undergo this kind of sustained period of acceleration in the ability to collect taxes? And conversely, what policies, if any, can we implement to prevent or to sort of dampen the likelihood that there will be a sustained downturn in tax collection? I think this is an interesting and important general question. I think it's perhaps particularly important in low and middle income countries where the constraints on the ability to collect taxes in the first place are so severe, and any sort of marginal gain in tax capacity is fought so hard. This is maybe exactly the kinds of places where allowing us to implement policies to prevent downturns can be particularly helpful. All right, I'll summarize very quickly the main results, and then I'll go through the sections of the paper. So the bottom line is that turning points in tax capacity are meaningful macroeconomic events, and they are so for two reasons. The first is that they occur quite frequently. So if you pick a country at random in a given year, the likelihood that that country will enter a turning point is somewhere between 8 and 10%, depending on the exact method that you use. I'm not sure it's a perfect benchmark, but just to kind of gauge that magnitude, the literature on economic growth has estimated turning points, either accelerations or decelerations for economic growth, and they occur 2 to 3% of the time. So these are frequent events that can happen. Interestingly, it's not only a case of sort of upturns. We don't only see accelerations, we also see quite a few decelerations, and the likelihood that a country will enter a period of acceleration is actually only slightly higher than the likelihood that a country will enter a sustained downturn in tax collection capacity. The second reason why these are important macroeconomic events is that the change in the magnitude of tax to GDP are quite simply enormous. So for the average acceleration episode, the change in the tax to GDP ratio over an 8-year period after the initiation of the event is almost 5 percentage points, which is almost 22% relative to the average tax to GDP ratio in the full sample. And in the case of a deceleration event, there's an almost 22% loss in tax collection relative to GDP. So these are not only important events in the sense that they occur frequently, but attached to each event is a dramatic either upturn or loss in the ability to collect taxes. I'll talk a little bit about, in the second half, about important heterogeneity in the turning points and the frequency and the prevalence across subcomponents of total taxes, time periods, and levels of development. Okay, so let me first describe a little bit more in detail the data that we use for this exercise. The data is from a publicly available data set that I've compiled together with co-authors called Global Taxation. It's available at the website link that I posted on the slides. And if anyone is interested at all, it contains a number of additional macroeconomic data sources on factor shares and national income components. It's a data set that we created for another project where we tried to study how globalization affected the relative taxation of labor and capital. There are two advantages to this data set. The first is that it is, to date, the most sort of comprehensive publicly available data set on tax collection. It covers the 150 most populous countries between 1965 and 2020, or the date of independence, whichever is the earliest. And this is a coverage that we achieved through a number of efforts, but one of the most important one, which in particular affected our ability to collect much more data on tax revenues in developing countries, but in sort of more historical periods, was the digitization of thousands of government records and of national statistics records that were lying around in the archives of the university where I'm currently a professor. The second advantage of this data set is that it's very comprehensive in how we can measure taxes. So the way that we compiled these data sets was that our criteria for using a particular source was that we always needed to be able to measure all sources of taxation. So when I talk about tax capacity, I'm going to sum up all the personal income taxes, corporate income taxes, social security, property tax, wealth and inheritance tax, as well as indirect taxes that are collected in a country. By all means, this should in principle include not only central, sort of national taxes that are collected, but also subnational taxes that are collected. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, the main outcome is going to be the ratio of all of these taxes, the total tax burden in the country, as a percent of net domestic product. You can divide it by GDP. The results are quite similar. Okay, so with this data in hand, we have to sort of adopt a method for estimating or detecting these turning points. And there are many ways to do this. There's certainly a much larger literature in macroeconomics that studies time series of many kinds of important indicators, and we could have gone down that road. We chose instead to go down the road to essentially rely on the developments that have been made in the growth literature, where the focus has been to study turning points in economic growth rates. The Hausman et al. Paper and the Berg et al. Paper are the most, or the sort of two leading candidates on those methods. So the two methods are the following. The first one is what's called the filter approach. And as its name suggests, it's essentially designing a list of criteria which all have to be met in order for a particular change in tax collection to satisfy as a turning point. So for example, in the case of an acceleration episode, there are three criteria. The first is that the absolute change in the 8-year moving average of the tax to GDP before versus after the break has to be at least 5 percentage points. This is a somewhat high bar, okay? It means that quantitatively, we're gonna find turning points that are large in magnitude, but it's not necessarily so far off what some international organizations recommend as a sort of healthy path for developing countries, whereby they should be able to achieve approximately half a percentage point in taxes on a yearly basis. The second criteria is that the average annual growth rate in the post turning point period should be larger than 5%. And this is primarily, we sort of impose this criteria so that we're capturing turning points that truly reflect sort of accelerations of the growth rates of tax to GDP. And the final criteria is that the post-acceleration average level of tax to GDP has to be larger than the pre-episode peak level. This is a sort of simple trick to ensure that we're ruling out sort of pure recoveries in tax to GDP that may be somewhat prolonged. The second method is the statistical approach, and for the macroeconomist in the room, this may sound familiar. This is essentially the extension of the Bai-Perron method, where we are able to search for and detect multiple breaking points when both the number of breaking points as well as the location of the breaking points is unknown. It's a sequential algorithm which tests for up to the presence of, let's say, m predefined structural breaks, beginning at the first step of the algorithm with the null hypothesis of 0 structural breaks versus at least 1 structural break. And just to go into just a little bit of the intuition for how are these breaks determined in the data set, that first potential break is determined by finding the year which minimizes the sum of squared residuals between the actual data and the average growth rates in the before versus the post periods. And in the event where the null hypothesis of 0 structural breaks can be rejected, the second step of the algorithm is to then test for 1 structural break versus at least 2 structural breaks. And the algorithm then searches for additional structural breaks both to the left and to the right of that initial structural break. This sequence goes on and on until eventually the algorithm decides that it cannot reject the alternative of more than L breaks against the presence of L breaks. Okay? So why 2 methods? We're going to be running, I'm going to show you results essentially in parallel for these 2 methods. Why not just pick one? Well, similarly to the debate in the growth literature, both have upsides and both have downsides. So the main downside of the filter approach is that it's completely subjectively defined. The criteria that I propose to you are the criteria that I think are meaningful. They may be relevant for a particular set of countries or periods, but they may not apply to other settings. Of course, the upside is that there's no black box. We know exactly what we're looking for, and so we can directly sort of map these criteria to the set of turning points that we're going to estimate. The statistical approach is based on a sort of common framework, so you can apply that uniformly across settings, which is more meaningful for comparison purposes. The downside is that the power of the statistical test is low, and this has been shown in sort of many theoretical papers through simulations. In particular, the test that's required for detecting these breaks is sometimes not able to pick up what are actually genuine breaks in the data. This is particularly the case when the outcomes are quite volatile. So this is in principle maybe not such a big deal because it means that we may just be ending up with a sort of conservative set of detection points. The perhaps more important issue is that it may introduce non-random bias in the representativeness of these detection points. And that's because the power of this test is directly related to the volatility of the outcome. And we know, of course, that certain countries or certain periods in time have more volatile tax-to-GDP ratios than others, so we may be introducing non-random bias in that setting. I'll discuss a little bit how these two approaches, the results that come out of these two approaches differ. Okay, what could cause a turning point? So before showing you some of the actual results, let me just quickly go through some of the determinants of a turning point. Of course, tax policy could in and of itself determine a turning point. Maybe not sort of an individual change in one tax rate, but broad statutory reforms such as the introduction of a value-added tax, which has been commonly done in developing countries over the past 25, 30 years, combined perhaps with administrative reforms to enforcement, you could imagine that that could conceptually lead to a turning point. Institutional changes, insofar as they are large and sort of overhauling in nature, either to the governance structure or for that matter, the collapse of a particular form of governance altogether, is also a sort of candidate for what triggers a turning point. And finally, economic factors could also have an impact. You could imagine sharp changes in the composition or the value of specific taxable bases, and this could lead us to find a turning point in tax collection performance, or even more continuous changes in the composition and the value of tax bases combined with sort of disrupt or abrupt changes in how a government responds in terms of tax policies could also lead to turning points. Okay, so result number one, how prevalent are turning points? So each of these two methods is going to give us, at the end of the day, a number of breakpoints that happen in the full sample of countries and years. And in order to sort of translate that and put it on a graph, you could simply divide that, say, by the number of observations in each year where a turning point is detected. So that's what I'm showing you here on the y-axis. Maybe most importantly is to try to somehow eyeball the average level of this likelihood, which is somewhere just around 10%. So on average, if you pick a country in a random year, the likelihood that the country will enter either an acceleration or a deceleration is around 10%. You can immediately split that out into upturns and downturns, so either sustained increases in the ability to collect taxes or sustained downturns. And perhaps, at least to me, sort of relative to my priors, perhaps the most interesting result here is that there's not a fundamental difference in the likelihood of either a sustained increase or decrease. Okay? What's perhaps also interesting is that there doesn't seem to be some particularly striking time trend in the exposures that countries have to either upturns or downturns. The prevalence of these turning points using the alternative method, which is the filter approach, is only slightly smaller. It's around 9% rather than around 10.5% using the statistical method. And the symmetry across upturns and downturns is also quite strongly maintained across these two methods. And so to me, relative to what I want to take away from this paper, this kind of solidifies, if you will, the proof of concept. The idea that turning points are a sort of meaningful, practical unit of analysis that we can take forward and that we can continue to work on in the context of understanding the drivers of tax capacity. The second main result is what is the magnitude of the changes in tax to GDP when a country enters or incurs a turning point. And you can simply calculate that as the 8-year change of the tax to GDP ratio relative to the decided timing of that event. In the case of an acceleration using the statistical method, it's almost a 5 percentage point change in tax to GDP. And again, maybe somehow interestingly, the magnitude change in the case of a deceleration is almost the same in absolute magnitude, and it's close to a 5 percentage point drop in tax to GDP as well. Okay, these are large effects. These are, as I mentioned in the introduction, around 22 to 23% of an erosion that happens in a fast and sharp way over less than a decade relative to the average tax to GDP in the country. And importantly, for the statistical method at least, these are particularly large magnitudes because the statistical method imposes no criteria on how large the changes in tax to GDP have in order to qualify as a turning point. Somehow less surprisingly, perhaps, the magnitudes of changes in the tax to GDP ratios are larger in the case of the filter method. This is in part mechanical because it's one of the criteria. But interestingly, the magnitudes are still comparable to those from the statistical method. And in fact, the sort of absolute value change that is symmetric across upturns and downturns is also consistent across methods, which again sort of solidifies this proof of concept idea that this is an interesting and meaningful way to think about the variation in tax collection across countries and time. So turning points are meaningful macroeconomic events. They occur frequently, they're quantitatively large, and they both feature upturns and downturns. And so relative to what I mentioned in the introduction, focusing on this kind of medium run variation in tax capacity seems to be a sort of interesting way forward as we are able to sort of uncover a sort of rich amount of additional variation in countries' tax capacity. In the time I have left, I'll do sort of two extensions. The first is to understand what are the contributions of the subcomponents of total taxes to these turning points. So we can take total taxes and we can classify them into their labor, capital, and consumption parts. And the first finding is that the likelihood of a broad-based turning point, by which I mean that all three subcomponents of taxes are moving in the same direction as total taxes, is actually not that common. So in the case of an acceleration, only in 50% of those acceleration events do we see positive growth in all three subcomponents. And for decelerations, it's even less common to find these broad-based turning points. The second finding, when you look into the subcomponents, is that capital taxes is always, or oftentimes, the bad student in the class, in the sense that capital taxes are most likely to counter upturns, while labor taxes are most often the main tax base that dampens the downturns. When we look specifically at accelerations, in 20% of those cases, capital taxes fall, even though overall taxes are increasing. And in 36% of downturns of total taxes, we see a rise in labor tax at the same time. So of course, given the magnitudes of these turning points, this has to mean that the other components of total taxes are growing either positively or negatively in a really sharp and large sense. The third finding is if we just focus on the average turning point, consumption taxes continue to contribute 40 to 50% of the actual magnitude change. This is not so surprising given that in a lot of countries, consumption taxes represents the lion's share of total taxes. But it's still the case, if we focus on capital and labor, that capital taxes will contribute much more to downturns than to upturns, and the opposite is true for labor taxes. The final result is an initial...
Apologies to interrupt, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, wonderful, I'm almost done. The final sort of question that I wanted to ask is what, if any, differences do we see in the prevalence and the magnitude of these turning points if we focus on countries at different levels of development? This is motivated by a number of, for a number of reasons, one of which is that we know that different countries at different levels of development are exposed or vulnerable to economic shocks and other sort of systemic shocks in very different ways. If we focus on the statistical method, what I'm showing you here is the outcome is the prevalence, the likelihood of a turning point. Okay, so I've split the data into low income, middle income, and high income countries, according to the cross-section of countries in one of the most recent years. And in green are the likelihood of an acceleration, and in blue are the likelihood of a deceleration. And we can sort of pick, if you will, a little bit at the sort of the differences that you do see across groups, but to me, a sort of first order result that comes out of this is somewhat strikingly the uniform exposure to turning points that we see across groups of countries. Perhaps the one way in which the two methods seems to diverge is exactly in estimating the likelihood of these events when you use the statistical method versus the filter approach. In the case of the filter method, there seems to be a little bit more of a sort of pronounced difference across groups of development. High-income countries are now much more likely to see accelerations than other countries at lower levels of development, and they're also significantly more likely to see an acceleration than a deceleration. I think this is an interesting sort of divergence between the two methods, which I'm sort of aiming to work on more in the future. In terms of the magnitudes, however, these line up across levels of development in a pretty striking way. So the average change in tax to GDP in the case of both accelerations and decelerations are quite common, have almost the same value and magnitude across development groups. Now, of course, because lower income countries have lower average tax to GDP, this implies that as a percent change, the events are more magnified in least developed countries. And that result sort of holds pretty comparably across the two methods. Okay, so let me conclude. Relative to the introduction and the sort of motivation for this paper, far from being just summarized by a sort of nice and steady, linear yearly growth rate over the very long run, most countries' tax capacity performances are in fact characterized by both frequent downturns and upturns. And these downturns and upturns both occur with comparable likelihood, and from a magnitude point of view, induce enormous changes in the ability of governments to collect taxes. The results on the prevalence and the magnitude are, I would say, nicely comparable across the two methods. And this demonstrates, again, in this sort of notion of proof of concept as a first step towards using turning points as an element for further analysis, it demonstrates, I think, the practical potential that we can sort of continue to work on this as the starting point for thinking about tax capacity. And arguably, organizing the data around these turning points brings us closer to answering some of what I think are the most pressing questions that policymakers have, say in the context of the post-COVID era, where the pressures on government budgets are so enormous in most countries. It's of course important to understand what are the policies, if any, that we can implement which will help trigger a downturn, or which will at the very least sort of minimize the chances of being exposed to significant and sustained downturns. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anders, for this wonderful overview, and I'll pass it over to the first female discussant of the day. So Professor Irem Guceri from University of Oxford, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizing committee for giving me the pleasure to discuss Anders's paper on the time series of tax performance. I do have slides that are not showing at the moment, but I can still express my gratitude to the organizers without my slides. In fact, so I work on public finance and taxation, and Anders has rightly pointed out that there is a missing middle of evidence in terms of, looking at patterns in tax collection. I'm on the faculty of a school of government, so is Anders, so we teach sort of Masters of Public Policy students, and they come from all different backgrounds, policy, and not only with an interest in academia, but also just going to their departments and implementing whatever they've heard in the classroom. And whenever I look for material for the classes, I go to see this particular study on France in these 5 years, we see before and after the reform. And this is the kind of work that I do as well in my research. So I'm not saying that, that's really, really important, because we want to learn about causal relationships. But at the same time, we want to say something about medium-term outcomes across a range of countries, and to be able to talk about downturns as well as accelerations, as Anders has named them. So it's with great pleasure that I'm discussing this paper today. So I will summarize the paper as I make some comments on it. So I'm not going to give you a full summary as such, but every slide is going to have some hints of the summary. So the main finding of the paper is sort of thinking about structural breaks in tax collection capacity, or tax collection captured by tax revenue to gross domestic product over the last half of the century. And the paper finds a large number of breaks, rendering a large probability of acceleration or deceleration episodes in a country in a given year. So there's a high probability of, at least higher than we would initially anticipate, a probability of seeing an either accelerating episode or a decelerating episode in tax to GDP. Anders uses two methodologies. One is statistical, which I find myself relating to more. It feels a bit more mechanical, and whatever it spits out, I feel like I know I know it comes from this mechanical approach. And then there's the filter method, which Anders has explained as well, and I'll get back to as well. Now, the data is very novel, and I'm going to give you a taster of what the data looks like in the next slide, even though Anders has highlighted the importance of this data. It gives us a long time series of tax collections across a large number of countries, and I believe that we're going to use this data set in many years to come, both in our research, our policy engagement, policy work, and also teaching in these areas. So this paper bridges a gap between the very short-run micro-level causal analyses with the very long-run broad-based, broad-picture macro analyses. I believe that the paper in its current form undervalues or underemphasizes the different components of tax that contribute to these breaks, such as, what is the importance of consumption taxes? What is the importance of capital taxes and labor taxes? And I'm hoping to see a bit more of that in the developed version of the paper. I'm conscious that Anders has another paper that delves into these questions a lot more, but in this particular context and in this narrative, it would be very, very useful to see a bit more on that. Again, on heterogeneities, I will have a few more points. So this is the taster from Anders's website where the data is publicly available. The left-hand side is the effective tax rates by source, from labor, capital, and on corporate profits in high-income countries. So you see you see this very stark increase on the effective tax rates from labor, and then you see a quite different picture in low and middle income countries. So if you're interested in this kind of analysis, and I hope that you are, based on especially this morning's keynote questions as well. So where are we going to raise the money to make big government spending? These are the kind of places to look at, and it'll be important to have analyses of these kinds. Right, so the definition of a turning point, Anders has highlighted and had the exact same slide. So I don't want to delve into the details, but under the filter approach, you can see that there are some choices being made. So he takes the 8-year moving average, and the break sort of threshold is 5 percentage points, etc. So what I was wondering is, some robustness related to playing around with these different thresholds. What I'm looking for is more clarification and discussion about the choice of the criteria, alternatives that were not chosen. Could we define the window in a country-specific way, for example, a bit more out of the box, but also, can we just change the number of years around the breakpoint and see what's going on? Under the statistical approach, the structural break test is implemented. So both approaches, as Anders has highlighted, have pros and cons. The cons, the main drawback of the statistical approach is that it's harder to find an effect. It has low statistical power, and yet this method finds quite a few more breaks than the filter method. So from where I stand as the discussant of this paper, it feels like the statistical approach feels superior. And I wondered if some of the further analyses, like the heterogeneity and the components of different taxes, could be done more definitively or more confidently without this tension between the results coming from different approaches. So another comment that I would like to make is on the main object of interest, tax over GDP. So a broad point that I'd like to make is that it will be great. I work on public finance, but it wasn't obvious to me initially what tax to GDP might be in terms of, tax revenues. And I know that Anders has very clearly explained it in the slides, but in the paper it would be very useful to walk the reader through on page 1 about what are the different indicators, what does acceleration and deceleration mean in the context of tax. Now I wondered though that tax to GDP might be episodes of acceleration and deceleration in tax to GDP might be driven by 4 different things. A rise, an accelerating episode in tax collection capability or base, a fall in such tax collection or base, and therefore I kind of find the split between separate analyses between accelerations and decelerations as the first ever analysis that is given to the reader to be a bit more useful than just sort of saying there are breaks. It could be either up or down. It feels to me like accelerations and decelerations are quite different in character and therefore are of different interest to the reader here. But then points 3 and 4, I wonder, are about a sustained fall in GDP and a sustained rise in GDP. Sustained being is it an, again, accelerating or decelerating episode in GDP? And in the paper, Anders is conscious of this. He says that what I do not expect to be driving these effects is something related to GDP because we look at a certain period that's driving the effect. Now, I wasn't completely convinced by that description, and I would like to see more about why number 3 and number 4 are things that I shouldn't worry about. Or I'm not worried anyway, it's just not, why are they not objects of interest? And is there no merit in only considering tax revenue or using a base year GDP for scale so that things are kind of comparable but not going up and down with the GDP itself? I also wondered if an option could be to have a horse race of turning points, turning points in GDP versus turning points in tax to GDP, and saying, well, if one is more important than the other, then we can conclude that tax is the main driver here. Okay. The third set of comments that I would like to make is about the big picture.
And you have 1 minute to conclude.
Sorry, how many?
1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay. Okay, so the big picture, I would like to say that my takeaway, I think our takeaway from this discussion should be, what are the big drivers of change? And this is a picture on Colombia. We talked about Colombia in the previous session as well, and this is a case study that we've written in our Master of Public Policy program on the failed tax reform, value-added tax reform in Colombia last year. If anyone wants to talk more about it, I love talking about it. I can do that in the break. But there was a textbook, value-added tax reform, that failed in Colombia. Had it passed, one would imagine that it would really kind of trigger an acceleration. Now, what drives these kinds of changes, and what are the kind of, and I know that it's very hard to, given this evidence, this data, the reader won't expect a causal relationship, but a discussion about what drives change in tax systems. And that takes me to the point about components of tax as well. So I think this is extremely interesting and useful to think about contributions from different types of taxes. So based on the analysis of the contributions of tax components, can we make bigger conclusions about inertia in tax systems? So the paper says, consumption taxes constitute a large share of total taxes in developing countries, making it harder for total taxes to grow substantially without growth in consumption taxes. I think that's really, really important for us to understand the importance of the current state of the tax system in a country and how that is a driver of change or how it might be causing some inertia in change. And then I'll probably finalize with this thought that so there are some questions about the importance of capital taxes relative to labor taxes. So is the fact that capital taxes decrease when we see an acceleration in total taxation, does this tell us something about a tension between the function of redistribution function of taxes as opposed to revenue raising function of taxes, in that capital taxes should be more redistributive, because owners of capital are on average wealthier, versus income taxes raise more revenue, they kind of trigger this acceleration, but hey, they are levied on the labor of probably middle and lower income individuals. So I think it's just a general question about what drives drastic change in tax policy. These are things that I can talk about in the break. But overall, thank you very much. It was a delight to read this paper and discuss it. It's very informative, thought-provoking, and enjoyable. And I believe that it will benefit many different audiences, from academics to policymakers to politicians as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Iram, for this very relevant comments, and also for sticking to time. So let's start our Q&A question. So the floor is open. If you can raise your hand, we can collect your questions. So we have one on the front of the room. Please, if you can break the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I understand that your approach identify the turning point of taxes series. My question, did you use this identification of turning point on some specific country? And what kind of lessons did you draw from this analysis? Thanks.
Hello. Okay. So I'm Martin Konu from Al Hawen University. Okay. Thank you very much for your paper, and then the information of the data is quite helpful. So it's very long time series data, and then it's quite helpful. Now, my question is about the causes of the turning point that you mentioned. Some of them can be political change, governance change, and so forth. But have you thought of the inception of the cryptocurrency, the use of cryptocurrency now from like 10 years ago, when we have a lot of tax evasion, issue with tax evasion, money laundering, and so forth? Have you thought of that specific use of cryptocurrency on your tax capacity?
I think we have a question on the left, on the left hand. Good.
What I found very striking with your results is the uniformity of everything. And so it seems as if one like naive takeaway is that this changes in tax capacity is just idiosyncratic in some sense. It's idiosyncratic. So, you know, is that a lesson to take away from it?
We can have one more question, if it's possible.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. So I'm Kenza Benima from HEC Lausanne. I was wondering how sustainable the different breaks were, like the upturns and downturns. So for instance, what is the likelihood to have a downturn after an upturn and this kind of question?
So, Anders, before getting back to you to respond both to discussant and also to answer the audience question, I do have myself a couple of questions. It's a very provocative paper, actually, on a very fascinating topic. So I'm wondering, this is something that has been also pointed out by Irem, but I'm wondering if you just investigated the causal relationship between GDP and the tax collection, because GDP is actually an approximation for the tax base. And so what was interesting is the fact that, for example, if I'm just given some of your striking results, so you have labor tax rises are more accompanied with a downturn in your series. On the flipping side, you have, a fall in capital tax that is more likely to be linked to an acceleration. And capital tax is actually distortionary because it both, affects demand and supply. So do you have the link between two? And I cannot hold myself from asking this question, even though it is a little bit far from the paper scope. But did you by any chance, find a link between the informality and the tax-based turning points, because you have just middle-income countries with a higher likely turning or breaks in their tax collection. So I would like to hear a little bit about these structural changes and how they can reflect in this series. Thank you so much, and you have 5 minutes to answer.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, Ilham, for the very thoughtful comments. I'm very, very grateful. Thanks for the additional questions from the audience. Let me do this a little bit in reverse. So I think structural change is probably informality thought of as a subcomponent, if you will, of structural change. I think structural change if I were to sort of venture into what are the drivers of these turning points, I think personally is going to be an important play. Some other work that we've done suggests that under something like a drastically large trade liberalization episode, you actually see quite significant and sharp changes in, say, sectoral composition, so the concentration of corporate income and the corporate share in national income. And insofar as these things are, related to enforceability, then we can potentially think of a link between sort of sharp changes in sectoral composition or in, say, the share of informality that we can link to these turning points. So I think sectoral changes, and insofar as informality is related to that, is definitely going to be a part of the puzzle. So I guess to your other point and to one of Idem's main point as well, the link with GDP growth, I think that's an amazing suggestion that Idem had to kind of think of the 4 subcomponents of why we could see these turning points. I was reading up, one of the graphs I showed was from Zambia, and I was thinking I might get quizzed on what happened in Zambia in the early 70s. I luckily did not, but nonetheless, it's a good example, I think, that highlights this exact point. There was a sort of massive economic collapse, essentially, in the country around that point in time. So that would be, a good example of a case where there's a drastic turning point that, had a sustained loss in tax to GDP, and it was probably driven by the fact that just the GDP base was, falling so precipitously and over such a sustained period. So I think there's the separation between the tax base conditional on GDP and the other way around is probably a very, very useful way to think of it. 2 other questions, like lessons learned, and then are all these things just kind of idiosyncratic? I think maybe go a little bit together. Relative to my priors, I was a little bit surprised by how uniform these turning points seem to be, so I do agree with that point. So of course, one could either interpret that as this is all just, this is crazy and random. But the other possibility, which I'm hoping is the truth, is that it's just the case that there's a number of factors that at different points in time are triggering these turning points. I started becoming more convinced of that when you look at the extent to which the likelihood of being exposed to upturns and downturns is so uniform over time as well, despite the fact that we know that changes in globalization, all these other large impacts happened in so sharply different periods. Probably just means that there's a lot of determinants of these trigger points, and they have impacted tax collection capacity at different points in time. Tax evasion and cryptocurrency. Thank you so much. I never made the link between this paper and cryptocurrency, but that's a great point. More generally speaking, this is a little bit related to, I think, the earlier point as well. It's certainly true in the tax capacity literature that we have come to think in all countries around the world that the ability to collect taxes is very much related to our ability to observe the activities of firms and households. Now, for that to be related to something as drastic as a turning point, we need some kind of large, overhauling shock to, say, the information trails that are available to a tax authority or other economic changes that are strongly correlated with observability. So I think that's an interesting hypothesis that one could think about more. Don't know how I'm doing on time. Idem had a lot of other great points. I'll maybe continue this offline with her.
Great. Thank you so much, Anders. So let's move to the second paper in our session. I call Professor Sergio De Ferra from University of Oxford to take the podium. So he'll be talking about cross-sectional facts for international macroeconomists. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So let me thank the organizers for selecting this paper into the conference, but also let me thank the local organizers for the wonderful hospitality. Okay, so I should press the green button, right? So this paper is called Cross-Sectional Facts for International Macroeconomists. So under set time series, I have cross-section, so we've covered all of data. So this paper asks a simple question, which is, what is the distribution of countries around the world over growth rates of output and current account balances? This is, in my view, at least, an interesting question per se, but I think this is also an interesting thing to know, is if you want to write down a model of the global economy as a continuum of heterogeneous countries, so this information about the distribution are the targets that you should or might want to match if you want your model to replicate the correct distribution of countries over growth rates and current account balances. Why am I thinking about current account balances and output growth rates? Well, these are two key macroeconomic variables. So growth in GDP captures countries' growth in their standards of living, and also from an international perspective, it gives us information about the rise or the decline in the importance of a given country relative to the rest of the world or the rest of the global economy. Regarding the current account balance, this is a variable that international macroeconomists always think about or often think about. The current account balance is important because it's a measure of a country's accumulation of external assets and liabilities, which is an interesting object per se, but also the magnitude of international assets and liabilities has been shown to be a useful proxy to predict a country's vulnerability or resilience to international financial crisis. So now that I've told you what variables I'm looking at, you might want to know what is the period of analysis. So I chose to study the past 25 years, so the period between 1997 and 2021. This is a period, certainly by looking at a recent time sample, we have greater data availability, but also this is an interesting period because we've observed two global crises with widespread reduction and widespread severe reduction in output across many countries. And at the same time, we witnessed an increase in the integration of many countries into the international financial system, which is going to be particularly relevant for the current account. So this is what the question that this paper addresses. Let me give you a preview of the key results. This is the last paper, so I understand you're tired, so if you want to, listen up to the slides, it's okay. So one first result, which I find, is the presence of persistent heterogeneity across countries, both in terms of output growth and in terms of current account balances. How do I measure the presence of this persistent heterogeneity? Well, I measure it because I observe the presence of large differences across countries in terms of their average output growth rates and current account balances computed over the entire sample. So if countries' growth rates fluctuated only temporarily and then all reverted back to some international mean, you would not observe big variation across countries in terms of long-run mean of output or long-run current account balances. Instead, this is not the case. We observe that when we take the average growth rate of individual countries, there are big differences, and when you take the average current account balance of individual countries over the entire sample, there are big differences. So this leads me to conclude that the heterogeneity that is present across countries is not a temporary factor, but is fairly persistent. The second key finding is the presence of granularity in the data. So to say that very briefly and sharply, large countries matter a lot. So you will not be surprised to hear that the United States and China are big economies, very, very significant, but I was personally surprised to realize how much this is the case. Maybe that's my ignorance, but when computing averages, for example, of emerging market economies or advanced economies, the inclusion or the exclusion of China and the United States in the sample change the results in many instances. And this is true for averages, and this is true for the tails of the distribution, for the dispersion of the distribution, and for the asymmetry. So the data are very granular, and considering the US and China in particular, the two biggest economies in the world currently, is really important in driving the results. Third result is that these global distributions are non-stationary. So if you want to model the world economy as a stationary distribution with countries hit by shocks, but always fluctuating within a stable distribution, I would argue that this is not the most realistic way of representing the global economy, as we observe changes over time in this distribution. We observe changes in the first moment, for example, in the mean, for example, of growth, where the mean growth across countries fluctuated a lot, in particular during crisis, but also in the second and the third moments, where we observe widening and contractions of the cross-sectional dispersion in output growth rates and current account balances. This leads me to think that the global economy is hit by very important aggregate shocks. Of course, people here know that, but this is further evidence. And so, so we observe the importance of aggregate shocks, and we should think about those and not just about idiosyncratic country-level fluctuations. So these are the three key findings from the analysis in this paper: the persistent heterogeneity, the granularity of the data, and the non-stationarity of the distribution of countries over output growth rates and current account balances. So I will be very, very brief on the literature, but what I want to say is that I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, some of which in this very room. I build on three strands of the literature. One is the literature on international capital flows and their direction. Second, I'm building on the strand of the literature on differences across countries in the nature of business cycles, as well as in the nature of growth. And then thirdly, and perhaps a bit less standard, I build on the literature on heterogeneous agents, and in particular on the intersection between the literature on heterogeneous agents and international macroeconomics. I do so by taking international macro data and applying on these international macro data empirical techniques that have been developed in the literature on heterogeneous agents. You can think about the literature that has worked on data for heterogeneous workers and their income, heterogeneous households and their financial position, or heterogeneous firms. So I will go very briefly on this. I will not list all these many papers, and apologies if there are omissions. So let me give a brief overview of what I'm going to do in the rest of this talk. So first, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what data I use and what is the methodology of my empirical analysis. So if the previous paper was Anders's first solo paper, this is my first empirical paper, so apologies if there is something very, very silly here. And then, after giving you an idea about the data, I will show you a ton of pictures so about the results, and so I will show you some results about the long-run means of these variables and their distribution to make my point about the presence of persistent heterogeneity. Second, I will show you how this distribution of countries are time-varying, and I will do so first by looking at means for advanced and for emerging economies, including and excluding the biggest countries to look at the granularity of the data. And then I will look more broadly at the whole distribution by looking at the extreme tails and looking at measures of dispersion in this distribution and looking at measures of asymmetry in this distribution. And then finally, hopefully time will allow us to study also the bivariate relationship, if there is one, between output growth and the current account in terms of the long-run mean for these variables across countries. So that's the outline of today's talk. So without further ado, let's move on to what I do. So the data that I use, inspired by the organizer of this conference, come from the International Monetary Fund World Economic Outlook latest data set. This data set contains a large set of countries, and it contains annual data, which also allow me to ignore issues of seasonality that are not relevant. In this data set, I divide countries into two broad groups, advanced and emerging economies. So there's been previous discussions about cutoffs, so also here the same questions could arise. So I employ a methodology similar to what's proposed by Uribe and Schmidt-Grohe on their textbook on international macroeconomics, which I divide countries into advanced and emerging with making use of a simple threshold for their GDP per capita. And the threshold that I use is of 30,000 US international dollars for the period between 2013 and 2018. This means that Spain is classified as the poorest of the advanced economies, and the Czech Republic is classified as the richest of the emerging economies. And I ignore the poorest countries in the distribution, not because they're not interested, but they're likely to be different from the others. So the poorest country I consider is Cape Verde with a GDP per capita of $6,500. And so this is covering a wide cross-section of countries from the smallest in the sample, which is the Seychelles, to the biggest economy in the sample, which is the United States. What do I do with this data? As I've said, I take this data and I compute empirical moments from this distribution. But importantly, given the fact that countries are different, these are different in size, this is different from what you would do if you had data on, say, workers. I need to weight them somehow because I want to avoid small countries changing the results. I don't want Seychelles to drive the results for the average world GDP. So the choice I take is that I weigh each country with its share of the global nominal GDP. Of course, you could use other weights, for example, the population. And then having weighted these countries, I compute moments from the distribution. And to evaluate the granularity, I compute this moment, including or excluding the United States and China, and comparing the results with this inclusion or exclusion. And the moments I'm going to compute are means, medians, to have an idea of the first moments of the center of this distribution, but also to look more broadly, I look at quantiles for the distribution, in particular the tails, the 10th and the 90th percentile. And to look at the measure of dispersion and asymmetries, I look at interpercentile ranges and ratio of interpercentile ranges. So let's jump to the result. So the first set of results that I want to show is about persistent heterogeneity across countries. And in particular, first of all, I want to show you the distribution of countries over the long-run average growth rate. When I say long run, I mean over these 25 years, okay? So maybe it's medium run, it's up to you. I think there are several findings from this distribution that are interesting. First, the red line is the distribution of emerging economies, the blue line is the distribution of advanced economies, and the black line is the joint distribution. On the top graph, you've got the CDF, which is a bit hard to interpret. So on the bottom panel, I'll show you a kernel estimate of the density, which I think is easier and nicer to interpret. First of all, the global distribution of growth rates is bimodal, and this bimodality comes entirely from the bimodality in the distribution of emerging economies. So you see a big outlier there on the right, which is China. Right? So China is an outlier in the distribution among emerging economies, and is also an outlier in the distribution across all economies in the world. So the distribution of emerging market economies is bimodal, and therefore also the distribution among all countries is bimodal. A second finding from this is that the distribution for emerging economies tends to be on the right of the distribution for advanced economies. This is somewhat reassuring because emerging economies are poorer than advanced economies, so at least they're growing faster. And the third finding is that when we look at the dispersion among emerging economies is much wider than it is the case than the dispersion among advanced economies, which are more compressed. And also, if you look at the asymmetry, the distribution among emerging economies is positively skewed, more so than the distribution among advanced economies. So that's about persistent heterogeneity in growth rates. So we observe that countries systematically differ in the growth rates, even when computed over relatively long periods of time. And we already see the importance of China as an outlier in the world economy. Second, we repeat the same analysis for the distribution of long-run averages of current account balances. So the first finding here that I would like to highlight, again, on the top, the CDF of the distribution, the cumulative distribution, on the bottom, a kernel estimate of the density. The first finding that I think should be highlighted is differently than for output growth rate, there is substantial overlap between advanced and emerging economies in this distribution. They are fairly similar, right? There is not the case that emerging economies are always running a surplus and advanced always running a deficit. There is like a lot of overlap in the location of the distribution. Again, for emerging economies, you see bimodality. The first mode is in correspondence of a deficit, and the second mode is in correspondence of a surplus. You already can guess which is the country that's responsible for the surplus mode among emerging economies, which is China. In advanced economies, we also observe the presence of many peaks in advanced economies. So there is a big peak with a deficit, so that's the United States, and then there's other peaks in correspondence of other large advanced economies, such as Germany, Japan, or for lower current account surplus, France and Italy. So again, we observe persistent heterogeneity in current account balances and bimodality of the distribution. But when comparing advanced and emerging economies, there are more similarities than when it comes to output growth. So this summarizes, so I think I can skip this because I've already said it in words. All right, so having looked at persistent heterogeneity, let's look at how this distribution over output growth rates and current account balances has evolved over time. So here there are cross-sections, but there is also a bit of an element of time series, so I'm competing with Anders here. So first of all, let's look at the means of these variables within advanced economies and within emerging economies. And let's start again with growth. So here, the red line is emerging economies, the blue dashed line is advanced economies, and the dotted one is the combination of the two. So here there are several things that we can notice. First and the most striking is that in 2009 and in 2020, you observe these sharp declines in growth, similarly in advanced economies and in emerging economies. The average growth rate in advanced economies, in emerging economies remained positive in 2009, but you can see this sharp decline. And in 2020, even emerging economies turned into negative growth on average. A second fact that we can show is that, as we saw before, advanced economies tend to grow more slowly than emerging economies. And this discrepancy was growing prior to the global financial crisis, but it has then contracted. So from the global financial crisis until the COVID crisis, the difference in terms of growth rates between advanced and emerging economies has been reduced. However, if we want to look at the impact of China, here these are the same figures having removed from the sample the United States of China And I think here the key finding is that when you remove China and the United States from the sample, the difference between advanced economies and emerging economies becomes much smaller and practically absent in the phase between the two global crises. So it is true that on average, advanced economies grow more slowly than emerging economies, but China drives a lot of the average growth rate of emerging economies. So you can see that China is a very big player and is become more and more so as time proceeded. Let us now move on to the dynamics of the average current account balance in these groups. And we observe some interesting dynamics. So first of all, a rise in the average current account balance in emerging market economies prior to the global financial crisis, and then a decline. This also implies that on average, the current account balance of emerging market economies was typically higher than that of advanced economies. So there is this image of capital flows from emerging economies to advanced economies. However, what we observe is that while the dynamics are stable to the exclusion of China, this rise in the current account and then the decline of the current account of emerging markets, the levels change very drastically when you remove the US and China. So the picture of capital flows between advanced and emerging economies changes a lot when you remove China from the sample of emerging economies. This is a large country with a positive current account surplus. And when you remove the United States from the sample of the advanced economy, again, these are large countries, but with a current account deficit. And this also shows that there is, I believe, a trend, an upward trend in the current account balance of advanced economies, who has been running a larger and larger surplus as time has gone by. And also, something that I was surprised to see is a sharp increase in the surplus of advanced economies in 2021. This is something I was completely not aware of before looking at this data. So these are the figures for trends in the mean of the current account balance and output growth rate. So just to sum up, output growth, we observed global recessions in 2009, 2020, which have reduced growth throughout the world economy, both in advanced and emerging economies. We observe on average faster growth in emerging economies, but this faster growth has been declining and coming closer to that of advanced economies. And we saw that the exclusion of China and of the United States reduced the gap between advanced and emerging economies in terms of growth rates. When it comes to the current account, looking at the means of advanced and emerging economies is okay, but you really need to take into account the fact that the US and China are having a very important effect on those means. We observe a rise and a decline of emerging economies' current account surplus, and the role of commodity prices here could be important. And third result, we observe an upward trend in advanced economies' current account surplus throughout the sample, both when including and when excluding the United States. Let's look more broadly at the distribution and how it varied over time by looking at the tails, the dispersion, and the asymmetry. So here is the distribution of output growth. So here, the red dashed line is the 10th percentile, so the slowest growing countries. The yellow line is the median, and the green is the 90th percentile. And here I'm showing both the full sample and the sample excluding US and China for the whole world economy. And what we observe is this upward trend in the 90th percentile, and then this decline. So this is related to the pattern of growth in emerging economies, which of course are going to be the ones responsible for the fastest growth rates. We also observe that all tails of the distribution decline during the crisis, and we also observe the presence of asymmetry, given that the median is very close to the 10th percentile. I think it's nice also to take these tails and subtract one from the other. So take the 90th percentile minus the 10th percentile to get a measure of dispersion. And what we observe is that prior to the global financial crisis, we were seeing an increase in the dispersion of output growth rates, which culminated in the global financial crisis. So the crisis was a time of low growth, but also of sharp differences across countries in terms of output growth rates. And then this dispersion of output growth rates came down after the global financial crisis, and it rose again in the COVID crisis. So there is this systematic picture of crises, global crises, that bring down the average growth rate, but also increase the dispersion of growth rates across countries in the world. And here the solid line is the whole sample, and the thinner line is the sample without the biggest economies, but you see that the pattern remains similar, although with milder fluctuations in magnitude. We can repeat the analysis for current account balances, and I think here the most salient fact that you can get from this picture is the widening of both tails of the distribution in the phase prior to the global financial crisis. So both the 90th percentile, summarizing countries running a surplus, was rising in magnitude, and the 10th percentile was declining and so rising in absolute value. And then both tails contracted in correspondence of the global financial crisis and approximately remained where they were. So we did not observe that the tails of the distribution went back to where they were prior to the crisis. So this can be seen also by looking at the dispersion. We have this increased dispersion of current account balances prior to the global financial crisis. Of course, this is the period known as the global imbalances, with the rise of the surplus of China and the decline of the current account balance of the United States. But you can see that these results are robust to the inclusion or to the exclusion of those countries. Then we observe this sharp decline of the dispersion of current accounts, so that's the closing of the current account imbalances. And then we observe that after the crisis, when we include the United States and China in the sample, we do not observe the dispersion going back to pre-crisis levels. If we exclude the US and China from the sample, dispersion is rising again. So this means that the United States and China, in the period between the two crises, contributed negatively to the rise in the dispersion, because the surplus of China has declined in that phase, and the deficit of the United States has also declined. We can also say some things about the asymmetry. So here things are getting more complicated. So here we're taking the 90-50 interpercentile ratio and the 50-10. So the blue is the 90-50, is the difference between the fastest growing country and the median, and the red is the difference between the median and the slowest growing country. So you can see that prior to the global financial crisis, there is this increase in asymmetry, as the fastest growing countries are growing faster and faster, and you don't observe that the slowest countries are growing slower and slower. So asymmetry is trending upwards prior to the global financial crisis, and then it's trending downwards after the global financial crisis. So the distribution of growth rates is not only widening, but it is widening in an asymmetric way with a lengthening of the right tail, while the left tail remains broadly constant. But these changes in asymmetry are largely driven by the presence of China, right? Because instead, these 90-50 and 50-10 interpercentile ratio are much closer when you exclude China and the United States from the distribution. So this trend in asymmetry is driven by growth trends in China to a very large extent. We can also look at trends in the current account balance distribution, and you can see again an increase in the asymmetry prior to the global financial crisis, but then the rate of asymmetry is broadly stable in the period between the two crises. So let's summarize all these pictures. Sorry if there was too much information. So regarding the current account, we had the well-known phase of current account imbalances and their demise. We observed this new rise in current account dispersion in 2021, something that, recent data that I was not as familiar with. And then we observed that for the current account, we have the distribution is largely symmetric, but things change when you include the biggest economies. When it comes to output growth, I think the most important thing is the big changes in the mean and the median during the global crisis, highlighting the importance of aggregate shocks to distribution. But also we observe changes in the higher moments of this distribution, the high dispersion that we observed during this crisis, and the rise and the decline in the right tail of the distribution. And when we think about the right tail of the distribution of growth rates, we are basically talking about China. And so this also drives the trends in the asymmetry of the distribution. So far, I have considered the distribution for individual variables in isolation, but as international macroeconomists, we would like to figure out if there is some stable relationship between output growth and the current account. Is it the case that faster growing countries accumulate external saving and vice versa? The experience of China would make you think that perhaps, yeah, it is the case. This country is growing very fast and it's also running positive current account surplus, so maybe there's a secret recipe there. So that's, it's a holy grail in international macro. So the way I approach this question is by taking, again, long-run averages of output growth rates and long-run averages of countries' current account balances and just plotting them one against the other. I tried to do a straight line through this, but I thought that it was not very robust. So I did something, I would say, simpler, which is that I divided countries in 3 different groups by mass. So 1/3 of the countries by mass is the first tercile. The second group is the second tercile, and then the third tercile. So I divide countries by their growth rates, and I compute the average current account balance in each group. So what it will seem is that there is not a monotonic relationship between the current account balance and growth rate. It is not the case that systematically faster growing countries run a higher current account balance. If you see, the average current account balance in the top tercile is the same as the average current account balance in the bottom tercile. This is when you consider the whole sample. If anything, there is a medium tercile of growth which has a negative current account balance. So there is this U-shaped relationship between output growth and the current account. But what is driving this inverse U-shaped relationship? Well, again, the granularity of this data explains this. When you repeat the analysis, excluding China and the United States, this nonlinear relationship disappears. And it is very, very hard to observe a monotonic, either upward or downward relationship between output growth and the current account. So the low current account balance in the middle tercile of the distribution was entirely driven by the United States, where the United States are a country with relatively fast growth compared to other advanced economies, but lower growth compared to the emerging economies. So the United States fall in the middle of the distribution of growth rates, but they have a low current account balance. They have a current account deficit on average in this distribution, so they bring down the average current account balance in the second tercile of the distribution. So when you remove the United States and when you remove China, the relationship between long-run average output growth rate and long-run average current account balance becomes a flat one, right? So if you wanted like a magic bullet, do you have to have positive external saving to have growth, or the other way around? Of course, here nobody is making claims of causality, but I don't have this magic bullet. I would say that on average, everybody has, the same current account independently of their growth rate. So I think I can summarize this. It's not clear that faster growing countries run larger current account surpluses. Both slow and fast growing countries have positive current account balance on average. In the middle of the distribution, there is a big current account deficit, which is driven by the United States, a large economy with relatively fast growth compared to other advanced economies, and a large current account deficit. If you exclude these big countries from the distribution, you have a flat relationship. So I think that I can conclude, perhaps half a minute in advance, but since I'm last, I hope you won't complain. So I think we observe rich dynamics of growth and the current account balance among advanced and emerging economies. We observe the presence of persistent differences across countries. These differences are stable because there are differences in long-run averages of growth and the current account balance. We observe that the data are very granular. The inclusion or the exclusion of the biggest economies really matters. It changes your averages and it changes your measures of dispersions and asymmetry. And it also changes the tails of the distribution because China is in one of the tails of the distribution for output growth and the current account balance. And then a third fact is that, if you want to put this distribution in a model, you have to consider aggregate shocks. Having a stationary distribution is not enough. I'm sorry to say that because it's easier to model, because we observe big shocks to the distribution, both in terms of the mean, but also in terms of, for example, the dispersion and the location of the tails, with the dispersion and the asymmetry rising and falling in tranquil times, and dispersion in growth rates rising during times of global crisis. So I can conclude, and thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for sticking to your time limit. So thank you for this very extensive tour on different aspects of growth and current account balances. And I ask Professor Fernando Bronner from CREI to provide his comments and inputs on the presented paper. The floor is yours.
Okay, so thanks a lot for letting me discuss this very interesting paper. Now, what is it that Sergio is doing here? Basically, he's analyzing the cross-sectional patterns in both output growth and the current account, both for advanced economies and for emerging markets between 1997 and 2021. Okay, now this is a very interesting paper to read because there are lots of interesting stylized facts. It is very much sort of an exploratory analysis of the data. Now, as a discussant, it's difficult to argue with facts, so I agree with everything Sergio has said. That's in the data. So what I'm going to do, and in addition, he gave a very good presentation, so that even that doesn't make my life easier either. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to go over the main results as I see them. So there is going to be a bit of overlap with his presentation. And then at the end, I will have a couple of comments on mostly about how perhaps the analysis could be enriched even further. Okay. Now, Sergio is going to present the results of cross-country means and dispersion, basically. The analysis here is mostly treated as sort of as a repeated cross-section. So at each point in time, there is a distribution of growth rates and current accounts, and he looks at how this distribution varies over time, and that's basically at the crux of the analysis. He also explores the extent to which these facts are driven by the United States and China. And in addition, he looks at the effects of the two major crises we've had in the sample, of course, the global financial crisis and COVID. Okay, so now if you want to understand sort of some stylized facts about output growth and current accounts, what's the first thing you do? Well, essentially for each country in the sample, you compute average output growth rates throughout the sample, and then you look at the distribution of those average growth rates. Okay, so he starts with output growth by country, and oops, I don't know, that's weird. I don't know why it appears up there. Anyways, I think you can still see it. So the main thing that you can look at it, the results here is basically, okay, so the pointer doesn't work on the screen. So if you look at, compare the distribution of average growth rates for advanced economies and emerging markets, what you find is very clear. First, for advanced economies, there is a single peak, but there is sort of a bimodal distribution for emerging markets, but that's essentially driven solely by China. So that peak on the right is China. If you remove China and the United States, what you have is distributions that have a similar dispersion, but the emerging markets are shifted to the right. Okay. Okay, then Sergio does the same thing for average current accounts. Again, for each country, you compute the average current account over the sample period, and then you look at the distribution of those. And this is what you find. So in this case, there isn't any obvious difference on the average or even on the dispersion. The main difference is that whereas for advanced economies, you have multiple peaks. You have like some, remember that here when he computes all these distributions, everything is weighted by country size. That's why, again, the United States and China, they have a much bigger impact on the distribution than the other countries. So what you see is that for advanced economies, there are multiple peaks reflecting the different current accounts for several advanced large countries, including the US on the left, and then you have a bunch of European countries on the surplus side. If you look at instead emerging economies, essentially you have like two peaks. On the surplus side, you have China, and then on the deficit side, you have the usual suspects: Argentina, Turkey, Brazil, and this kind of deficit emerging markets. Okay. So this is what you get if you look at averages over the whole sample period. Okay. Then, if you want to characterize these time-varying distributions, what's the next thing you do is you say, okay, let's just look, for example, for each particular year, the average growth rate for advanced economies and the average growth rate for developing countries. So now you're calculating the averages by country type for a given year, and then you look at how those variation over time for these averages. If you look at that for the current account, this is what you find. So essentially you have sort of growing capital flows from emerging markets to advanced economies prior to the global financial crisis. You see this on the increasing red line prior to the global financial crisis, but then there is a reversal after the global financial crisis, and from that point onwards, the capital flows from emerging markets to advanced economies, on average, have basically disappeared. Okay? Then you do the same for output growth. Then you look at, and this is what you find. Essentially what you find is that average output growth for advanced and emerging economies are sort of, they move in parallel. Not surprisingly, they both fall during the crisis. If you see prior to the global financial crisis, there was sort of a dispersion. So basically, the emerging markets were growing. The difference in the growth rates between emerging markets and advanced economies was increasing prior to the crisis, but then there was this collapse, and from that point onwards, they remained fairly similar. Okay. Next thing you would want to look at is you have these cross-sectional distributions over time. We have looked at the averages at each point in time and how those averages move over time. The next logical step is to look at the dispersion. Sergio calculates the dispersions by looking at the difference between the 90th and the 10th percentile. So if you look at this for the current account, this is what you find. So here what I'm looking is if you collapse if you put all the countries together, so here I'm not looking advanced and emerging economies separately, these are all the countries together, what you find is that there was a growing dispersion in current accounts prior to the global financial crisis. This dispersion collapsed with the global financial crisis. Essentially, the flows from emerging to advanced economies collapsed at that point, and from that point remain stable. If you do the same for output growth, this is what you find. So as I showed you before, there is a growing dispersion prior to the global financial crisis. This dispersion starts reversing after the global financial crisis, but there is a sharp increase during the COVID crisis. Okay? So one thing that's perhaps interesting pointing out is that if you look at the current accounts, you look at this very clear difference between the two crises. So with respect to the current account, there is a collapse in the dispersion in the global financial crisis, but not in the COVID crisis. Whereas if you look at GDP growth rates, the dispersion goes up in both crises. So perhaps that's a fact worth.
Fernando, sorry for interrupting. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll do that in a second.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. The last thing Sergio does is to look at average output growth and current accounts by country. So again, here what you're doing is for each country you compute average growth, output growth, average current account, and then you look at a scatter plot of those two averages. And at the end of the day, he finds, interestingly, that there is no clear correlation. It is not true that countries that have grown faster have run larger current account deficits or surpluses. There just isn't any correlation. Okay? So to conclude, again, this is a very interesting set of cross-sectional facts on output growth from the current accounts. Perhaps something that could be done a bit more in the paper is to motivate why is it that Sergio focuses on GDP output growth and current accounts as opposed to say, I don't know, gross capital flows instead of net capital flows, maybe the trade balance. Again, just a simple motivation would be interesting. Now, one thing that Sergio mentions and does is to apply techniques from the literature on heterogeneous agents. It seems that in this literature, this data is being treated as repeated cross-sections. There is value in analyzing these repeated cross-sections, but there is some information in the data that Sergio is not using up to now. So for example, you have this distribution varying over time, but there is no analysis of how a particular country in some point in the distribution shifts into some other point in the distribution in the next year or anything like that. Now, if you treated this data as a panel data, then of course you could ask other questions that seem sort of natural if you're exploring output growth on the current account. So for example, was it the countries that were growing the fastest or the countries that had the largest current account deficits, the ones that suffered most during the global financial crisis? Here, she just shows the shift in the distribution, but perhaps the countries that were at the top shifted to the bottom or something like that, but that's not explored at this point. Other natural questions are related to the cyclicality of the current account. Is the current account pro or counter-cyclical? Again, this is not explored at this point. Is the response to idiosyncratic shocks different from the response to global shocks? That's also not explored at this point because it just focuses on the two global crises. Again, I understand the analysis is still somewhat preliminary. It's super promising, but again, perhaps it would be worth expanding it in that direction. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Fernando, for this very relevant input. Let's collect the audience questions. I think we have like little room for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you for this valuable presentation. I have a question about the crisis that you have mentioned and that the fluctuation are synchronized with the global financial crisis or global crisis like 2008 and to 2020 for the health crisis. I'm wondering about regional crisis that happened, for example, in Asia in 1997. Is there any impact on growth output or in current account deficit? Thank you.
We have a question in the front.
Yeah, so thanks. I'm a bit like Fernando. I think it's an interesting exercise, but I'd like to understand more from you, Sergio, why you think we should be looking at these 2 variables in particular. I mean, among the choice of all the things we could be looking at. And, you know, typically when we try to think about stylized facts, we want to think of them as things that will eventually discipline the theories we write. So they provide moments that we might want to impose on our models, and then our models will be able to deliver other things that are not these moments. Or we want to think of them as things, we have an idea that somehow theories have implications for some co-movements, and that's a way to maybe test those theories. And it was not clear to me how you're approaching this. Now, you could be sort of starting, you know, let's leave no stone unturned, and let's look at this and see whether we find something. Maybe that's how you started on this. But I suspect you have some idea of where you want to go with this, and it was not clear to me. At the end of the day, maybe the data doesn't totally agree. It was not clear to me what that idea was. Related, you know, and here, in terms of deciding to remove some countries or others, obviously that is bound to, you know, if you push the argument to its limit, at some point it's bound to change the distribution. If you keep it so how do we think about why removing China and the U.S.? Why not removing Japan or Germany? Or, you know, again, I'd like to understand a little bit more about the thought process and how you discipline the exercise on this. And then finally, I thought the reference you made earlier to the heterogeneous agent literature was really interesting, but in a sense, that's literature, and you're of course one of the main contributor to this, at least in the international macro dimension. This suggests that it's the within country heterogeneity that's really important, and I didn't. That could have been something that you wanted to look at. You know, let's look at output growth, but maybe look at the distribution or how inequalities or different metrics of within country inequality are changing, and how is that related to current accounts. You know, it would be sort of the approach of the Klein and Pettis book. You know, trade wars or currency wars or trade wars, or I don't remember the title. But, you know, that would be the idea that somehow it's something that happens inside the countries that may affect both growth and then affects the current accounts. by generating a class of savers, for instance. And so I wonder if you've thought about exploring that as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe before giving you some time to just respond, we have one question from Irem. So go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean,
just quickly, please.
Yeah, sure. This reminded me quite a bit about like the 2003-04 IMF sort of work around does capital flow upwards, and I think there was a big emphasis on the role of FDI there. So I thought that maybe similar series on FDI flows would fit very well in this kind of context. The other question was the importance of the resource-rich side of the emerging markets. Have you tried such a split? And if not, I think it might be useful in thinking about the surplus on the emerging market side as well.
I would just to follow up with maybe a very quick question on myself. So just about the emerging market distribution, growth distribution. So it actually displayed a bimodal feature. So you said that this can be due to the outstanding growth in China, but also because of the wider dispersion in this density. So do you think that somehow there is more heterogeneity in terms of the emerging markets that you have there? And also maybe the nature of the regime, so maybe growth-led, export growth-led, instead of, for example, the domestic growth. And so this can also show in these results. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, for the questions. I will reply to them in chronological order. So, to Fernando's question, yeah, so thanks very much for the discussion. I completely agree that doing the panel data analysis is a very high item on the to-do list. It's something that I would like to do, and I already had started doing, then due to various constraints, did not do so. But I think it's very interesting. So, for instance, I also agree that doing the panel data kind of analysis is also a technique that I would borrow from the heterogeneous agents literature. So that would be consistent with my general idea about the methodology on this paper. I think, for example, an interesting finding that could come from the panel data analysis to splitting the degree of heterogeneity across countries into quantifying what are the persistent differences and what is the heterogeneity due to temporary shocks across countries. So that's, I think, in addition to the points you suggested, one more reason why to do that, and also to study the cyclicality of these variables would be very interesting. So yeah, completely agree with the importance of doing the panel data analysis, which I will do in the next iteration. All right, so about crisis. So there was a question about whether we can use this data to study regional crisis. I completely agree. Yes, we can do that. So what I think is a nice thing about how I see this project, I don't want to praise my own work, apologies, is that the data is freely and publicly available from the IMF website and the various sites that aggregate them. I am very happy to make the code available, so then anyone can take it and change the sample of countries however you like. So if you want to focus on African economies or Asian economies or commodity exporting countries, then you can repeat the analysis by splitting the data however you like and replicating the same pictures with just different labels. That would be very, very nice, and I think also there is a very low barrier to doing so. So I don't know exactly about regional crisis because I did not look at that, but that's something that can be done. So turning on to Pierre Olivier's question, so why those two variables? I think it's a challenging question. I think it comes from my mindset as somebody that is trying to learn about international macro. I mean, in the end, we often think about these countries accumulating external assets or accumulating external liabilities, and we think a lot of papers I think have been written about the cyclical behavior of the current account and its counter-cyclicality, I thought, yeah, but how does it look in the cross-section? That was kind of how I came to this. Like, we know that there is some evidence about the counter-cyclicality of the current account, but then there is also this narrative about export-driven growth or high surpluses in fast-growing countries. Like, I wanted to check how it looks like in the cross-section, and so, you know, I guess it's my bias. I have read probably too many international macro papers, so I always think about the current account. But again, you know, of course, this data set is very rich, so one can repeat the analysis with other variables if one thinks that there are more interesting things that can be done. So let me skip the chronological order and address the third question, which is, we think that differences across countries in terms of the severity of inequality, for example, might matter for international macro variables. I completely agree. That's you know, a line of research that I'm very actively working on with Federica and Kurt Mittman. We have a paper on systematic differences across countries in terms of income inequality and current account balances. So, you know, we're working on that. So I completely agree that that's important. I just, having, you know, observed how these cross-sectional data are measured in microdata, I thought that would be nice to also look at distributions of countries instead of individuals. Also, given that from a modeling perspective, very often we write models of heterogeneous countries borrowing tools from the heterogeneous agents, closed economy, macro literature. So that was kind of, you know, I came to it from the supply side in the sense, there are these tools, why don't we use them, just being frank. Why removing the big guys? It started as a bit of a robustness analysis, as in what's driving this, and then understanding that by the nature of this data, big countries matter because, you know, these are not all equal, and so the data is inherently granular, and so including or excluding big countries matters. I think there are similar stories about the granularity of international macro data when thinking about transmission monetary policy shocks, that like monetary policy shocks in big countries matter disproportionately, so I think it feeds into that line of thinking, possibly. The role of FDI, I don't know the answer to that question, but again, we can replicate, just as we can do with the trade balance instead of the current account balance, we can do with the FDI flows, and it'll be interesting if there was something there. Resource rich, I completely agree, that's another high item on the to-do list. What I can tell you, that I've looked into a bit informally, is that the rise in the surplus of emerging economies and the decline, a lot of that is driven by countries that export a lot of commodities, which were booming in the first part of the sample and then declining in price in the latter part of the sample. So, the emerging market distribution. So, yes, the emerging market distribution of growth rates is more dispersed, largely because of the presence of China, which is this big outlier. But even if you remove it, there are some, the pictures are in the paper, in the appendix, there remains a wider dispersion. Why is that the case? I don't have a good answer to that. I just have no idea. I'm just presenting this data here. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So our session comes to its end. I'm sure that you would like to join me in to say a massive thank you to our speakers and discussants, Anders, Sergio, Fernando, and Guilherme. Thank you so much. I thank also the audience for their participation and for attending the session. There is just a quick announcement. So we'll be having quick breaks for no more than 5 to 10 minutes, and we shall resume back to attend our first panel, Policy on Gender Inequality and Inclusive Growth. Thank you so much.
Please take your seat. We're ready to start. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to have you at this last session of the first day of the Conference on Transformational Recovery, Seizing Opportunities from the Crisis. I think if there is one topic where, a promising one, where we can definitely seize opportunities from the crisis is the topic of our session today. This is not a new topic for the fund, and not a new topic for the fund work in the region. We have been working on these issues at least for the last decade, since the Arab uprising, where it was clear that inclusion was one of the main issues that the region is facing and was facing at the time and still. And the issue of inclusion cannot be addressed without taking into account how to make this economy grow, not only in a more inclusive way, but in a more robust way, and not addressing the role of women in the economy is limiting our scope, our ambition, and our result. Therefore, we and also other institutions like the World Bank, we have been working on these issues extensively. And recently with COVID crisis, and very recently with the war in Ukraine and its implication, this issue became one of the most priority issues. This region has a potential of $1 trillion of growth that can be created by increasing women's participation, while we need growth to recover from the crisis. This region during COVID was able to take the necessary measure to address the sanitary issues as well as also to provide support to livelihood, yet we discovered that some of the basic infrastructure were not present or efficient in order to allow women to participate, and therefore the gap widened during COVID. This region has limited gap in terms of education, but has a wide gap in terms of participation. Therefore, what we are going to discuss today is where do we stand? What is the current diagnosis on women participation, women role, and the importance of the gender issue as one of the key macro driver of transformation. And then we will look at two dimensions. What structurally has impeded the region? And what are the key issues that need to be addressed? And also we will complement that by looking at what has happened over the last 2 decades. Recently, we issued a paper on informality, and this also paper confirmed, and Roberto is here to attest that this was one of the important dimensions. Therefore, women participation is a challenge that has been aggravated during COVID crisis, and this is also one of the dimensions that could drive growth faster in the region going forward, which will be our last topic, whereby we discussed policies. I think here with 3 exceptional ladies I have on the panel, I'm sure that we will be able to make you believe at the end of this session that part of the recovery and part of the priorities to accelerate recovery and to make it more inclusive and address some of the structural issues is by increasing women participation in the economy. Therefore, I will go immediately to my first set of questions, and throughout I will present the various speakers, and I'll start with Roberta Gatti. Many of you know Roberta Gatti or has had the opportunity to read her. She is the chief economist for MENA at the World Bank, with a long history of being interested on the issues in the region. And let me start with you. Okay, we have been talking about these issues for the last 2-3 decades at least, but in the last 10 years extensively. If you want to give us a bit the backdrop of the situation, what are the key issues for us that we need to have in our understanding of the situation on the gender issue in the region?
Thank you, Jihad, for your question, and especially thank you to the International Monetary Fund and Bank Al-Maghrib for the kind invitation to be here today. I really feel honored to be part of this event. So let me start the answer with some good news, to which you have alluded to in your opening. In the past 50 years, what we saw is an increase in enrollment, and an increase in attainment, and an increase in learning for boys and girls, but particularly so for girls. In a previous life, I was involved in producing the Human Capital Index, and just by way of reference, the MENA region stands exactly at the middle of 57% of potential productivity, meaning that more than 40% of potential GDP is lost because of shortfalls in education and health. But what we found for the MENA region in particular is that girls do much better than boys. Granted, the Human Capital Index only covers the span of lifetime between 0 and 18, but in that part of the lifespan, girls do better, and particularly they've done better in MENA because of increased enrollment, increased attainment, and better learning. So this is where it becomes very painful to move to the sobering part of my answer, because there is a human capital that is very rich out there, is that not being put to work or to fruition for the region. So just a couple of numbers to give us a sense of where we stand in the region vis-a-vis the world. So MENA is the region with the lowest female labor force participation in the world. So only 1 in 5 women participate to the labor force, and the average for the world is 47%. We know that our region has a tremendous heterogeneity. I will not get into in which countries women participate more or less, but one good sign that I saw is that when we look at different cohorts of women, the women of the younger cohort, let's say the 24 to 35-year-olds, so the women who have already concluded their cycle of studies, are more likely to participate in the labor market than older women. This is the case for Tunisia and Jordan. However, this is not the case for Egypt. So we also see sort of varying dynamics in the region. What is behind this? If we look at the studies that have been conducted across country with a focus on MENA, I think the usual suspects come about to sort of indicate potential determinants of low labor force participation. Education, and we see that labor force participation increases with education, sharply so in Egypt and rather monotonically in Tunisia. Marriage and labor force participation intuitively drops significantly after women get married, and also when they have children. There are other determinants such as distance from work, safety to get into work, but these sort of first generation studies have concluded that there is something very idiosyncratic about the MENA region, and this idiosyncrasy has been sort of put under the label of social norms. And this is where I would like to conclude with my own take on where we should look into to try to understand better the phenomenon in MENA. My view is that understanding empowerment of women matters dramatically for this region. The reason why I think we should study this more comes from 3 papers on 3 different countries that I find extremely interesting and convincing. The first one is a paper that was published 2 years ago on the American Economic Review on Saudi Arabia. There was a randomized experiment conducted to speak with men and understand whether the perception that other men had about their own wives' participation in the labor market mattered to the individual. And so what these researchers found is that there is a gap between privately held beliefs about the participation to the labor market and what we think that others think. And so once information about the beliefs of other men had been shared with individual men, the evidence was that their wives ended up increasing their applications for jobs, jobs interview, and uptake of jobs. This is one study that I find very convincing that addresses a sort of one set of social norms. The second one is something very recent that has I come across from Egypt, where there was a randomized experiment that gave subsidized childcare in the form of voucher, and I'll conclude very briefly, to mothers, really to try to understand whether the care of children is the binding constraint in MENA. So it turns out that this intervention had no effect whatsoever on labor force participation. And we're talking about a country where labor force participation now among young women is 20%. So it's very low. The margin for improvement is very high. At the same time, among the women who at least built a profile of employment, which was measured in websites, very, very few went on to interviews. And when the enumerators went back to them to try to understand why, the reason was, my husband doesn't want me to work. And he doesn't want me to expose myself to the danger of working in the market. I will come back to this a little later because I also have my own take of what that means in the evidence. But let me conclude with a study that is still unpublished, but that I've seen on Morocco. And here I wanted to give a shout out to HEP for an excellent youth survey that was conducted in 2010. We need another one. It was extraordinarily rich in terms of data collected on female empowerment, pardon me. And what the study finds is that essentially women empowerment, the ability to decide on one's own destiny, is the omitted, the elephant in the room, the omitted variable that we have in wage regressions that otherwise, when included, trumps being married, and in that case, brought about an increase in labor force participation of about 20%, particularly for work in the market. So let me leave you with this idea of empowerment. It is my own personal researcher's take on these ideas, but I look forward to getting back to it.
Roberta, thank you very much. I think you have already highlighted one important dimension, which is empowering. I think there is another important dimension, which is enabling. Because also during the last years, especially with COVID, we saw that the enabler dimension helped certain number of countries address the issue. And I will give examples from Saudi, Jordan, or Egypt, because also in our programs, for example, in Egypt and Jordan, we introduced certain number of adjusters to address these issues, especially during COVID, and it proved to be very efficient. Therefore, I think there is a dimension that is related to empowering. There is another dimension that is also related to enabling, and I'm sure we will get back to that. Let me move to the second speaker, and here, please, for those who would like to take the time to move, because we are going to move to French. Therefore, those who need translation, I would encourage you to use translation. I'm moving to Madame Rabia Nasiri, which I'm very pleased to meet. We went to this, well, not at the same time, but to Montpellier, which is a very nice place to start education in France. I think, Pierre-Olivier, you went there too. Madame Nasiri, vous êtes quelqu'un qui a une longue expérience d'engagement et aussi de militantisme autour de ces questions. C'est intéressant de voir que, pour continuer un peu sur la lignée de ce que Roberta a dit, que le Maroc est un pays où il y avait et il y a toujours un niveau d'éducation qui est suffisamment important, pas seulement au niveau de l'éducation de la femme, mais aussi de l'accès de la femme à l'éducation scientifique qui est devenu au cours des 20 dernières années un peu un facteur important dans l'entrée dans le marché du travail. Comment vous expliquez ce faible niveau de participation dans l'activité économique?
Merci. Merci de m'associer à votre réflexion. Généralement, on parle du paradoxe marocain, c'est-à-dire que les femmes sont beaucoup plus éduquées que par le passé, mais elles travaillent beaucoup moins que dans d'autres pays de la région. Non seulement elles travaillent moins, mais leur taux d'activité n'a pas cessé de diminuer. Donc vraiment, c'est un grand mystère. Et il me semble, là, j'ouvre une parenthèse, qu'il y a lieu de continuer l'investigation et une connaissance très fine, disons, des facteurs. Le HCP dit souvent que c'est parce que c'est l'élévation du taux de fréquentation de l'école. C'est-à-dire que les filles, maintenant, fréquentent beaucoup plus l'école que par le passé. C'est pour ça, donc, par conséquent, elles ne vont pas travailler. Donc, c'est ça qui explique le taux d'activité, la baisse du taux d'activité. Mais je pense que ce n'est pas le seul facteur et je pense qu'il faut continuer à investiguer. On ne connaît pas très bien. Il y a des constats généraux, mais on ne connaît pas très bien quelles sont les explications vraiment réelles et fines qui ont conduit le Maroc, qui était champion dans la région, dans les années 2000, en termes, disons, d'activité, d'occupation des femmes, il devient maintenant, aujourd'hui, à la traîne. Au lieu d'avancer, nous reculons. Alors, juste pour faire la transition sur la question, parmi les raisons qui sont avancées, et on retrouve ça malheureusement souvent dans les documents de vos institutions, c'est facile et ça mange pas de pain, comme on dit. On dit, ah, c'est les facteurs culturels, ah, c'est les normes culturelles. Mais en réalité, pourquoi au Maroc, est-ce que la société marocaine est moins ouverte ou plus fermée que d'autres sociétés de la région MENA où le taux d'activité des femmes est plus élevé? Ça veut dire que ça nous interroge. Tout le monde sait que la société marocaine est beaucoup plus ouverte que plusieurs sociétés de la région MENA. Alors, dans ce cas, pourquoi donc les femmes travaillent moins au Maroc que dans d'autres pays de MENA? Deuxième constat, c'est que durant la décennie 2000, les Marocains travaillaient plus qu'aujourd'hui. Mais est-ce que la société marocaine était plus ouverte durant la décennie 2000 qu'aujourd'hui? Ce n'est pas possible parce que les Marocaines sont plus éduquées aujourd'hui. Elles font beaucoup moins, elles se marient beaucoup plus tardivement. Elles sont plus citadines, c'est-à-dire le taux de citadinité des femmes est beaucoup plus élevé aujourd'hui. Et elles font beaucoup moins d'enfants. Moyenne, dans le milieu urbain, on est même en dessous du seuil de renouvellement de ce qu'on appelle des générations. Donc, ce n'est pas possible. La question de l'explication par les facteurs culturels ne tient pas la route. Je voulais aussi dire que les responsables politiques, je me rappelle toujours de nos débats et conflits avec un ministre de l'Éducation il y a longtemps, en disant, mais enfin, monsieur le ministre, il faut faire attention aux écarts de genre dans le monde rural. C'était horrible. On avait des taux de scolarisation des filles rurales de l'ordre de 26 à 28% il y a quelques années. Alors le ministre, il me dit, qui était de bonne foi, mais madame, nous construisons des écoles pour les filles et les garçons. Si les filles les fréquentent moins, c'est pour des raisons culturelles. Et donc on constate aujourd'hui qu'une fois que les responsables ont fini par comprendre qu'il faut s'attaquer aux véritables causes des écarts de genre dans le milieu rural, on voit tout de suite, en l'espace de quelques années, le taux de scolarisation des filles rurales a augmenté en flèche. En fait, c'est la pauvreté. C'est la pauvreté. Les gens, les individus, hommes et femmes, n'agissent pas seulement en fonction des injonctions culturelles ou religieuses. Ils sont rationnels, ils font des calculs, donc ils agissent aussi en fonction de contraintes économiques, sociales, etc. Quand les gens sont pauvres, ils font des choix. Et ces choix se traduisent donc sur l'éducation des femmes, sur leur santé et sur leur activité économique. Voilà un petit peu ce que je voulais dire par rapport à cette histoire, parce que chaque fois que je vais dans un séminaire, on me dit la culture. Comme si la culture était une donnée immuable, qui ne change jamais, comme si c'était une religion. Non, la culture, elle change tous les jours, en fonction de des gens qu'on rencontre, en fonction de ce que nous lisons, en fonction de nos contraintes économiques, sociales, etc. Et donc la culture change. La famille aujourd'hui marocaine n'est plus ce qu'elle était. Elle n'est plus la famille patriarcale que nous connaissons, très élargie, avec beaucoup d'enfants, avec plusieurs générations. Je pense que 70% des familles marocaines sont des familles nucléaires aujourd'hui, avec des solidarités très restreintes, très verticales. Donc le Maroc change. Il change sous le poids ou en raison donc des évolutions économiques, sociales, démographiques, etc. Donc je ne pense pas, je pense qu'il faut laisser les facteurs culturels de côté et chercher. Si on dit c'est la culture, après on ne fait rien. Se dire, c'est la culture. Non, il faut laisser les facteurs culturels de côté et aller plus profondément chercher les raisons très inquiétantes qui font qu'aujourd'hui on se retrouve avec des taux d'activité de l'ordre de 20%. C'est absolument incompréhensible quand on connaît le Maroc et les Marocains. Les Marocains sont des femmes qui sortent, qui travaillent. Elles travaillent beaucoup, elles travaillent à la maison. Elles accomplissent 92% de je ne sais pas combien de milliards d'heures de travaux ménagers. Ça, c'est le HCP qui le dit, de travaux ménagers et domestiques. 92% des milliards de travaux. J'ai le chiffre de 23 milliards d'heures de travail consacrés aux travaux ménagers et domestiques et soins aux enfants. Elles le font à 92%. Les hommes ne le font pas. Elles travaillent dans les unités de production familiale sans rémunération. Elles travaillent donc dans l'informel et se débrouillent pour essayer de faire vivre leur famille tous les jours, tous les jours. Elles vont même en Espagne toutes seules, en laissant mari et enfants pour travailler dans les plantations de fraises. Donc, ces femmes qui partent, qui travaillent dans tous les domaines, qui sont prêtes même à partir, à émigrer pour avoir un revenu et travailler, on ne peut pas dire que si aujourd'hui le taux d'activité est faible, c'est à cause des résistances culturelles. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que... Oui, allez-y, allez-y. Je pense que ces deux interventions montrent la complexité. Et tout à l'heure, quand on va parler des politiques, on va voir que l'impact des politiques est important. Et sans peut-être s'avancer dans la discussion, je vais prendre deux exemples. Quand on a fait un programme avec l'Égypte en 2016, qui a été accompagné d'un plan de soutien social, 70% des femmes rurales étaient analphabètes. Après le premier round de soutien d'assistance qui a été accompagné par de la formation, le nombre est baissé graduellement et il y a beaucoup de femmes qui ont été graduées de ce programme. Le deuxième, c'est le cas de l'Arabie Saoudite. Le fait qu'on a donné la possibilité à la femme de conduire et on a changé les lois, on a amélioré la situation de l'emploi pour la première fois après des décennies de subventions. Donc, merci beaucoup pour ces deux interventions qui montrent un peu différentes dimensions et la complexité. Let me now move to Ratna. And I think Ratna now it's the right time to start comparing MENA to other parts of the world. Okay, this is not a typically issue that is MENA specific, and there are also different parts of the world, more advanced or less advanced, where these issues are also very pertinent. If we want to compare and do benchmark, how you read the situation of MENA compared to other parts of the world?
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay. All I was doing was thanking the Moroccan authorities. So let me go to the question. Let me say that what has been said so far resonates with gender gap findings around the world. A number that people working on gender know very well, but I'm going to repeat it here. For those who don't know, the World Economic Forum that looked at about 160 countries found that today it's going to take more than 130 years to close gender gaps at current policies. This number, this is a staggering number, but this number was only 100 years before the COVID crisis. So you can see what COVID crisis did, but it's a staggering number. Now, the nature of gender gaps and the obstacles that women face, they do vary substantially by country and region. So on your question of whether MENA is different, I think in several aspects it is, but it's also similar. So let me tell you that women in leadership positions, this is really important, are pretty low across the world. They are low. But I would say in the MENA, and this cuts across the financial sector, non-financial sector, public, private, policy making, it's the lowest in the MENA region. That's number one. Number two, if you look at discriminatory laws and legal barriers around the world, you would be stunned to hear that there are 178 countries that have legal barriers that affects economic opportunities and outcomes. 178, that's almost the whole world, right? But again, in MENA, it is it is the worst region in terms of the barriers that women face in MENA. My panelists already spoke about labor force participation, so I will not emphasize that point, but it's really true that if you look at the ratio of female to male labor force participation in this region, it's been around 30%. It hasn't changed over 2 decades, right? But surprisingly, this number is very similar to where I come from, the South Asia. It's very similar. And we can get into why later on, but it's very similar. But let me turn to the last point, and I think that needs to be emphasized a lot more. Apart from labor force participation, economic growth, etc., we really need to connect finance and women. And this leads to this issue of financial inclusion, access to finance. You know, gender gaps in financial account ownership in advanced economies is very high. They are very similar. There's no question. It's like 93, 94%. But financial inclusion in MENA, in this region, is quite low. It's low for both men and women. Men is like 56%. But women is much lower. It's at 40%. This is only account ownership. Okay? When it comes to credit, the differences are very vast. I mean, women hardly get access to credit. And we can get into that later on. So let me just stop there.
Ratna, thank you very much. Allow me to ask you a follow-up question. We as economists, we have this disease of always, you know, costing things, etc. Why it matters to increase the level of women participation? And why it's important to reduce the gender gap? And how by reducing the gender gap, we can also, how by reducing the gender gap, we can affect the overall macroeconomic performance? Why it matters?
Thank you, Jihad. To us, as economists, you know, this has to be the starting point. Let me say that large gender gaps have really serious macroeconomic consequences. Research has consistently shown, not that people read the papers, but it has consistently shown that when women and girls are able to reach their full potential, the economies do better. What does that mean? That means everybody benefits. The whole society benefits. It's not just about human rights and, you know, a social issue. It's really an economic issue. What we have found at the IMF and also researchers outside is that not only does reducing gender gaps raise economic growth, it also reduces income inequality in a country, a big issue in most countries. It enhances financial stability, and I can tell you how. it also builds resilience of economies. So just to give you some examples, you know, access to financial services, and this is a study that I've done myself, in our own cross-country studies on financial inclusion, we find that when it comes to both traditional, the two separate papers, traditional financial services, that's banks, etc., and fintech, digital, economic growth increases by 2 to 3 percentage points every year for a long time. Financial inclusion also reduces income inequality, and this holds for women, this holds for people from low-income households, small businesses. But this is what I found, which was fascinating, is that when you increase financial inclusion of women more than men, income inequality reduces much faster, and the numbers are pretty high. Second, when you have women in leadership positions, such as in the commercial banks, on banking supervisory boards, we collected data. We actually went to the websites of every central bank and got this information. This is associated with much greater financial stability, lower non-performing loans, higher buffers. Women's political leadership is associated with much higher spending on infrastructure and education. Why is that important? Because it has consequences for the future generation and therefore longer-term growth. And finally, and this is a topic we will come to, you know, gender-biased social norms. These are really important barriers. The OECD did a study, and they found, I think it's an underestimate, but they found that discriminatory laws, social norms, lead to a loss of about 8% in global investment in income. And the last point I really want to pitch is, at a time like this, when countries are facing headwinds, all countries, the topic of today's conference, seizing opportunity from the crises, and we have multiple crises, this is the moment to advance the gender equality. Because, and we at the fund, and we are voting with our feet, we recognize this. So we are planning to launch our very first gender mainstreaming strategy at the end of July. What do I mean by gender mainstreaming strategy? It means we want to incorporate this in every aspect of our activity, which is surveillance, lending, capacity development. And our vision, that's our vision.
Thank you very much. Therefore, gender issues is a macro-relevant issue. And one of the important dimensions, and here my question is to Roberta, is access to opportunities and participation. When we look at the level of participation, we see that women's participation in the public sector is higher in the region compared to the private sector. Is it an issue of access to opportunities in the private sector? Is it an issue of work organization that is more, I would say, helps women to work in the public sector? What would make a difference to get more opportunities in the private sector that will help create a dynamism in the private sector and grow also the women's footprint as entrepreneurs, as executive in the private sphere?
Thank you, Jihad. I will leave for later my consideration that an economy such as myself is sort of hardcore and data-driven, is really pushing for empowerment of women as an angle that I think is very relevant to this region. But let me now take a step back and try to address your question in two steps. The first one is to think that we cannot think about improving female labor force participation and employment without trying to understand what is the big picture of job creation in MENA. And as we know, the region had a very meager rate of job creation. If we estimate it from formal firms, it's about 1% a year vis-a-vis the 5% that we see in comparator middle-income countries. And the comparator is not the other middle-income countries, is the demographic dynamics of the region, which is very fortunate to have what many call simplistically the youth bulge, and so have an opportunity to really put young people to fulfill their potential. So the job creation is limited, and the vast majorities of the jobs that are created are of poor quality. And by this I mean that they are informal, and the rate of informality, with the exception of GCC countries, which have like a very large presence of public sector in terms of public employment, ranges in the region anywhere from 40% of employment to about 80% of employment. So why this is so, I think it's important to understand it, to then try to understand what is the gender angle and what is the gender gap in the region. Traditionally, the state had a very large footprint in the majority of MENA countries, both in terms of public employment, and we'll get to that in terms of what you were saying, which is really true. Women even declare that they prefer to work in the public sector. But it also had a large footprint in terms of operating in markets where there's no or very little rationale for the public sector to be involved, such as hospitality or food and so on. So MENA is not well equipped to have fair and lively dynamics of the private sector, because it's a bit stifled by a state which ends up being the protagonist character in the play rather than the fair steering steward of the economy. Now, this has translated traditionally, and less so now, but not so much, into a sort of one-earner model. And this model of the one-earner family was also supported by social protection systems that tended to protect more jobs rather than employment. So they were not social protection systems that were based on employment insurance to support labor market transitions, but they were more about job security. And as a matter of fact, what we see is a labor market that is very typically dual, like labor market economists would say, with very rare transitions from one job to the next. Now, what's a gender lens to this already difficult situation of jobs? There is a situation of rationed number of jobs. So how do women come in? And this is where I think the concept of enabling factors come in. And I would like to focus on the quality of the work environment for women, which is also connected to the point that you were making about the public sector. So from a recent survey that we have in Egypt in 2018, 72% of unemployed women prefer a job in the public sector. Why might be the case? Well, benefits are better. And I'm not talking about, just pension or formality or job security. I'm even talking about maternity leave. So almost all women working in the public sector can benefit from maternity leave. Only 75% of women working in the private formal sector, I'm not talking about the informal sector, can benefit from maternity leave. Then there is the question of the quality of the work environment. And from a large survey in Jordan, we know that 1 out of 5 of working women is sexually harassed on the job, and 40% of them are sexually harassed on the way to the job. Ratna was already talking about earlier about legal provision to eliminate wage gap discrimination, sexual harassment on the job, and harassment of women. So all this legal environment is fundamental to be corrected. And so I don't want to be the sort of wet blanket, put a wet blanket on the situation, because many countries have made tremendous progress. And you yourself were talking about Saudi Arabia. In the past, I think 5 years, female labor force participation in Saudi Arabia increased by 10 percentage points, from 21% to 31%. That's an amazing increase across the pandemic. And that was because of a dramatic change in the legal provisions and the legal restrictions, not only about driving, but also being able to work at night or flexibility of the working time, that has favored women to participate into the labor market. Even employment went up at some point, and that was driven by tilting towards women employment subsidies. So I think that the enabling factors that can really characterize a work environment that is fair and inclusive of women are fundamental in our region. I'm not going to say much about entrepreneurship, which is another part of how women can be involved in economic activity, because Radna already spoke beautifully about financial inclusion, about the importance of not having discriminatory provisions for access to credit that have a formal component and also have an informal social norm component. So let me stop there and happy to pick it up.
Thank you
when
very
we talk
much.
about policies.
We will go back to this issue when we discuss in the third part of our discussion about how policies can change things. And clearly from what we already have alluded to, there are a certain number of issues that only policies could change. It's not only something that behavior will can address. And Madame Nasseri, je viens vers vous maintenant. Pour compléter un peu cette discussion sur comment faire. Okay? Parce que je pense que la question en termes de l'importance d'améliorer la participation de la femme dans l'activité économique, il y a un consensus autour de ça, et ce consensus augmente avec le temps. La question, on voit actuellement, et je pose la question en revenant peut-être à l'exemple marocain, il y a tout un travail pour bâtir un nouveau modèle de développement, un nouveau modèle, je dirais, pas seulement de penser aux perspectives, mais aussi au cadre. Des nouvelles lois qui adressent la question de la protection sociale, du rôle des entreprises publiques ou de la fiscalité. Qu'est-ce qui, à votre avis, aurait le plus grand impact pour renforcer ou améliorer la participation dans l'activité économique après l'effort qui a été fait pour améliorer l'acquisition des savoirs? Est-ce qu'il y a dans le nouveau modèle des aspects qui doivent être plus, je dirais, plus raffinés, où il faut mettre un peu plus l'accent sur ça? Est-ce qu'il faut aussi revenir sur l'éducation pour renforcer l'éducation scientifique, ou c'est peut-être déjà suffisant? Est-ce que c'est lié au cadre réglementaire? Qu'est-ce qui ferait qu'un nouveau modèle économique et social changerait la donne, tout en acceptant que le changement se fera dans le temps?
Merci beaucoup. Je ne veux pas vous répondre comme ça, parce que c'est une question très, très complexe. Le nouveau modèle de développement préconise effectivement un plus grand rôle, donc de changer de paradigme de développement vers un plus grand rôle, un plus grand investissement du secteur privé. Or, je sais que pour des institutions comme les vôtres, une place centrale du secteur privé peut régler les problèmes en partie le problème de l'emploi. Peut-être, je ne suis pas spécialiste, mais est-ce qu'elle va régler en qualité et en quantité l'emploi des femmes, le secteur privé tout seul? Le secteur privé, ok, mais il faut qu'il y ait une action volontariste et forte et courageuse de l'action publique, des politiques publiques, pour régler et adresser tous les problèmes qui freinent la participation politique des femmes, économique. Par exemple, vous l'avez cité, vous savez que pratiquement plus de 40% des Marocaines rurales sont encore analphabètes. Comment on peut envisager un avenir, des promesses, si les femmes sont... Moi, je travaille depuis 2007 avec les femmes des femmes rurales des terres collectives qui se battent pour leur droit à la terre. Ça fait mal au cœur de voir ces femmes qui n'ont parfois même pas la carte nationale, qui n'ont pas d'identité, qui n'ont pas de papier. Donc, il y a lieu pour que l'action publique, les politiques publiques interviennent sur tout l'environnement juridique, réglementaire, social, pour faciliter et favoriser, disons, cette transition vers un cercle plus vertueux. Par exemple, je donne juste, il n'y a pas de soutien au Maroc aux couples à deux actifs. Quand il y a des crises ou quand le revenu de l'épouse qui travaille est faible, il y a un calcul de coût d'opportunité. Vous le savez mieux que moi. On va dire, j'ai 2 enfants, 3 enfants, si je paye. Vous savez qu'ici, les structures pour la petite enfance au Maroc sont complètement déléguées au privé. Il n'y a pas de structure, ou très peu de structures, dédiées à la petite enfance, moins de 4 ans, qui ne relèvent pas du privé. Donc la dame, elle va dire, hey, moi je vais gagner mes 2000 dirhams ou 3000 dirhams, et je paye 2000 ou 3000 dirhams pour la garde de 3 enfants, donc je préfère rester à la maison, c'est moins fatigant pour moi, etc. En plus, il y a la charge de travail domestique, parce que même si elles travaillent, les Marocains continuent à assumer la totalité du travail domestique et de soins aux enfants. Les maris, ce n'est pas leurs affaires. Donc, il y a ce problème d'encouragement, d'incitation au couple à deux actifs. La petite charge la prise en charge de la petite enfance, pour que je n'oublie rien. Les personnes dépendantes. L'État marocain délègue la prise en charge des personnes dépendantes aux femmes. Malades, c'est elle. Quand il y a un parent malade ou vieux, une mère vieille, nous le savons. Bon, c'est vrai que maintenant les jeunes hommes commencent, mais pour les soins continus, tout ça, c'est les femmes. Donc ça, c'est aussi un grand problème. Le travail ménager dont j'ai parlé, qui occupe une grande partie du budget, surtout des femmes pauvres, hein, et ça occupe énormément de temps pour les femmes journalières. Le cadre juridique, et je vais m'attarder un petit peu sur cette question, parce que parfois, il y a des non-marocains qui ne connaissent pas très bien ce cadre juridique. Il représente un grand obstacle à l'accès des femmes à la terre, aux biens immobiliers, autres moyens de production. Par exemple, j'ai cité tout à l'heure le cadre juridique qui régissait jusqu'en 2019 le statut des collectivités ethniques, ce qu'on appelle les terres collectives, qui possèdent les terres collectives. Avant 2010, les femmes n'avaient pas droit à la terre. Et c'est des millions de femmes, c'est pas une petite, c'est des millions de femmes. Elles n'avaient droit à rien. Et quand les terres ont commencé à être cédées, les femmes elles devaient sortir, aller chercher quelque chose, aller trouver un moyen de survivre, alors que les hommes étaient indemnisés. Donc, l'État a fini quand même, à cause de mobilisation de mouvements de ces femmes, a fini quand même par essayer de regarder un petit peu. Nous avons le habous au Maroc encore, qui n'a pas été abrogé. Vous savez ce que c'est? C'est les biens de main morte, qui généralement est un moyen de contourner les règles musulmanes sur l'héritage, le habous, l'awqaf. Après le divorce, les femmes, pratiquement, si elles n'ont pas quelque chose à elles en leur nom, même si elles ont été mariées 40 ans, 50 ans, se retrouvent sans rien, zéro. Tout revient au mari. Donc, il y a des choses comme le droit successoral. Vous savez comment ça marche, le droit successoral musulman. Ici, la femme hérite la moitié, la femme et l'épouse héritent la moitié de la part de garçons, des fils et de l'époux, etc. Donc il y a énormément de discrimination, et ces discriminations ne touchent pas des femmes comme moi. Elles ont des impacts très forts sur les femmes les plus pauvres, et c'est la majorité des Marocaines. Donc il y a un cadre quand même juridique, et ça ne demande pas d'argent. Ça ne demande pas des coûts, puisque vous intéressez aux coûts. Vous pouvez écrire ça dans vos recommandations. Ça ne demande pas, parce que vous êtes plus écoutés que nous, parce qu'on estime que vous êtes des gens raisonnables, vous êtes savants, vous êtes des techniciens. Nous, on est considérés comme des associations féministes et un peu folles. Donc, voilà. Tout ça, c'est des choses que l'État peut faire. Vous savez, nous avons connu des crises successives. Et je crois que vous avez raison. En temps de crise, il y a eu le Covid, qui a eu un effet dévastateur sur les Marocains en général et sur les femmes plus particulièrement, vous le savez. On est maintenant dans une seconde crise. Je crois que c'est des moments comme ça que les responsables politiques doivent saisir pour engager, et d'une manière courageuse, les véritables réformes. Donc, secteur privé, OK, mais il doit être accompagné donc, par un projet de société, un véritable... le nouveau modèle de développement, c'est aussi un projet de société qui doit décliner toutes ces questions et décliner quel Maroc, quelle place des femmes nous voulons demain. Voilà. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. On va vous applaudir une deuxième fois. Merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'on a fait un peu le tour des grandes questions qui sont liées à la situation, les ressorts de ce problème. Et on a commencé à entamer un peu les pistes de solutions. J'avais prévu de passer un peu plus de temps sur l'impact de la crise Covid. Je pense qu'on s'est tous mis d'accord lors des différentes interventions que la crise Covid a eu un impact sévère, plus sévère sur les femmes que sur l'ensemble de la société, et a créé des risques je dirais, de décalage structurel, qui, s'ils ne sont pas traités, peuvent poser plus de problèmes. J'aimerais bien, avec le temps qui nous reste, passer plus de temps sur qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire. Parce que c'est ça, en fin de compte, l'objectif. Je pense qu'on est tous d'accord que c'est un problème important, mais c'est aussi une grande opportunité. C'est une grande richesse et aussi c'est un élément qui renforce pas seulement la stabilité macroéconomique, mais aussi la stabilité sociale. En vous écoutant, j'ai soulevé un certain nombre de questions ou de défis, hurdles, and let me move to English. Donc, Madame Nassiri, si vous voulez la traduction, je vais parler en anglais. Access to finance, access to talent through education and through good quality of education, access to land, access to market are among the impediments that are not reducing or helping to reduce the gap. And therefore, beyond the goodwill, there are a certain number of objective issues that need to be addressed. The social and legal protection framework is not set yet in a way to provide the right incentives, but also to provide the minimum level of protections. Last point that I think I heard it without really you explicitly mentioning it, that this is the first gap that we need to address. The second gap is beyond access, is participation. Is how to allow women to participate at the highest level of decision making, not only in university where we have maybe better level of participation, but how to allow women to be provided more access to executive roles, to have better participation in the decision making, and also to have a better participation in the financial reward. Therefore, the level of access or the importance of access need to be quickly complemented by the level of participation. With that, again, let me start with you, Roberta. You have worked on all these issues. If you want to give me, as a starting point, 3 quick wins, what would be the 3 things that you want to change, and how you as the World Bank, as Madame Nassiri was saying, your voice is more heard. And she's also saying the fund too. What are the 3 things that you would put on the table today?
So I was very moved and taken by what Madame Nassiri was saying, because it's really true. There are words at 2 speeds, and the world of the poor is so extraordinarily different and difficult, and more so for women. So that's something that I think we really need to keep in mind whenever we think about policies. The first and most difficult win that I would try to put out there is that we're not going to be able to solve the gender gap problem if we don't sort of rebase the economies and the social contract in a way that the whole system of growth becomes more inclusive. So I spoke earlier about these structural policies that are needed to have more competition in the private sector, more contestability, a state that regulates but steps back to allow the private sector to grow and to create jobs. And it needs to be accompanied by social protection that really helps workers along, facilitates their access to jobs and protects them when they don't have jobs. This should happen for everyone, so that, you know, a man and a woman's job is not a zero-sum game, but it is the pie that gets larger. Then there's like, what are the wins on that would make a big difference on the gender policies? Clearly, there is a system of legal changes that need to happen. Just to give one data point, 6 countries in our region still do not have laws prohibiting discrimination in the workplace based on gender. So all of these gaps need to be filled in. Times are changing. A decree was passed, a circular was passed in Iraq prohibiting the discrimination in access to financial services for women. In Kuwait, recently a law was passed to combat discrimination and sexual harassment in the workplace. So things are changing, but the legal framework needs to be at the forefront of our policymakers. This is something that is likely and hopefully will change the quality of the workplace, but for many women, still many challenges to actually access the workplace will happen. And Madame Nassiri and also Ratna spoke about expanding childcare, and I just wanted to put a figure out there. The MENA region has 32% of gross enrollment for the 3 to 6 at the preschool level, and that's the level of sub-Saharan Africa. And Madame Nassiri was speaking even more about the most important problem, which is not just about how many children are taken care in childcare, but the quality. And so how a mother can feel empowered to leave a child in childcare knowing that the child is well taken care for. And I have to say that the expanding childcare with quality and affordability is the win, is a triple win for an economy. It allows women to access the labor force, it creates jobs that are traditionally taken up by women, and it helps build human capital, exactly like Professor Pissarides was saying this morning in the sort of thinking about the human capital and the life of learning that needs to happen very, very early. Let me conclude here and stick to my guns a little bit on something that I think continues to be cited as social norms, but with very limited understanding of what happens. And I think that thinking about empowering and decision-making of women will be a fundamental complement. I'm thinking about a study that was just published in Sub-Saharan Africa about how a course on negotiating skills had increased access to education for adolescent girls in 8th grade, exactly when their fathers or their mothers would say, well, this is the moment when it's good for you to drop out of school. One final word on my side on something that I think is very important in our region also for women, which is not so much what to do, but how to do it. And how to do it is really to do it with evidence. And I think that to do it based on evidence and based on the understanding of what are the consequences of policy action, even unintended one, we need more data, we need more patience and more investment in understanding how women use their time, what are the barriers for them, and also how empowerment can be pushed forth. I don't know if I stick to 3, if I stuck to 3.
I will give you a second round. Madame Nassiri, je reviens à vous. Fatima El Fihri.
Je vais rester dans le cas marocain.
Fatima El Fihri.
Je vais rester dans...
Qui est notre nouvelle Fatima El Fihri? For those who don't know who is Fatima El Fihri, is the lady with her sister who created the first university in the world. Okay, and this university is the Kairouan University. Therefore, this is a place where the first university in the world was created by a woman, using the leg of her father to build a university. Can we have another Fatima Al-Fihri, and what is need to be done in order to get bigger women participation?
Oui, merci pour Fatima Fihri. Il y a eu sa sœur, je crois qu'elle s'appelle Myriam aussi, qui a construit d'autres écoles. Oui, c'est formidable. Oui, le Maroc a toujours conféré beaucoup d'importance au savoir. Bon. Vous le savez. Et puis, durant les 2 dernières décennies, il faut le dire aussi, le Maroc a fait d'énormes efforts en termes de réformes. Il y a eu des réformes qui sont structurantes, la Constitution, la décentralisation, la régionalisation, la BSG, la budgétisation sensible au genre, le code de la famille qui était que certains ont considéré comme étant une révolution silencieuse, les progrès qui ont été accomplis en termes de mesure de la condition de situation des femmes dans tous les domaines. C'est-à-dire le Haut Commissariat au Plan est une institution qui a fait un travail énorme. Au Maroc, on a déjà 2 enquêtes emploi du temps, ce qui n'est pas... C'est des enquêtes qui sont très lourdes et je crois que le Maroc est parmi les rares pays de la région MENA qui disposent d'enquêtes de prévalence des violences et d'enquêtes sur le budget temps. Et nous sommes très... Je pense on avance par rapport à cette mesure, disons, à la connaissance statistique. Ce qui manque, c'est les connaissances qualitatives fines sur le terrain. Je pense que c'est important à faire. Donc le Maroc a fait un travail, beaucoup d'efforts. C'est un pays qui réforme, c'est clair. Dernièrement, comme vous savez, le rapport NMD et le programme du gouvernement actuel, le programme gouvernemental 2021-2026, préconise donc de promouvoir la participation politique, économique des femmes. Et je crois que c'est quelque chose de très important. On le doit à beaucoup d'institutions marocaines, le ministère des Finances, le HCP, on le doit aux ONG, comme nos associations qui ont énormément plaidé pour que les choses changent en termes de participation économique. On le doit à la Banque mondiale, il faut le dire, qui, durant les dernières années, a commencé à insister sur cette question-là. Mais en tout cas, l'objectif aujourd'hui, ce qui est très positif, c'est que l'objectif de promouvoir la participation économique des femmes a beaucoup gagné en légitimité politique. C'est-à-dire, il est devenu un argument, quelque chose, et on le retrouve dans le rapport sur le nouveau modèle de développement, et on le retrouve dans le programme gouvernemental 2000. Alors moi, ce que je souhaite, et je vais être très, très pragmatique, je ne vais pas être très gourmande, pour dire que le gouvernement, que les préconisations du programme gouvernemental soient appliquées. Qu'est-ce qu'il dit le programme gouvernemental? 2 choses importantes. Il dit qu'il veut porter la participation économique des femmes à l'horizon, bien sûr, de la fin de son mandat, 2026, à 30%, c'est ça, à 30%. Et il dit qu'il veut réduire les écarts genre dans tous les domaines, en matière d'accès, de ressources, d'opportunités, de capacités. Il le dit. Ça, c'est un engagement du gouvernement dans tous les domaines. Alors qu'il le fasse. Qu'il le fasse avec des outils, avec une stratégie, qu'on sache qu'est-ce qui est... Parce que ce qui se passe souvent, malheureusement, en réforme, mais on ne sait pas comment les choses se passent. Je donne juste un exemple. Il y a quelques années, le Maroc s'est doté d'une stratégie nationale de l'emploi. Je pense que vous devez être au courant. 2015-2020, voilà, 2015-2020, stratégie nationale de l'emploi. Il y avait des choses très sympathiques pour promouvoir la participation économique des femmes. Mais aujourd'hui, 7 ans après, on ne sait pas ce qu'elle est devenue. Elle n'a pas été appliquée, elle a été adoptée par le gouvernement, mais après, on l'a oubliée, on l'a laissée tomber. Ce n'est pas une stratégie pour les femmes, c'est une stratégie nationale. Donc aujourd'hui, mes attentes, c'est que ce gouvernement mette dans l'agenda du suivi, parce qu'ils prévoient de mettre en place un mécanisme de suivi et de reporting, etc., de la mise en œuvre du nouveau modèle de développement, qu'ils mettent dans l'agenda de ce mécanisme le rapport NMD ou le pacte sur le nouveau modèle de développement, le pacte national, dit qu'il faut le placer sous le haut patronage de Sa Majesté. Je ne sais pas où est-ce qu'il va être placé sur le plan institutionnel, mais mon souhait, c'est que ces deux engagements soient vraiment appliqués d'ici 2026. Sinon, si le taux d'activité, je termine, des femmes continue à baisser, c'est toutes les transformations et les modernisations de la société marocaine durant les dernières années qui vont être compromises. Parce que les principales transformations sociales de la société et des familles sont le fait des femmes. C'est les femmes qui font moins d'enfants, qui se marient plus tardivement, qui veulent changer les choses. Les hommes sont un peu plus conservateurs. Ils ne veulent pas que les femmes changent, que les choses changent trop, parce que ce n'est pas dans leur intérêt, c'est normal. Donc, si le taux d'activité des femmes continue à baisser comme il le fait aujourd'hui, c'est une compromission de tous les acquis, toutes les réformes et toutes les manifestations de modernisation de la société et de ses membres. Voilà, merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis sûr que Roberto, dans son travail d'article 4, il va suivre aussi la mise en place de ces objectifs et quelles sont les questions qui peuvent, au niveau macroéconomique, régler ou accélérer cette transformation. Ratna, let me go back. You are in a meeting with decision makers in MENA, and you want to tell them why gender gap or addressing gender gap is macro relevant and how they should do it. What are the things that, from your perspective, from our perspective as a fund, based on the work we're doing in different parts of the world, the key things that would make a difference? I think we all agree, including decision makers, on the need to address the gender gap, that this COVID crisis, one of the risks is maybe to widen this gap and delay this, the achievement of this objective. What can be done at the macro level? And from my experience, at least in program cases, macro policies matter. I saw it in Egypt, I saw it in Jordan, I saw it in Saudi, different contexts. When you have the right, macro policies, they produce impact. It's not only a matter of, providing general recommendations. What you would say to the decision makers in MENA?
So I'm going to directly answer your question, actually the question you asked Roberta. So I'll tell you 3 things I would tell them. But then I also want to tell you a personal story, which could be amusing. And that's on social norms. But the first thing I would tell them is, please collect gender disaggregated data, because we can't do good policy making if you don't have good data. And nobody believes us when we make statements unless we substantiate it. That is really important. And a good evidence of that is, if you look at some of the countries, I was looking at countries where, so this was like Costa Rica, I don't know, for some reason it was all in the Americas, Dominican Republic, Honduras. They began collecting data on pay and seniority. Very quickly, the gaps started to reduce. So to me, it tells me when people become aware, it's not that men don't want to address it, they're not aware when they want. So I think first is to raise awareness and convince people, and you need the data. So that's number 1. Number 2, I have to say that for the whole world, 178 countries, but especially MENA, just get rid of the discriminatory laws on economic opportunities and outcomes. How can you have legal barriers that are discriminatory? That's an objective thing to do. Just get rid of it. And I would tell the whole world to do that, right? Because that, Jihad, you talked about empowerment and enabling. This is a first step to doing both, empowering and enabling. Roberta talked a lot about other factors, so I'm not going to get into that. But a third one I want to say is, and this relates to leadership. The studies we said, and when I was talking about financial stability, having more women on boards, I was not saying that women are superior, not at all. I want people to know that even though our studies say you need to have more women at the top in boards, I'm not saying they are superior, but what I am saying is that they bring diversity of thought, of skills, of experience. Did you know that when the task forces were set up after the COVID crisis, I mean, the numbers are staggering. Across 137 countries in task forces after COVID, less than 5% had gender parity, And women made up only about 25% of the task forces. So you didn't even get the gender perspective where women were disproportionately affected. Their burden had gone up because of unpaid work. I think a lot more could have been done if they were sitting in leadership positions. And finally, I come to this point about social norms that we are talking about. Jihad, I am very hopeful. I think signal from the top really matters. You have a leader, you gave an example of Saudi Arabia, so did Roberta, who says, hey, let's change the laws now. It happened in Japan, and it came out of our Article 4 in Japan. Female labor force participation has increased there too. It is happening overnight. Let's not put it all under the rug by calling it cultural factors that cannot change. It really matters. Look at ourselves, okay? At the IMF, we never talked about this. We didn't care about it at all until we had 2 female managing directors, right? And then suddenly you see a lot of work that has taken place. And I'm just going to end with my own experience on the cultural social norms. So I'll have to reveal some bad things about myself, but since I shared it with Roberta last night, I'll say it. Growing up, I come from a very conservative state first of all, country and also the state. I didn't do very well in my undergrad, So my mother was so happy. You know why? She said, you know what? Exactly. She said, and this goes to your point, Madam Nasiri, you said men don't want women to progress. Women don't want women to progress too. My mother said, obviously you're not good in academics, so maybe you'll make a good housewife. There are so many offers that have come, you should be happy. And she said, and by the way, it's not because of you, it's because we come from a good family. Why don't you get married? I panicked, I was 21. I begged them, both my parents, for 2 years to prove myself I can do well. Of course, I had no clue that I could do well. I mean, look at the incentives. In 2 years, I got the gold medal at the university in my master's. Everybody was surprised, so was I, to be honest. Of course, there was no turning back. Then I went abroad, PhD, IMF. 5 years, my mother is saying the opposite story. Look at my daughter doing so well. We supported her, right? What I'm saying is, minds can change very fast. And I think we should not hide behind cultural norms. You can do a lot of things on the economics front, but also leaders can do a lot. So let me stop there.
Thank you very much. I think it's time to conclude. If there are any last word before I say a few words to thank everyone. And Any more? Okay. Mo, you're fine? Fine. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think we had hold your upload for a second. We had a very interesting session, and I'm grateful for the organizers of this conference to put this as one of the key themes in their research work. It shows that it's not only an important issue, but issue where we think research could help address this problem and progress in this journey. I think we all agree that this is something that has an important economic contribution to prosperity, because we have already quantified the potential impact, but also to stability. This is also an important dimension of bringing more stability, social stability, economic stability, but also stability in its broad sense in the region. Therefore, it's definitely a macro-relevant issue, and I'm very happy to see that the research department decided to have this one of the themes of the discussion here in Marrakesh in preparation of the annual meetings next year. It's definitely a theme that requires still more time, more work to be done, more work on the ground. There are a certain number of gaps that you have highlighted, ladies, during the discussion. You have also showed that actions can have a faster reward and return on investment that one could expect. Also, you highlighted that we have to be very vigilant and careful because the last 2 years, including this year, are 3 very challenging years. COVID had a bigger impact on women in their livelihood and in their economic participation. The crisis that we are going through will also have an impact on the weakest link. And women are usually a weak link in our societies. Therefore, we need to be vigilant and take care of that. We need to spend more energy and resources to study this and to have more, I would say, quantitative analysis that helps us measure better and also design better policies. And also we have to be encouraged by the fact that the return on investment in gender policies seems to be very quick. If we take the example of recent cases, Egypt in 2016-17, how we were able to protect the vulnerable groups when we had a very important and large program that had adjustment component in it. As we saw it in Jordan when we were able to provide adjusters, and also when Saudis decided to change their policies. Therefore, the return is fast. Therefore, we should be encouraged by that. My last point, this is something that has showed that it's a multidimensional work. For example, to have deeper analysis of the legal or the impact of legal impediment, this is something that requires additional research. The fact to be able to assess why the private sector is not more encouraged by a labor that is cheaper. And all the analysis are showing that is more ethical and with higher productivity. This would require some more analysis, even through the enterprise surveys and things of the like. Therefore, we have certain number of homework to do. And hopefully next time we will meet and discuss these issues, we will have additional results, analytical results that could help improve decision-making, but also measure the progress that is being made. As Madame Nassiri said, we need to measure the progress. With that, thank you very much. It closes the first day of this very interesting conference. Tomorrow, we start at what time, Pierre-Olivier? 8:30? 8:30. Thank you very much. Thank you.